12th to DC. The time is 9:35 a.m. on Thursday, February 1, 2024. We are meeting in room 123 and via Zoom to convene the committee's performance oversight hearing for three important um, agencies of our government and of importance to our community at large. And that is the Commission on Aging, Age Friendly DC Task Force, and the Department on Aging and Community Living. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of these agencies for FY23 and FY24 to date, FY meaning fiscal year. You are asked to keep your remarks to 3 to 5 minutes to allow all witnesses the opportunity to be heard. Do not be distressed if I do not go into detail and ask questions, as we have an abundance of public witnesses today. And so, with that said, I wanted to remind you that all testimony received will be a part of the official record. If you have not submitted your written testimony, please email it to Ceal at dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL at dccouncil.gov. Today's government witnesses' presentations are devoted to providing information about what these agencies have accomplished in the past year and to examine their overall performance. Along the way, we will identify areas of success and areas for improvement. Equally significant will be testimonies provided by our public witnesses on agencies' effectiveness. As you may know, the district's senior population is substantial and continues to rise. In 2019, DC was home to approximately 83,000 older adults, and the population could rise as much as 25% by the year 2030. During today's hearing, we will be looking for examples of progress in the various investments of services and strategies that benefit and continue to help our seniorhood living and the thriving of seniors throughout the district. During FY23, the agencies are reporting the following examples of progress in supporting our senior population. One, identified new and creative processes to combat senior social isolation, increased access to technology, routinely conducted check-ins and wellness calls to vulnerable residents, continuously providing improved and expanded programs and services conveniently located in communities where they live, expanding our network of wellness centers and upgrading those that have been in progress for years, addressing senior nutritional needs through home delivered meals to homebound residents and daily meals in familiar congregate social settings such as the churches, community centers, and our network of wellness centers scattered across the city. Expansion of the highly popular connector card transportation system that is available to all our senior residents, and learning the results from the needs assessment on senior services that was conducted by the Commission on Aging during calendar year 2023. And of course, we'll learn some of the highlights of the 2023 Age-Friendly Strategic Plan. This is a 5-year plan that gives us a direction for moving services into and about our senior community. Today's hearing is scheduled and arranged in 2 parts. Part 1 will be devoted to our public witnesses, and due to the scheduling conflict, we will recess at 1:30 p.m. and resume at 3:45 p.m. with part 2 that will include our government witnesses. And so at this time, without any more hesitation, I'd like to recognize my colleague. I think I see Councilmember Lewis George and ask her if she has opening remarks. Councilwoman.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for holding this hearing and all the work you do for our seniors here in the District of Columbia. I am joining today's hearing from the one and only Hattie Holmes, Ward 4, Department of Aging and Community Living Senior Wellness Center, where I have a number of seniors who will be testifying for the first time in this hearing as they learn and continue to use their voices for advocacy. I am glad and proud to be here as a Ward 4 council member to represent and elevate the voices of more than 19,000 seniors in Ward 4. Ward 4 is also fortunate to be home of two senior villages, East Rock Creek Village and Northwest Neighbors Village, who do an amazing job serving our seniors and being a welcoming space for our seniors. I also want to thank the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging for their tireless efforts in advocating for our many Ward 4 seniors. I constantly hear from our Ward 4 seniors about what they need and want not for just themselves, but also for their communities. I've spoken with seniors about their ideas regarding expanded transportation, additional programming, improving conditions of our senior centers, expanding the footprint of our senior centers, and the need for additional resources and spaces dedicated to seniors. From transportation, housing, programming, facilities needs, our seniors have a lot to say, and I'm looking forward to listening to each and every one of them today alongside you. I'm also here in my capacity as chair of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, which oversees several agencies that Dacl works closely with and that seniors across the district rely on. I oversee the Department of General Services, which is responsible for the facilities of all district-owned buildings, including our Dacl Senior Centers. In December, I was joined by DGS and Dacl staff, including our director on facilities, and did readiness tours of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center in Ward 8 and the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7 to examine outstanding work order issues and identify areas in which the agency's facilities processes can be improved. I also oversee the Department on Disability Services, the Office of Disability Rights, and the Mayor's Office of Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing, which all provide services to and ensure accessibility for our district residents with disabilities, which include our seniors. So for me, it is a top priority that every single senior is able to fully and easily access all district services and spaces, especially those of the Department of Aging and Community Living. Dacl must collaborate closely with DGS and our disability agencies to ensure Dacl facilities are safe, healthy, functioning, and accessible. And I will continue to do everything I can to further that mission as well. I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses today, some of whom are here with me at Hattie Holmes and Director Hines to discuss how the district can further support all of our seniors. So thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us today. We are going to start with our public witnesses. I think given the time that we have, it's more appropriate to begin with our public witnesses and then talk a little bit later about what we as the public and the government look to the various agencies to deliver. So our first panel is, let's see, we have Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, legal counsel for the elderly, Betty Gentel, Julius Johns, Adam Heller, Beverly Wheeler. If any are in the meeting room and you want to testify in public, please come to the front table. And of course, Marquita Vandergerpu. I hope I got it somewhat close to your name. Sorry about that. All right. And staff, would you tell me if there are others that are in the Zoom? I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Do we have Miss Gentil? Okay. All right. All right. We will start with Ms. Holmes. Ms. Holmes, good morning. Welcome. Lovely to see you in the new year.
Good morning. Good to see you too, Chairperson Buns. And Councilmember Lewis George, good to see you as well. Well, I actually should say, I can't see you, Chairperson Bonds, but I definitely can hear you, so that is good. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, commonly referred to as LCE. And LCE is the only organization in the District of Columbia that provides free legal and advocacy support exclusively to seniors. And we do so in a holistic fashion by providing them with representation to ensure safe and stable housing, protect and improve their financial future, safeguard access to public benefits to which they are entitled, and empower them through self-determination so they can age with dignity. My testimony will focus on LCE's relationship with DACL, specifically our DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program and our legal hotline services. LCE is one of Dacl's many community partners and a member of the Senior Services Network. DACL provides significant funding for LCE's work, which enables LCE to fulfill its mission of empowering, defending, and protecting vulnerable older adults. Director Hines has been a good collaborator in advancing the relationship between DACL and LCE. She makes herself and her staff available to respond to challenges as they arise, to ensure seniors get the highest quality services. She is committed to making process changes to drive quality and efficiency. I also appreciate DACL's leadership of the Elder Abuse Prevention Coalition. LCE's DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman Mark Miller and I look forward to deepening our partnership with DACL's Adult Protective Services to promote greater awareness in long-term care settings to prevent elder abuse and neglect. LCE continues to adapt to the shift from community-based in-ward management services to service centralized at DACL. Since the shift to in-house services, LCE has met several times with DACL case management staff to clarify policies and help streamline processes. DACL is receptive and open to feedback, and we have seen positive changes around case management, though this model continues to be challenging for some LCE clients. In the spirit of collaboration and efficiency, I would like to work with Director Hines and her staff to establish a warm handoff system to help seniors get the services they need in a timely fashion. LCE also stands ready to collaborate with DACL in support of reauthorizing the Federal Older Americans Act. The Older Americans Act provides the authority and funding authorization for a wide variety of programs critical to helping DC seniors live boldly, particularly our long-term care ombudsman program. It is critically important to fight together to ensure we have the resources to serve and champion the dignity and rights of the growing population of older adults in DC, especially in nursing homes and other long-term care facilities. I would like to briefly touch on LCE's legal hotline. LCE created the first legal hotline in the country to respond to seniors' legal questions. With support from DACL, LCE's hotline serves as a model for other similar hotlines across the country. The LCE hotline receives 3,000 to 4,000 calls per month. From these calls, the intake staff answers between 400 and 500 for potential clients. From the calls answered in 2023, hotline completed 1,920 client intakes. The LCE hotline intake process aims at efficiency by answering all callers until appointments to speak to a hotline attorney in the next 2 business days are full. The intake specialist provides the initial screening to determine if the caller qualifies for hotline services and can provide information for other senior resources for non-legal questions. Even if appointments are full, LCE will always take calls for emergency. This intake processing flow has improved the experience for many of our clients, though it prevents some callers from getting through, as you will hear in a testimony provided by Joe Pons, Ward 4 AARP DC volunteer. LCE is working with senior advocates and volunteer attorneys to help expand hotline capacity, but we also need assistance from DACL. There are 2 main pressures on hotline capacity. First, the number of calls. As I stated, our hotline intake specialists talk between talk to between 400 and 500 potential clients monthly. The second pressure is policy focused. Many of the calls received are for non-legal assistance. To help decrease demand for non-legal services, the district should review the difficulty of application processes for public benefits and services. Nobody should need an attorney to fill out a SNAP application. To address these issues, LCE recommends funding for an additional hotline, attorney, and social worker. LCE also recommends evaluating the application systems and processes for district supports and services. An easier application process for all support programs and public services will decrease the volume of calls to the hotline and will increase the uptake amongst those who would most benefit from district programs. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we are going to hear from, is Ms. Gentile here? All right. I see Beverly Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, we'll take your testimony now.
Good morning, Chairman Bonds, members of the committee, and staff. Thank you for convening today's hearing. I'm Dr. Beverly Wheeler, and I'm here today as the Chief Knowledge Officer of DC Central Kitchen. Since 1989, we have targeted the root causes of hunger with innovative programs that lower barriers to employment, create good living wage jobs for district residents, and bring nutritious, dignified food where it is most needed. Since June 2022, we have partnered with the Department of Aging and Community Living, Dacl, to address a serious concern we know this committee shares: food insecurity among DC seniors. As you know, seniors may face hunger for multiple reasons, including low incomes and fixed budgets, declining federal benefits and rising food prices, social and physical isolation, transportation and mobility challenges, and the continued presence of food deserts in too many DC neighborhoods. We applaud Council's efforts to give SNAP a raise earlier this year because SNAP is, is a vital tool in fighting hunger. We also need to use every tool in our toolbox and sometimes develop new ones. That's why we are so excited about what we are building with Dacl and our partners at DoorDash. Thanks to this partnership, when Dacl receives a call from a senior in need of food assistance, they conduct a screening that helps determine the senior's situation and eligibility for existing programs. If the senior needs home-delivered meals but cannot be readily served by an existing contractor or program, Dacl refers the seniors to us. We work with Dacl to confirm the senior's location and needs, and we take it from there. We employ graduates of our culinary job training program who have faced barriers like homelessness, incarceration, and trauma to prepare healthy, scratch-cooked meals featuring ingredients from local farms. We package each meal individually, and DoorDash's Project Dash initiative delivers the meals at a deep discounted direct to the senior's front door. Everyone wins. Participating seniors get 7 healthy home-delivered meals a week. Dacl expands its capacity. DoorDash engages in Dasher staff with stable roots and meaningful activities, and DCCK is able to promote both healthy living wage jobs and food security here in DC. To date, this partnership has provided more than 35,000 healthy meals to DC seniors. At present, 81 seniors are now enrolled in our program. Our team meets regularly with helpful Dacl staff to coordinate changes to program enrollment, share feedback, and ensure accurate information flow to participants. Last month, when snowy conditions closed senior meal sites across DC, our meals were prepared and delivered without interruption. We believe this model offers a resilient, flexible tool for responding to seniors' urgent needs for nutritious food. But don't just listen to me. Ask seniors like Mr. Paul in Ward 4, who called us to say he truly enjoyed our meals and wanted to see if his neighbor could be added to our deliveries as well. Or Mr. Anthony in Ward 7, who called just to say thank you and share his appreciation for meals coming in Ward 7. In Ward 7, Ms. Lilly has been part of the pilot since it began and called us recently when she was recovering from a broken wrist and knee replacement. She said she wasn't sure what she would do without us, our just wonderful food. Ms. Jocelyn in Ward 6 called to say she was one of the very happy recipients of meals that are prepared by DC Central Kitchen. These meals are not only important for my very survival in terms of having enough food to eat, but they're so lovingly prepared and the food is just so excellent in terms of quality, the quantity, the freshness. And it's so thoughtful that you get vegetables and kale. My goodness, we love you, meaning me. I'm the only one here, but I love you all so much. When Dacl informed us late last year that a lengthy wait list of food insecure seniors had developed for our services, we went into overdrive trying to find private donations to help us respond. To date, we have completely self-funded every one of these 35,000 meals and corresponding deliveries through small donations and grants. As of this week, we have finally secured a few additional grants that allowed us to inform Dacl we could begin deliveries of 30 wait-listed seniors by March 1st. We hope we will be able to raise the private funds we need to maintain this full list of well over 100 seniors through the summer in an effort to support the district and its residents during this challenging time. We hope this public-private response to painfully high areas of senior food insecurity underscores to this committee just how much powerful work is being done and how much more we need to do together to solve this problem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Mr. Adam Willer. Willer, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Adam Heller. I'm with the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, a nonprofit providing support and life-affirming services to community members in DC. I started as a volunteer in 2014 and now have the privilege of running the Older Adults program. Our organization was formed in 2004, and for many years now, we've been providing services to LGBTQ+ seniors, specifically around combating social isolation. On this day, 6 years ago, Dacl released a 50-page report including the results of months of work by community members, agencies, and organizations. In that report, a top issue for LGBTQ+ seniors, highlighted by the group as recommendations for Dacl to address, was social isolation. I'm proud that the DC Center, as an organization, has stepped up to help combat the unique social isolation LGBTQ+ seniors face. Unfortunately, stigma persists, which ostracize LGBTQ+ citizens. Though acceptance has improved nationwide, the reality for many LGBTQ+ seniors is that they continue to experience conscious and unconscious biases from their heterosexual peers, which fosters an unyielding tension when venturing into primarily heterosexual spaces. To quote a line from the television show Queer as Folk, "If you ever forget you're a Jew, a non-Jew will remind you." My clients echo this sentiment. If we ever forget that we're LGBTQ+, a non-LGBTQ+ person will remind us. The DC Center and other LGBTQ+ specific spaces provide affirming spaces where people feel like they can just be their authentic selves without fear of judgment. What we have learned over years of listening to our seniors is that even in non-LGBTQ+ specific organizations admirably improve the LGBTQ+ cultural competency of their client-facing staff, members of the LGBTQ+ community will still default to engaging with an LGBTQ+ organization like ours for services first over one that is not. With the support of Dacl, the DC Center has been able to provide weekly support groups and meetings, monthly luncheons, and a monthly meeting specifically for LGBTQ+ women. On top of this, we organize enriching events like yoga, painting classes, and more educational workshops and seminars about senior nutrition, scams targeting seniors, estate planning, and more, developed from conversations with our clients. Our programs are thriving thanks to support from the DC government. and we are looking forward to expanding to provide more opportunities for in-person meals and exercise programs. However, we have stretched our resources as much as we can. Many events need to be virtual because we can afford in-person events only twice per month, which means that many of our clients leave their house to socialize only twice per month. Fortunately, we've been able to network and collaborate on programming thanks to monthly meetings of a Dacl LGBTQ+ advisory committee, a unique gathering of community members, Dacl representatives, and service organizations, allowing us to brainstorm ideas, develop programming, and receive feedback. Having direct connections with advocates and organizations allows us to move quickly when handling issues and provide warm handoffs, with confidence, as well as giving us important insight into the real-time needs of those we serve, whether it's addressing socialization, opportunities, mental health services, housing vouchers, etc. To be specific, I'm speaking specifically of the current generation of LGBTQ older adults, the same ones who were part of the first generation of Americans who came out of the closet en masse 50 years ago, for a generation of LGBTQ citizens whose friends dropped dead weekly in the 80s and 90s, while largely having been excluded from family, government, and society. I hope we can do and continue to do our part to provide a space where those who need support can find a safe place without worry or prejudice. The DC Center is happy to do its part to make this happen. But again, we need more resources to offer more in-person programming to help get our clients out of their homes on a more regular basis. A priority identified in the ACL's February 2018 study was community meals. We know seniors can struggle to eat nutritionally balanced meals on a limited income. So an LGBTQ+ dining site would allow us to meet many needs at once. This would solve a host of wellness issues. It would provide socialization, meals, and include exercise classes. The trifecta that our clients have been asking for us to expand for years. We're more than happy to work with you and other organizations around town to make this happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I understand, Betty Gentle, you are with us. Okay, there you are. Thank you.
Greetings, Chairperson Buns and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. Since 1970, SUM has been working to break the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through our transformative whole person approach. This includes essential senior programs that assist our aging neighbors in retaining their independence and improving their qualities of life through a comprehensive network of permanent affordable housing, community-based resources, and supportive programming. SUM Senior Services goal to meet the needs of DC seniors, especially those who are low income and are experiencing isolation, is help made possible with funding received from DACL. In 2023, SUM excitedly opened Carter House Senior Center located at the historic Walter Reed's campus in Ward 4, our second senior center location. This would not have been possible without the funding and support of DACL. Our Northwest Senior Center implements enriching wellness, recreational, and supportive services that we were able to offer to approximately 58 DC seniors in 2023. Through this expansion, we have also been able to deliver a variety of these services and rec social opportunities to the seniors of Abrams Hall Independent Living and Assisted Living. In addition, we hosted a series of engaging workshops and activities at Carter House Senior Center to help older adults throughout the community learn how to apply for and use a connector card after gratefully being awarded the AARP Community Challenge Grant. We thank you, Councilmember Buns and Director Hines, for taking the time to stop by and engage our seniors, and also thank Councilmember Lewis George for visiting and providing the Carter House residents and senior participants with the hot and nutritious Thanksgiving meal. SUM also continues to offer engaging wellness activities and supportive services at our Kenyon House Center in Southeast DC in Ward 8, where we served approximately 79 seniors throughout 2023. We also extend gratitude to Councilmember Trayon White for his time spent engaging the seniors there. DACL also continues to fund Keener Place, the district's only temporary housing program for abused, neglected, and exploited or displaced seniors. Last year, during the annual point in time count, 32% of unaccompanied individuals were persons over the age of 55, the largest age demographic of single persons without a home. This affirms the need for more senior temporary housing or wraparound services, along with more affordable housing units and subsidies for seniors. Today, some would like to focus our testimony on transportation and senior hunger, two areas where DACL, senior providers, and DC can make more progress in reducing senior isolation and food insecurity and make DC an even more age-friendly city. First, the Seabury Connector buses that previously provided group transportation to members of some senior center and the senior community were vital for seniors to travel to and from our senior centers, attend field trips, take safe trips to the grocery store, and other essential trips. We and our seniors continue to ask that a similar mode of transportation be restored at DACL. Though we have appreciated DACL offering transportation grants to charter buses for field trips, we still have had to limit those trips, and unfortunately, our ability to successfully engage other senior communities has been limited because the seniors often say a lack of transportation will be a barrier to participating. We appreciate the mayor's investments in expanding the connector card. However, that is not being a viable substitution for some of our participants. In addition, although there are other publicly funded transportation options, seniors have expressed concerns about unreliability, cost, and safety. For instance, it appears metro access seems to be challenged as service demands grow. Seniors have reported that responses are often slow and appointments are sometimes missed. In addition, share rides are sometimes sent as a substitute, but are often not wheelchair accessible. Taking public transportation raises safety concerns, and the most affordable option, the bus, can require several transfers. Mobility issues compounded by construction, hectic traffic, and further growing public safety concerns make walking almost impossible for many seniors. The elimination of group transportation has resulted in less participation in our senior student programming in Ward 8. Some doors are open at our senior centers every weekday, and we believe that restoring safe, free, and accessible transportation that picks seniors up near their residences will help ensure that they are able to engage with us and remain active and connected with their neighbors and senior communities. Second, some continues to highlight senior food insecurity and our strong belief that DC, at the leadership of the DACL, can end senior hunger with legislation already passed by this council. DC continues to have one of the highest senior food insecurity rates among US states at 12.8%, which means over 10,000 seniors lack consistent access to affordable and healthy meals that meet their dietary needs. Therefore, we continue to advocate for the full funding and implementation of No Senior Hungry and the Senior Nutrition and Wellbeing Equity Amendment Act. We believe that the interagency approach to senior food insecurity, the focus on leveraging partnership opportunities and food resources that are already existing in DC, and the emphasis on nutritional quality required by these bills will help us get closer to achieving our collective goal of ending senior hunger in the district. Some appreciate the opportunity to offer these comments, and we look forward to another great year working with DACL and serving our amazing seniors.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, very, very quickly. I mean, really, this panel of witnesses has presented to us some challenges, but most importantly, they have also presented to us some of the good news of how we are servicing our seniors. So thank you very, very much for that. I did have a question, Ms. Intel, regarding your concern about the transportation. You're asking about buses for field trips, am I correct? All right, okay. And
so the buses they used to, not just for the field trips, but even providing the transportation to and from the senior center.
okay, so you're thinking you need a network of a fleet of transportation carriers that can embellish, enhance your program.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. That's a primary concern. You also mentioned something about they're slow to respond and missed pickup. Is that the cab system that you're speaking of, or
So
what is that?
With Metro access specifically is that we hear that sometimes they may be late or they may not get a response just because there's such a high demand.
All right, okay, got that. Thank you very, very much. We'll be examining some of your concerns with the agency, so thank you very much. Mr. Heller, you want when you say more resources and you want to be a meal site, tell me what more resources means.
Well, right now we offer a monthly lunch that is obviously in person. We offer a variety of programming that is virtual. We need to get our seniors out of the house and also provide meals for them. So you're asking about resources. That would be, I mean, in theory, at least doubling resources. Right now, we offer two in-person, two in-person events per month. But that means that our seniors are only getting out of the house. A lot of them, unfortunately, only are getting out of the house only twice per month. So we were hoping to make it at least, once a week, so 4 times a month. So we were hoping to double our budget, and we can talk more about those details. But
All right.
that's
And
what I
so,
meant.
all right, are you speaking of, you would like to have more programming, more regularly occurring program at your center, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because the virtual programming can be available to anyone. So you're thinking specifically, okay, about within your facility.
Yeah.
And but you're not saying that you need more staff.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. Thank you. We'll follow up on that. And you
Thank
were
you so
saying
much.
that you have a feeding program. How many are in your feeding program, your meals program?
How many clients?
Yes.
Yeah. So it ranges anywhere from 20 to 50 folks.
Okay. And this is daily, correct? Monday through Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the monthly luncheons. For our weekly events, I would say anywhere from 20 to 30 folks for each meeting. So I guess double that. Sometimes there's overlap. Maybe 30 to 40 folks each week for the virtual events. Did that answer your question?
Well, not really. I'm trying
Okay.
to understand the volume of activity that you have at your actual center, LGBTQ center, and
Yes. So
understand the need for that center where you may have people coming out. Are they coming out? I know you mentioned that right now you have 2 in-person programs a month. Am I correct?
yes.
Okay,
And then on top of that, we have 2 virtual weekly meetings.
I see.
And then on top of that, we have a virtual monthly group specifically for LBT plus women.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take a closer look at your written testimony, and we will try and examine your concerns with Dacl when they appear before us a little later today. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Wheeler, all right, you're saying that DC Central Kitchen has an agreement with DoorDash and it's working. And you are self-funding this. Okay, and you have 81 participants enrolled now, 30 on a waiting list. Where do these participants come from? And the reason I ask, because Dacl has the congregate meal sites across the city. I think it's almost 50 locations. And then we also have the meals that homebound meals that we really deliver once every 2 weeks. So I'm trying to understand the outstanding value of your program and who and where the seniors might come from that would take advantage of your program.
So many of our seniors come from wards 7 and 8, 5, 7, and 8, and they're identified by Dacl. These are individuals who fall within the cracks. There are some seniors that are eligible for current programs and some that aren't. And so it's important that we address all seniors. So these seniors have been identified by Dacl as being eligible for the need for home delivered meals. And so that's the space that we fall into.
All right, so we will definitely examine Sort of like why we have 2 home delivered meals program. Thank you very, very much for that. Ms. Holmes, thank you. I know you are doing Herculean work as you have been since I met you a few years ago. Thank you for all that you're doing. And my question is, as you're indicated to us your need for, I think you said you wanted an attorney and a social worker,
Correct.
correct? And we will discuss that as best we can on the dais with Dacl to see how we can help augment the work, tremendous work you're doing with the legal hotline in particular, and how we get those persons who call in service. Because if I'm not mistaken, you indicated that of the, I think it was like 3,000 calls that you would get, you actually serviced 1,920.
Well, we actually had intakes of 1,920. So a lot of the people who will call in are calling in and they are not qualified for our services. They don't meet the criteria after we provide just the basics, or they may be calling from out of state or something of that nature. We provide them with referrals to those other locations where they can get some legal representation if they are not in our jurisdiction. But of the calls that we do receive and we take, and some of the calls that we receive actually are duplicates. So somebody will call, they will hang up, they will call back, and or they will already have an intake that has occurred, and then they want to check and see what's going on with their case. So things of that nature. So some of them are duplicate calls, but of the calls that we take, we were able to actually intake new clients through our hotline. And that's not the only way that we intake clients, but for the ones who are calling through our hotline, those are the intakes that we actually take. Many of the cases, we don't have a client. A person does not become a client simply because they call into our line. And as I mentioned, a number of people will call in and they need other resources. So they may need some information that we then need to send them to Dacl for. They may need information that we will send them to other social services around the city so that they can get information or get assistance. But the actually legal problems that we intake for is that 1920.
Okay.
And we need another hotline attorney, because when we get these people to call in and they need, our hotline, as I mentioned, we have 2 days worth of appointments available whenever we start the day, and they quickly fill up. After they fill up, we don't take additional calls for the hotline to fill in appointments, because we have found that when we try to call people back without a designated time, then they will oftentimes not answer, they won't be home, and we were spending a lot of time doing that process. Now we receive a call, we immediately schedule them for an appointment. So this has allowed us to recognize that some people aren't getting in. So we need another hotline attorney so we can open up some more appointments. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate hearing that, because when I do the math, 1,900, that's almost 24,000 a year.
No, 1920 is for the year.
Oh, for the year.
It is for the year.
I was horrified, quite honestly. Okay, thank you.
Right. No, that is for the year.
Okay.
It's like a funnel. So we get a lot of calls in. A lot of calls are not going to result in an intake. But then when we actually handle the calls, it further decreases to that 1920, the ones that we actually do an intake for. But people are constantly calling us, not only when we're open, on weekends, and we know this because we're collecting the data now to see when people are calling us. So I'm only referring of the calls that we receive. We handle 400 to 500 calls a month.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we have your ask. We know what your ask usually is, and thank you for your outstanding service. I see my colleague is
Thank you.
still. You're welcome. I see my colleague is still with us. Councilmember Lewis George. You have a few questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, Holmes, I wanted to come back to you. Of the calls that you are receiving, what are the what are the subject areas where you're seeing seniors need most of their legal help?
Ooh, that is a difficult question to answer because it really, truly varies. It's all over the spectrum. We see people who need help with the very basic things like their wills, their powers of attorney, and things that we will do in-house and we will schedule them. We have a lot of calls because of housing, whether it's because somebody is going to be foreclosed upon or because they're having difficulties with their landlord, or if they are, in some cases, landlords are calling. We don't really service landlords in that regard, but we are seeing calls that come in on just about anything. Sometimes it's somebody calling in because of a burial plot that they have purchased. And they're not able to exercise the rights to it for their loved one. So it can be any number of things, traffic tickets, you name it. I probably can come up with an example of somebody who has called in because of that.
Great. What qualifies a senior for your services? What often happens is we'll have seniors call in. The area that's been hardest is when we're dealing with seniors around landlord tenant, probate court, where someone passed away, intestate, without a will, and they're sort of having to navigate and fight in probate court, which is horrendous for any person, but even more difficult for seniors. And that's the area where I have the hardest time getting seniors legal help is in housing, either landlord tenant disputes or probate disputes. Where is that housed? And if not with you all, what qualifies the seniors for your services, and what services do you deliver?
Okay, so let me answer two different questions I hear there. Anybody can call our hotline as long as they live in the District of Columbia and they're 60 and older. We will provide advice and counsel and referrals for anybody who's 60 and over who calls the hotline. When it comes to probate and landlord tenant issues, when it comes to tenant issues primarily, we have in-house extended services for those people. So individuals who will call who are 60 plus, who are 250% or below the federal poverty guideline, those are the individuals who we can actually provide extended representation to. There are some other asset requirements, but we go through that and that's
So
been the detail.
250% below poverty line, what is that? What's that number?
So about $1,400, I believe, is the poverty level. $1,400 a month is the poverty level for somebody who is, there's 250 of the poverty level for somebody who is living alone. So there is a guideline, and I can pull it up if you want me to be exact about it, or I can actually send it to you. How about that?
Just so I can see what that number looks like. I know we have a lot of service in district, but sometimes the threshold to qualify is so low that middle group of people are missing out on services in that regard.
Right. And I will say that we will provide those services. We will also make a referral if somebody is not, to some other organizations who provide modest means legal services, but we will provide a lot of that. We will do the probate as well for those individuals. And when we do the probate, we also make sure that the person who is inheriting the property then has a will in place so that their heirs will not go through the same difficulty.
Okay.
But we definitely do those. But it's hard to get probate in the District of Columbia because there aren't very many. We're one of two that are doing probate on a regular basis.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. You mentioned in your testimony that the current case management model seems too limited to meet the needs of the most vulnerable seniors. Can you elaborate more on that? What is the current model lacking and how can it be improved to ensure our most vulnerable seniors are taken care of?
Okay, so right now, and I'm working with Director Hines so that we are able to directly provide a referral to them. Oftentimes, whenever somebody calls us and they say they need food, and we're telling them to call DACL, they will go back and call DACL, and they may not get through. These are people sometimes who are homebound. They don't have very many minutes on their phones. They may have called us because they needed to be recertified for some of their benefits, and we find out that they don't have any food. So we're trying to make sure that they get all of the resources that they need. They may need home health care. They may need a social worker to help them navigate that system. And the most vulnerable are the homebound ones and the ones who need a home health aid. And as you know, in the city, there is a shortage of individuals who are able to provide that. And I can go into a different conversation about that, but I'm sure that's not what you want me to do right now.
No, I have a whole section of question on home health aides and how
Okay.
we are recruiting them to the district.
Right.
We're training people to do that work.
Right. And maybe even changing some of the rules so that the individuals who are qualified in Virginia and Maryland may be able to work in the district and not have to pay a heavy cost in order to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want Ms. Wheeler, I want to thank you for your testimony and all your
Thank
work for district seniors. You spoke about the high rates of senior food insecurity in the district. What areas of district are experiencing the highest rates? And what does DC Central Kitchen and DACL do to target resources to those particular areas? And then you mentioned being self-funding sort of individuals who are referred to you. That means you're not getting any grants from the district government?
That is correct. We're not receiving any grant funding from the district government for that. And the cost for this pilot project since June 2022 is close to $300,000. But we are serious about feeding our seniors. And so we're trying to continue to make sure that this happens. Many of the seniors that we work with are in Ward 7 and 8, but we're looking at seniors across the city. We know that they exist, and we're trying to serve the ones that we can actually serve. And so we look to Dacl to give us that list of individuals that are currently falling through the cracks.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to this entire panel. And I want to special thanks to So Others Might Eat for the work they do for our seniors in Ward 4 at Karen House and many of our other housing facilities. It's an impeccable job, and we really appreciate your services. And thank you for your testimony. I will be using it to ask questions of our agency director. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Our next panel, Heather Foote. I believe Heather is here. Carol Aldridge, Sheila Wilson, Mary Johnson, Elaine Wheeler, and Evelyn McKinley's. Mary Johnson is here? Okay. All right. So do we have Carol Aldrich and Sheila Wilson on the Zoom? All right, we have one. Nice to see you. Okay, we will begin with Ms. Foote. Welcome to the panel. Happy to see you.
Thank you very much. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident and an analyst of older adult transportation and related digital divide issues. I also serve as the co-chair of the DC Pedestrian Advisory Council, or PAC, appointed by Councilmember Anita Bonds. Thank you. Although my testimony today is in my personal capacity only. I'm going to just recap 4 points. I want to commend the new Dacl director for getting out there to listen to older adults. Soon after her appointment, I had the pleasure of attending the 5th anniversary of Kingdom Care Senior Village in Ward 8. I noted that she stayed throughout and listened attentively during the entire event. Hopefully other agencies, given demographic change in the city, will redouble their efforts to reach out and listen to older adults. Second, Dacl continues to produce user-friendly and user-accessible color program flyers, large font size, and plain language text. This reflects an understanding of how many older adults actually do communicate, even with the increase in digital access for some seniors. I urge the agency to expand beyond the locations where these flyers are now circulated. Third, I strongly support the Senior Med Express and Connector Card transportation programs and urge careful demand tracking so the budget can reflect that need. I want to note, this is very important, that the number of taxi cabs has declined 40% since 2019. And so grantee DC Yellow Cab faces big challenges to manage demand. My experience is that transportation options trainings is that knowing how to use this Visa debit card, connector card, is not necessarily easy for many seniors, especially those outside the reach of wellness centers, villages, and lead agencies. Many in those outer circles are still unaware of these two programs. Fourth and finally, there remain challenges for older adults to obtain basic, updated, important public transportation options information. And these are programs that the district offers, which are very important. WMATA, Dacl, DDOT, and Department of For-Hire Vehicles. Even many older adults with digital skills simply do not know where to look online. In conclusion, I encourage Dacl to do 3 things. First, explore new ways to disseminate information referral phone number along with the services that the agency provides. Second, identify additional ways to piggyback on other agencies' events that draw older adults, or their adult children. And third, probably most importantly, explore more types of interagency information sharing and posting opportunities about transportation services offered by WMATA, Dacl, Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and DDOT. I have some specific ideas for this. I also want to add my voice in strong support for the work of Iona Senior Services. I have a few seconds left. I'm going to turn to Age Friendly DC, just adding that I've served on the Age Friendly DC Transportation Committee. The district has a rich history with its Age Friendly program. The past week saw 2 substantive online sessions with the Age Friendly Task Force on its 5 years of work. I offer my remarks without having seen the final report for this period, so look forward to receiving and reading that document. Thanks to impressive continuity and effort, the Age Friendly DC program is about to craft its next 5-year plan. The district's program benefits from support from Mayor Bowser, executive branch staff, importantly, expectations of action by such staff to do their part to advance a shared vision, and finally, program continuity and forward movement, thanks to the leadership and work of Age Friendly DC coordinator Gail Cohn. She has no paid staff, although she has a variety of volunteers. I'll make 5 quick recommendations. First, in specific performance tracking measures in the transportation domain, that's overseen by DDOT, put even greater emphasis on the specific measurable sidewalk and roadway infrastructure interventions that improve the day-to-day safety of pedestrians and older pedestrians in particular, and DDOT information sharing about what those changes to our roadways actually mean. It's not intuitive. The spring 2023 age-friendly progress report includes some of those measures for completion by participating executive branch agencies. With 19 pedestrian deaths in the district last year and very insufficient systematic data collection on pedestrian travel and injury, it is reasonable to put pedestrians first, especially older pedestrians, in developing age-friendly transportation improvements to be tracked and achieved in the next 5 years. DDOT is very responsive generally. Second, plan to hold quarterly meetings of the Age-Friendly Transportation Committee in 2024 and beyond. Third, this is very important, popularize the work and accomplishments of Age-Friendly to expand understanding of, engagement with, and ownership of the Age-Friendly initiative. To some extent, Age-Friendly DC is a district accomplishment hidden under a bushel basket. Age-Friendly DC is less familiar or far less familiar to those outside entities I've mentioned before and the task force members. This is due in part to the reality that the AFDC coordinator has no staff, paid staff. Finally, actually next to last, make special efforts to interact with older adults to familiarize them with specific Age-Friendly DC accomplishments over the past several years. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, continue to explore and understand the different ways that villages, Dacl, and its lead agencies, the Commission on Aging, AARP, government agencies, may reach similar or different constituencies. They don't all address the similar constituencies among older adults. And my view is that those different constituencies that these different entities address can have quite different needs, familiarity with government programs, and access to information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Foote. Carol Aldridge, welcome. Press the button and you're on. When the red light, now you're on. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Carol Arledge Clomax. I'm a native Washingtonian representing the Model City Senior Wellness Center in Ward 5. I do have my yellow shirt with me. And I'm also representing Senior Speaking Out and Up. Our director at Model Cities is Stacy Mack. Several years ago, I and a panel of us testified before your committee to regain our bus that had been confiscated. You smile, you remember that. And to expand our overcrowded facility at Model Cities. Delightfully, we almost, not quite, have our expanded, renovated Model Cities, which has taken about 6 years. We're back again to address the issue on transportation. The money allotted for transportation for the Model Cities budget is not sufficient. It is absolutely inadequate. Seniors should not be held hostage to the political gains and some of the foolishness that goes along with that. We have too many seniors, not only at Model Cities, but throughout this city, who cannot go about their daily living, socializing, worshiping, shopping, and just basic living because of the lack of transportation. They are no longer driving for various reasons that I will not get into. Our oldest senior, who was listed as a public witness, but she's not here, who is 104 years old, who has testified before this committee in the past, and several who are in their 80s, their 90s, their 70s cannot access our center because of the transportation problem. The van that we do have was providing access, bringing seniors to the center 3 days per week. That number this fiscal year has been reduced to 2 days per week. Transportation is also needed for other center programs and events, and I will highlight one of those events a little later. Often, we have to pay out of our pockets for transportation to attend events and programs. This is absurd. Transportation to model cities should be and must be accessible for members living in Ward 5 every day that the center is open. One of the programs that we have that everybody loves is the Model Cities MC Steppers. They perform yearly at the Miss Senior DC pageant, and I see that our Miss Senior DC is here, Cerise Turner, who is going to testify later on. We also perform at city-sponsored events, and some of these events are held on the weekends. We perform at churches, at schools, wherever within the DMV. And we are the entertainment group in Atlantic City or wherever the National Senior Pageant is going to be held. And we represent the District of Columbia. This volunteer group of seniors, we dance our hearts out, believe me. I'm going to miss rehearsal today, so I'm going to have to make up really extra time. We break a leg each time we perform. Transportation is frequently a mute issue, and members must pay out of their own pocket sometimes just to travel to these events, especially if it's being held on the weekend. These ladies are ranging from ages about 62 to 87. They deserve complete support, and transportation should not be one of our issues when we go out to perform. The Connector Card, managed by Yellow Cab, only provides $100 per month for transportation. In most cases, this would only permit a senior to travel for 1 week, about 5 days, round trip to go anywhere. Seniors such as our 104-year-old native Washingtonian, who is a past businesswoman, she's independent, she lives by herself, she's very capable. She now cannot obtain a Connector Card currently because Yellow Cab does not have the funds. She's not alone. She and others have applied at the beginning of this fiscal year or slightly before, but they've been told now that there is a waiting list of hundreds of seniors who are in the same predicament because Dacl does not have the money. Nothing seems to be moving that way in that area or being shifted around to sustain the seniors. Seniors are the backbone of this city. They have laid the foundation, marched, fought, and legislated for everyone. And now it seems like there is a neglect and isolation. One of the things I'm passionate about and very concerned about and know about is that one of the primary mental health issues for seniors that also may attribute to health issues is isolation and depression. When you're unable to go about everyday activities to shop, to keep maintenance appointments, get your nail done, to get your hair done, go to the barbershop, whatever, not just going back and forth to the doctor. Go to wellness centers when you can't attend events, when you can't socialize the same way. You can't utilize transportation because you can't use Uber and Lyft more than maybe 5 days out of a given month. And the itemization of this list goes on and on as far as just basic living, just to live, right? And when you can't use Uber, but such for a very limited time because of the monies, that can result in the end, and that should not be. Therefore, we are requesting that sufficient dollars be added to, first of all, the model cities budget for transportation based upon our director Stacy's max proposal, and that Dacl is giving the appropriate funds to Yellow Cab Company program. If that means additional monies, it should be that will allow seniors residing in the District of Columbia the right to live and not just to exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Miss Sheila Wilson, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Councilor Member Anita Barnes.
Can
and
you
Co-
pull the mic just a little closer to you?
Thank you. What is that?
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you. Mhm.
Good morning, Councilor Member Anita Barnes and committee members. I am Sheila Wilson.
Can someone help
Yeah, just pull.
with this? There you
Put 'em
go.
out.
Now we got it.
Talking to the
Okay,
mic,
thank you.
Sheila.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Councilor Member Anita Barnes and committee members. I am Sheila Wilson, a Ward 5 residence and Model City member. I have been a Model City member for 3 years. The things I like about Model City are how well it is managed by Director Stacy and her staff. I participate in exercise classes, art painting class, knitting and crocheting class, club memory, and nutrition class. I've met some good people, but I get along with everyone. I attend the center every day, but the Model City van only pick up twice a week. The other 3 days, I have to pay for a taxi cab and catch the bus back home. I am 87 years old. I fell at the Fort Totten Metro Station because police were chasing teenagers at the crowded station. I was taken by ambulance to the Howard University Hospital, examined and released. Thank you, Council Member Bonds and the Department of Aging Committee, Living and Seabury Resources for Aging, for all you do to keep Model City open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes this panel. Thank you for your testimony. And I must say, as you were speaking, I was trying to be creative and think about how we might come up with the transportation needs that you have. And so hold me to the fire to try and find you some transportation. You know, years ago when we had dedicated transportation for the various centers, but I don't know, something happened. And we decided that it just wasn't working as effectively as it was planned. And so I think now as we are really focused on addressing social isolation, we have to come up with a new plan. And we just must find a way to move people around, and particularly to programming that makes a difference in their lives. So, you know, I will work on that. We, of course, will talk with the director of Dacl and see what they have in mind and how we might do it. But I suspect more than anything else, we're at a point where we probably are thinking about how do we get outside resources to begin to augment some of the needs that we have in our community. So give me a little moment to think about how we can do that. But you have my commitment to make sure that the stepping women, and I guess there are a few men.
I'm one of them. Nobody
And
else
a
here.
few men, I guess it's a few men, no men. Okay.
Not yet, not yet.
All right, not yet, okay, but that you need to be seen across the city. Because, you know, as you have made it very clear, we all are going to live to be 100. And so we might as well be ready for it and embrace it and figure out how and what it's going to look like. So just, yeah, and I'm one of you, so you know I can
know.
speak with
I know.
distinction about this. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Foot, for your testimony. And it does point out some of the things that we need to really zero in on. And transportation, I'm very pleased to know that you have had a good relationship with DDOT, being that you serve on one of the community task force. But we really need to make sure that when there are improvements in the sidewalk, the roadway, that our general community knows about it. But certainly, I think we need a little more courtesy given to our senior community. And it's sometimes very good that an agency, such an important agency, also has conversations with the community. Usually we utilize our ANCs for that, talk to the ANC. So we're going to have to hold the ANCs responsible for reaching out to the residents in their single member district, in their commission, so that we all are kept abreast and we'll have an opportunity to opine on what the plan is and how it does or does not really help our senior community. Because we're kind of landlocked. We don't have many places that we can move to. So, and we have to start thinking about it from that perspective. And so if the sidewalks and the roadways aren't working in our neighborhood, we have to speak out about what are our needs and see if a creative organization like DDOT can't address it more specifically. So I appreciate that very much, hearing from you. I see my colleague is still on, Councilmember Lewis George. Do you have any questions of this panel? I must warn you, we must end at 1:30.
Oh, that's what I was going to just tell you. I have no questions for this panel. Thank
I
you.
have 9 panels of 6 individuals. I'm petrified that we won't meet. What we are having at 1:30 is a review of all of our finances. And it is mandatory that all of us participate, us being the council members. So that's why I have to do a pause and come back, at an approximate time. So I apologize. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Thank you. And thank you to this panel. Our next panel, Marla Lahat, Dawn Quattlebaum, Ari Parker, Sal Savidio, Denise Snyder, and Kathy Pointer. Not sure how many may be in, but we have some on Zoom. That's it. All right, we're going to start with Ms. Lahad and then move to Ms. Quattlebaum, who is in person. Ms. Lahad, we can receive your testimony now. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Marla Lahad, and I am the Executive Director of Home Care Partners. Home Care Partners is a nonprofit home care agency that provides 3 essential services through generous funding from the DC Department of Aging and Community Living that are designed to help older adults remain in their homes. The Homemaker Home Care Aid Program, the DC Caregivers Institute, and Safe at Home. We are very appreciative of the generous funding and support from Director Sharon P.W. Hines and the staff of Dacl. Each of our 3 Dacl-funded programs fills an essential need for older persons and adults with disabilities. All of these programs support the clients to remain safely and independently as possible in their homes. Today, I would like to give you an overview of the programs and the funding gaps that we face in FY24, in large part because these programs were so successful in FY23, but are facing cost increases while our budgets remained flat. With growing demand and increasing costs, it simply is not possible to provide the same level of service as in prior years without dedicating more robust funding. The Homemaker program provides certified home health aides to older DC residents. This is a gap-filling service. Our clients do not qualify for Medicaid services, but would also find it difficult to pay the full cost of their care. The majority of our clients receive less than 12 hours per week of service, but it's been enough to help them age in place in their homes, thereby saving millions in nursing home costs. But the needs and demand far exceed our funding and our ability to serve all those who could benefit. We have a waiting list that has been paused for over a year and can't accept any new referrals. Now we are facing even more potential reductions in the already small number of hours that our clients receive in order to stay within our budget. The DC Caregivers Institute. This wonderful program provides comprehensive supports to family members who care for older DC residents, the spouses, adult children, and other family members. Our services include support groups, educational seminars, reimbursements for caregiving support, supplies, and more. One of the most utilized and critical supports offered by this program is respite care. By paying for just 16 hours of respite care per family each month, family caregivers are able to take a much-needed break from their duties. These services have been so well received that neither our FY23 budget nor our FY24 budget were sufficient to meet the demand. Once again, we are facing difficult choices and anticipate that we'll need to reduce the respite hours in order to stay within our budget. And finally, the Safe at Home program, which I know is near and dear to many. The Safe at Home 1.0 program provides occupational therapy assessments and home modifications. In FY23, 938 households received home modifications through Home Care Partners Safe at Home. There is another agency that provided additional modifications. These modifications were life-changing for the participants. The program is so much in demand that in May of 2023, we saw that the FY23 budget would not last the full year, and we had to start holding applications at that point until FY24 when the new fiscal year funding became available. We anticipate the same situation in FY24 and may have to start holding applications even earlier. In 2019, the district was home to approximately 83,600 older adults, and that population is projected to rise by over 24% by 2030. It is clear that funding for these essential programs is generous and appreciated, but it is not enough to meet significantly increasing costs and the growing demand. We are very appreciative of the collaboration with staff at Dacl as we make our difficult choices. Dacl staff have been very responsive in working with Home Care Partners to minimize the disruption to older DC residents. However, without additional funding, reductions will have to be made, and the result is that DC residents will be impacted. Thank you so much to Director Hines, the staff of Dacl, and to you, Chairperson Bonds, and the other committee members for your leadership and support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Dawn Quattlebaum, Seabury Resources for the Aging.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee and staff. My name is Dawn Quattlebaum, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this testimony as part of the performance oversight hearing for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living, also known as DACL. Seabury has launched its celebration of our 100th anniversary as a nonprofit organization that provides personalized, affordable services and housing options to help older adults in the greater Washington, D.C. area live with independence and dignity. Seabury supports more than 10,000 older adults and family caregivers each year through comprehensive programming designed to keep older adults safe, secure, and connected. We work to end housing and food insecurity and to mitigate the negative physical, emotional, and mental impacts of social isolation. Our core programs provide affordable housing, care management, congregational resources, and nutritious meals to residents in our communities and for those aging in place. I found it interesting that the U.S. Department of Human Services met yesterday a few blocks away on the topic of food as medicine. The administration's efforts to place prevention first as a strategy to prolong healthy living and eating should be applauded, as well as DACL's focus on nutrition and addressing food insecurity. According to research from USDA and CDC, about half of all American adults, or 117 million individuals, have one or more preventable chronic disease, many of which are related to poor quality eating patterns and physical inactivity. These include cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, some cancers, and poor bone health. Our partnership with DACL makes a significant difference for the older adults that we serve. Through the Ward 5 and Ward 6 lead agencies, Model City Senior Wellness Center, and the citywide LGBTQ Out and About program, we implement programs that drive engaging, hyperlocal, community-driven strategies that promote social inclusion, promote healthy practices, and address food insecurity. Model Cities addresses health disparities through fitness, nutrition, and social activities. Out and About focuses on diversity and inclusion and reducing social isolation. Beyond providing healthy meals at dining sites in Wards 5 and 6, Seabury also takes many DC older adults to the grocery store on a regular basis. This provides an opportunity to purchase good food and to chat with neighbors and our nutritionists about food options. We are so pleased that DACL's funding for transportation had made this a reality, as well as an opportunity for other excursions, a very popular feature of dining site program. We also appreciate DACL's focus on developing community dining sites to offer better programming. And our work to reach more isolated DC older adults is an ongoing effort that Seabury has been committed to for 100 years. Our expertise, trust, and capacity to support older adults is leveraged through funding from DACL, private donors, grant makers, and government entities. We urge the government of the District of Columbia to continue to amend programs and services that enable older adults to live independently in their homes and neighborhoods. We are thankful for the support that Seabury has received over the many years with DACL and are appreciative of the long-term partnership to achieve shared goals. The transportation service is invaluable as we continue to navigate around the deep impact of the pandemic and the threat of other health crises, including climate change. We ask the district consider additional funding for programs serving older adults, as changing demographics will equate to larger demands for services with a workforce that is already stretched for resources and competition from other critical needs. Ultimately, these comprehensive support services result in lower costs to the district because the financial impact of social isolation, food, and housing insecurity is far greater than any investment that is made for the immediate future to mitigate such conditions. What we hope for is the future of the district to continue to be responsive to the needs of older adults, that is a safe and secure place for older adults to live and thrive, and a district where aging loved ones can stay in their homes without being displaced away from what is familiar to them and cherished. We greatly appreciate your continued support and look forward to our work with the Council of the District of Columbia, the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, and all of the partners we consider a part of our Seabury family and community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and happy to answer any question. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and the committee and DACL for your continued support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we will hear from Ceal Verigo. I believe it is. Oh,
Good morning.
okay, there you are. Thank you.
Here I am. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and others. My name is Sal Silveggio, and I'm here to encourage you to advocate to our DC government to continue its financial support of our many villages that provide vital services and resources for our older community members. I have seen, as both a financial supporter and volunteer since 2015, how Northwest Neighbors Village has helped its members age safely in their own homes, as well as provide vital information and help, such as was demonstrated during our experience with COVID. Northwest Neighbors acted as a conduit of information during those early difficult times of the pandemic, as well as providing transportation to members to receive their life-saving vaccinations. I have seen how the opportunities for social interactions and programs provided by the villages has helped combat isolation, support healthy living, encourage continued educational engagement, thereby enabling participants to experience a better life in their older years. The villages also provide clinical case management by social workers that help older individuals and their families navigate the sometimes confusing maze of government services that are available but not often known about. They can be a source of comfort and information when families are thrown into a medical crisis and need assistance to understand options and care. The funding provided by the district will allow the villages to continue to offer, among other things, free memberships for those who would otherwise be financially unable to access the care they provide. I would also like to point out that as an investment, by leveraging the value of the services provided by our volunteers and the donations made by its supporters, DC is magnifying its funding to our villages manyfold, thereby allowing other budgetary commitments and priorities to be realized. The goodwill and community spirit created by our villages make DC an attractive place to continue to live and flourish. Councilmember Bonds, there is often much bad news coming into our lives from a variety of sources. The resources and opportunities for engagement our villages provide is a source of good news and affirms the commitment we all should have to nurture the well-being of each other. Thank you for this opportunity to present this testimony. As you will hear from other village representatives, the movement has broad support among our district residents who view the villages as a vital resource for our community.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Ms. Denise Snyder. I guess, Ms. Snyder, you won't be able to hear this, but you're muted. We can see you, but
Sorry about that.
all right, we see you and we hear you now.
I had such a great beginning there too. First, I want to thank you, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Louis George and all of the staff there for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm here representing the Foggy Bottom West End Village to address the work of the Department on Aging and Community Living. DACL provides both critical direct services for older adults in our city and provides an umbrella for many organizations working to create an essential safety net for those citizens. This function, the umbrella function, allows for greater coordination of services and more effective use of resources. I'm here today to speak specifically to the efforts of the 13 DC villages, which are made possible in part due to funding by DACL. As you know, villages are incorporated nonprofits with the mission of helping older adults remain in their own homes for as long as possible, while doing so safely and living the best life possible. A key point is that villages rely heavily on volunteers to accomplish our mission, and this makes us a very cost-effective service provider. In fact, last year, village volunteers gave just under 35,000 hours of service to help support older adults. Those hours represent the work of over 16 full-time employees. If village volunteers had to be replaced by paid staff, the cost for those services would easily exceed $1 million. Villages play a unique role in the city's safety net for older adults. Because we're neighborhood-based, there's an element of familiarity and trust that develops between the volunteers and those being served. Every one of our 11,000 services provided last year to village members included social isolation reduction because our volunteers make it a point to take time to chat with the person they are helping. So in addition to, say, getting a needed ride or help with a tech issue or having groceries delivered, the older adult also has a relaxed and comfortable social interaction with someone they trust. While villages are membership-based, every village offers reduced fee memberships, ensuring that money is never a barrier to joining a village. Additionally, last year, over 1,300 non-members received help from villages through a variety of channels. Because the 13 existing villages only cover parts of the city, it's a top priority to expand and add either new villages or to provide village-like services in currently underserved parts of the city. We have been doing this in part with DACL support through faith-based communities across the city, and we hope to continue to expand that program. In summary, although all the villages have additional funding, the grant received from DACL helps villages provide the grassroots support that older adults need. DACL's other functions, including adult protective services, caregiver support, and the Safe at Home program, are crucial elements needed to keep our older adults safe, healthy, and engaged. The villages appreciate the work of DACL and its many facets, as well as the support we receive to help us implement our mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Kathy Pointer.
Yes, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. I too want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Pointer. I am the director of the Kingdom Care Senior Village in Ward 8. As Denise has said, there are 13 villages in the city, and we are one of those 13. We are 7 years old at Kingdom Care, made possible only by a grant from the then DC Office on Aging and Community Living. And it's our continued existence relies heavily on DACL funding. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser, to you, Councilmember Bonds, and DACL for continuing to invest in the village model, embracing it as part of the city's overall network to provide senior services to DC residents. You've heard again just a few minutes from Denise Snyder from Foggy Bottom, and you'll hear from others today about the work of villages and the role we play to provide services. Collectively, we reach a great number of seniors, some of which are harder to reach and harder to touch by the city and other organizations. This is, as Denise says, because of the relational aspect of the village model. I appreciate the diversity of organizations in the city's senior services network that allows us all in our respective roles to support the health, safety, wellness, well-being, and yes, even the happiness of our seniors. As a village director, we desire to continue to play an intricate role in this support system for our city. I want to use the next few minutes of my time today to share about an important aspect of the village model as it relates to reaching into communities of color. Councilmember Bonds, you asked the question last year if more villages are needed in the city. The answer is a resounding yes across the city. As it relates to communities of color, we are the only village in Ward 8. And although I've had a few conversations over the past year with interested parties, there is not a village in Ward 7. As in so many cases, equity rose to the forefront of discussions in the country, certainly did so among the DC villages during COVID. Understanding this, not only did we talk about it, although in a small way, and again, Denise just alluded to this, we did something about it. With the existing funding that we already have from DACL, the 13 villages came together and we decided to allocate a portion of that funding to an outreach effort that we called Age in Place DC Senior Support Services. We partner with houses of worship in various wards with the sole purpose of reaching into communities of color to provide village-like services. This past year, we worked with faith churches in wards 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. I am privileged to lead this effort. As a co-pastor of a church, I know the importance of the church and the African-American community and the role we play to rise to the occasion in times of crisis. And in my 30 years of serving the African-American community, I pondered a way to address this issue. What came to mind as we thought about how we could utilize this support, what came to mind is the city may not know the seniors or know where they are, but the church does. They may not understand their physical and mobility issues, but the church does not know their family members, but the church does. Seniors are loyal to their places of worship, and there is a trust bond already there. So we launched again this project called Age in Place DC Senior Support Services. We identified the problem as the lack of awareness, diversity, and access to senior villages for people of color. The purpose was to modify the village concept to provide village-like services to seniors in communities of color. And the approach was to partner with houses of worship, identify an ambassador to be the liaison between me and their church in our 13 villages and their communities. Through this project, monthly meetings were held. We shared resources with all the ambassadors of those churches. Webinars were held with DACL, Safe at Home, other organizations to make sure that the ambassadors were aware of all the programs and services that seniors are eligible to receive. And we've heard this before, that many seniors, they don't know oftentimes the services exist. They don't know how to navigate online to access the services, complete the applications, have the time nor the desire to talk to 50 people or talk to a machine. So just having someone to be that person for them is important. Also, we provide a monthly reporting process where the ambassadors have to report in on the number of seniors served, what services were provided, what were some of the issues, what resources do they need, and also to provide some kind of highlight of what they experienced during the month. Again, as has been said multiple times this morning, seniors need one-on-one, hands-on assistance, and through the villages, through people they trust, and through this project, they are able to receive that. In our first year, and I'm going to wrap up now, in our first year, the pilot year of 2022, through the partnership with 7 churches, we provided 1,078 services to seniors, connecting them to home-delivered meals, COVID vaccines, transportations to vote, other transportation, grocery store trips, in-home services, check-in calls, visits, mail pickup, whatever they needed. We also, and this I believe was the first year that DACL kind of brought in-house their case management services. We referred 89 seniors to DACL, mostly to start the EPD waiver process. I want to also thank Ms. Best at East River and Ms. Bailey for helping us with that effort as well. This past year was year 2 of the project. We added partners. We worked with 9 churches. We served 138 unduplicated seniors, providing 8,222 services. Again, check-in calls, visits, transportations, groceries, light yard work, vaccines, lunch and learns, trips, wellness fairs. We just did a number across these 9 churches, many different things. Councilmember Bonds, this model shows us that villages can assist in our pursuit to serving seniors throughout the city. This model has shown us that we reach many with little, and we can do much with the little that we have been provided. We thank Director Hines, too, for her time. I want to thank her tremendously for her time she has invested and getting to know the villages. And just year one, I believe she was only 2 months in or so. She attended our 7th year celebration and stayed, I think I heard someone say earlier, the entire time asking questions to learn more about the village movement. So again, we just want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you to the committee. Thank you, Director Hines. Definitely thanks to the mayor and all who support our seniors. And definitely we are certainly asking for continued support for our villages. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. I believe that completes this panel. Very powerful presentation of how we are helping, but understanding that we maybe could help a little more if we reach more people, if we perhaps had additional resources. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Pointer, you mentioned some awesome figures here. Can you remind me of what number you gave for the unduplicated seniors that you reached through the 9 churches?
1,238.
All right. And what was the budget expenditure on that group of individuals?
We have a mere $40,000 budget, and we work with them for 7 to 8 months. Yes.
All right, we're hearing it. We're hearing it. And if you had twice that, you could reach more.
Absolutely. No doubt.
Sure, you could reach more.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really an outstanding number. But it also says that we're not really talking millions, we're talking thousands.
Yes.
And I appreciate that, given where we are in our budget cycle. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
That's absolutely tremendous. Ms. Snyder, thank you very much for being the anchor for the villages and letting us understand a little more of what is the responsibility of villages and how they use volunteers. Just wondering, you're in Foggy Bottom West End. So when you say volunteers, are you primarily telling us that the students at the universities are very helpful to the village?
Well, there are probably 2 ways to answer that. One is yes. George Washington University for my village is extremely helpful. We get a lot of interns through them that work specifically with our members. However, when I'm quoting those numbers of the number of volunteers and the number of volunteer hours, that's the total for all 13 villages, not just my village. So the $1 million literally that our volunteers save by giving their time is something that is representative of all 13 of us.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that we are getting some engagement, involvement from students that are in our city.
Absolutely.
As we probably aren't aware, there are, I think there are like at least 14 major universities in the District of Columbia with student body. Most of them are small programs, some located along Connecticut Avenue and some of those larger buildings. And it just seems to me we might challenge them to come out and be a part of what we're trying to do, and that is to fight isolation and get people out and around and a part of our society again. So just a thought. You all are helping me think about some of the things that we might be able to do. So thank you for that. And Mr. Salvego, I hope I've gotten closer to your name. Thank you very much. Pretty close. Okay, I'm getting there. Okay, 3 more times and I should have it. What is it, 7 times and you got it? Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. I will start with Councilmember Lewis George. She's been with me since the beginning. And then I'll turn to a very faithful member of our committee, Councilmember Matt Fruman from Ward 3. So Councilmember Lewis George.
Well, thank you. I wanted to come to Dawn. She's in person. Okay, I can't see you, but I know that you're there.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Seabury, for the amazing work you do for our seniors and the resources you provide for our aging community. It is such, you've been a consistent source of for our seniors in the District of Columbia for a number of years. If you had suggestions for sort of how we improve within the Department of Aging Community Living, transportation, how we do intake and how we manage case management, what would your suggestions be?
Let's see, let me take transportation first. And thank you for starting with that. And I just want to add that additional transportation funds are needed. So I will echo what others have said today, especially transportation to the sites and the senior wellness centers. When we had that pre-pandemic, we were able to get people out. We want to get more people participating. The pandemic has changed a lot, including participation. So we need more transportation funds, which means, which I think Councilmember Bonds mentioned, a fleet, whoever would manage that. But I think that there needs to be a vendor or grantee, however DACL decides to coordinate that. But someone needs to bring that back in order to provide transportation to the sites as well as the senior wellness centers. In terms of intake, I would say when we had Seabury Connector and Seabury Connector card, you need staff, you need labor. I don't know what the funds are allocating now for, but if they're insufficient, I would say labor is needed in order to provide more support to people who are calling in, not just those who are using online services.
Got it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Sal, I want to thank you and our Northwest Village neighbors for all the work that you all do in our Ward 4 community with our seniors. It is invaluable, and I look forward in this budget to making sure you have everything that you need to continue to do that work. So thank you.
Thank you.
I will give my remainder time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Fruman, our council member from Ward 3.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds. I want to thank all of our witnesses. I have a couple of questions on the villages. It's funny because it's probably 15 years ago, 14, 15 years ago when I served on the ANC, and we helped stand up Northwest Neighbors Village. And I think it was one of 2 or 3 at the time. And it is so gratifying to see the growth of the village movement over these years and the kind of work that's being done. My impression is that the funding for the villages 2 years ago was 850, and then last year was 850. And I hear people talking about holding the line on that in a sense, but I'm curious, and maybe Denise, you are the person to ask, what has the growth been in terms of number of villages, numbers of people served, numbers of services provided over that recent period? My impression is that things have grown, but I'm curious how much they've grown. I think you're on mute, Denise. You're probably off to another great start, but you're on
Yeah,
mute.
there we go. The number of members in villages have increased, so correspondingly, the number of services and number of programs provided, et cetera, have increased as well. Our grant has remained at $850,000. This is the 3rd year. So, increased funding would be wonderful. Decreased funding would be catastrophic, I guess, to say the least. Although we have not added new villages, the expansion of the program that Kathy operates has enabled us to reach people that are in unserved communities. And that's a program that is essential, and we really hope we can continue to grow it.
But, and do you have a sense of the magnitude of the increase? I think that you're serving 9,700 in between October 1, 22 and September 30th, 23. Does that reflect, or in this year's, does that reflect a 2% increase, a 5% increase? Do you have any kind of sense of that?
Yeah, I would not want to venture that, although I would be happy to get you the specific data after the hearing is over.
Okay, I think that would be useful. Is there any sense of any imminent new villages being formed that if you're thinking about FY25, today we have 13 villages. Is there any chance that we would see a 14th or a 15th village in the next year and a half?
One of the things that the villages have done this year is we've sort of come together as a formal, informal collaborative. It's not a new organization, but it's an effort of the 13 of us joining together to try to increase our efficiency. We have just hired an executive director for the collaborative who will be starting the middle of next month. And part of her responsibilities will be to either establish more villages or to increase the kinds of village-like services that Kathy provides, but doing that in other areas of the city as well that are underserved. So I think we need to wait till she's in place next month and sort of let her get settled and then figure out what are reasonable growth expectations. We do expect to be adding villages, I can tell you that.
All right, very, very helpful. Thank you very much for your testimony. I think I can't have this panel in front of me without making a special thanks to Ceal for all of the great work that he does in the community that I live in AU Park and throughout the area for Northwest Neighbors Village. Thank you for everything that you do, Ceal. Ms. Quattlebaum, I have a couple of questions for you. And they're not exactly in your testimony, but here you are and here I am. So,
Good morning.
So I see Seabury is now the lead agency for wards 5 and 6.
Correct.
Is that a long-standing establishment or is that new for you?
It's long-standing.
That's long-standing.
For Ward 5 since 2009.
And for Ward 6?
Probably several years after that.
And then on the to what extent does Seabury partner with the villages? And how do you see the role of the villages in the areas that you are working on?
I'm grateful for the villages, our care management, as well as the lead agencies partner with the villages. And I do see an opportunity to expand that. And that's one of my goals for 2024, to outreach to villages and to others to partner. Because I think in this new era, post-pandemic, we have to continue to partner in order to expand our reach.
So, because when I look at the map, you have a couple of villages in your areas, but there's also areas that aren't covered by villages. And I think one of the things that would make the movement stronger is to fill out that coverage so that there's no question that this is something that serves everyone in the city. So I would love to help support you in any effort that you undertake on that.
Thank you. And we are considering an LGBTQ village, something that just in my mind, thinking about for this calendar year or forward. I think that's also a need.
That's very exciting. Thank you very much. So another thing, and it's off topic here, but I'm so grateful to you for the work that you do at Friendship Terrace. Really an important institution in Ward 3 and for the city. And I know that you have different projects that you're trying to do and that you hit bumps in the road. Everybody does, but when you hit bumps in the road, very vulnerable people can be imperiled. And I'm curious, and we can talk about this on the margins as well. Have you been able to make progress on the things that you've raised about trying to move that project forward and make sure that people are able to transition properly?
I'm so happy that you asked that. I didn't know whether or not you would do that today. I want to thank you and your staff for your assistance in working with the DC Housing Authority, thanking the DC Housing Authority as well as HUD. And just for those that don't know, Seabury at Friendship Terrace is an independent living community in upper Northwest Washington off of Wisconsin Avenue. And we have been there since 1970. The two individuals that I pointed out to you have been taken care of. We met with the Housing Authority last week. They have processed all that is needed, and we are really moving forward. So I'm very pleased with the progress so far. So we are able to continue. And just to give everyone some background, we have added 125 project-based vouchers at Friendship Terrace. And that's just not for Ward 3, even though it's located in Ward 3. It's for the district and even those moving from Maryland. I am so proud of that. So now we have 165 vouchers out of the 180 units at Friendship Terrace. So I'm just very elated, and I thank you again for your assistance, and we're really moving forward. So if we have not updated you on that, thank you for asking, because I did want to do that.
Well, thank you very much, and really thank you for the great work that you're doing. I mean, it's a great look, it's a great facility, it's a great vibe, and it's one of those places with a great walkability score, so
Absolutely.
that people can go to a grocery store. So really a great accomplishment. Thank you for everything that
You're
you
most
do.
welcome. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. Ms. Lahat, I forgot to just ask you a little more about your, you mentioned that you do not have enough funding. Are we saying that there's not enough funding for the home care aides, or the occupational therapy, or all of it?
All of it. Our funding has remained stable over the last few years. We're very appreciative of that, but our costs have increased and the demand has increased. And it's every one of our 3 programs with Dacl. And we are working very closely with Dacl staff. Our goal is to minimize any disruption to our clients, but there will be disruption. There will be some reductions that have to be made or people put on hold, as I mentioned, for Safe at Home. We wish we didn't have to do it, but we also know what the budget situation is. And without any additional funding, we have to work within our budget.
All right, and so when we talk about the Safe at Home, which, customarily Safe at Home is the grab bars and things like that, you're talking about occupational therapy.
No, I'm actually talking about all of it. I'm sorry. For Safe at Home, it's really the modifications themselves that drive up the cost. They are the most expensive part of the program, for very good reason. Those stair lifts and the ramps and whatnot, they're expensive and the costs are increasing. Some of our contractors actually are working at below the market value for some of those items, but the costs continue to increase.
I know that we are on a crunch for time, but can you help us understand how you work with contractors in order to get the mobility modifications that are needed in homes?
So we vet all of our contractors. There's a competitive process. They have to have certain certifications. They have to be licensed at a certain level. And from there, we have a number of contractors that we work with. The items that we're able to install in the homes, they are all approved by Dacl. The prices are approved by Dacl, so it's not random, it's not variable. A stair lift for one contractor costs the same as the same stair lift with another contractor, because that's what we're able to pay them.
All right, well, thank you very much. Ms. Quattlebaum, you mentioned transportation funds for a fleet. And we remember back in the day, the fleet idea. what would you say if instead of a fleet, there was these vehicles that become a part of the programming and I guess sort of become part of the, uh, I want to say ownership, but that's not the right word, but really are attached to the facility where we do our work. Could that work, you think, in the modern day?
I think so. I don't know if you recall, when I became the Ward 5 lead agency director in 2009, we had our own transportation. Model cities had their own transportation. And therefore, you can direct what is needed and adjust according to your activity schedule and pivot where needed. So yes, that could work as well. I say a fleet, doesn't have to be a fleet. I'm accustomed to a fleet, as you know, because we had Seabury Connector. We had to pivot because of the pandemic and change from transportation to sites to just home delivered meals because that what was needed at the time, and that's what we did. But yes, if you could go back to that model, I think that would work. It worked well for Ward 5 then, and it worked well for model cities as well.
Also, you were thank you for that. You were touching on the issue of the need for specialized housing for some of our seniors. Not everyone will be able to age in their current home. And I wondered if you've given thought to how we might, as a community, plan ahead or take care of the current situation that we have, because what you do at Friendship Place is outstanding, but I can gather that there probably a need for 3 or 4 additional Friendship Places. So have you had any discussion with Dacl or the Housing Authority that would lead us to think that we're moving and can move in that direction?
You're giving me some ideas.
I got it.
Right now, I am just so focused on Friendship Terraces refinancing, and now we have a year-long renovation of common areas and some mechanical systems. But I believe because of the pandemic, there are lots of vacancies in terms of
Yes, ma'am.
buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I think that would be a great start. Seabury would definitely be interested in partnering with that. But yes, I would start there because obviously you need the physicalness of housing in order to provide that.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a 6-story or 8-story building. You are right. We need, 3 more Friendship Terraces, but certainly utilizing vacant buildings throughout the city could be helpful.
And thank you for that. And I look forward to talking further with
Okay.
you about that. That would be a dream, that we can accommodate all of us because we're going to live to be 100. Might as well prepare for it and be where we need to be on these matters. Likewise, I wondered what kind of thought has gone into this issue of nutrition? And what I'm asking, it's one thing to say that different populations, because of their level of disability or their level of lack of nutritional attention to their bodies, it's one thing to talk about that, but how do we get individuals eating better? How do we, it's one thing to get the food to the person, we can write the prescription, but getting a person to consume the way they should to increase their livelihood. How do we do that? Is that a part of your thoughts about improving the nutritional, I'll say, complement of our senior population?
I would say you have to look at it in different levels. One, bringing people to where there is good food on a regular basis. So that goes back to transportation. And just say providing more transportation to model cities where you have evidence-based programming, providing transportation to the community dining sites. There are people who would love to go to those places and not be at home. So you would get the nutritional value as well as the socialization. But also utilizing the nutritionists that not only the grantees have, but also DACL, and doing more outreach and educational presentations there. I think that would be very helpful.
I also wonder if we are at a point where we can look at our vast network of restaurants and provide some options for seniors so that it's not just the routine conjugate meal site, but maybe somewhere else. I know you're going to tell me I need a little van to pick folk up and take them to that restaurant. I can hear my friends over there. I know where they're coming from.
I see, I feel them over here.
Yeah, I know you do.
And they're my friends too.
A lot of heat from them. But just wondered, I mean, as they say, this is our land too. You know what I mean? So, I'm getting crazy here. But really and truly, how do we begin to look at that as a real option to embellish our lives?
I think it's a great option. Unfortunately, I'm not recalling the restaurant and the restaurateur that we honored last year at our Leadership in Aging. But partnering with restaurants, I think is a great idea. And I think they need more revenue and income as well. And so I think that partnership would work well. It's worked well with this particular one. I'll have to get back to you on the one that we have worked with. They have provided meals, not just to Seaberry at Friendship Terrace, not to our group homes at Home First Residences in Northeast, but to other areas in DC. He has done a fantastic job, and I think other restaurants would do the same.
We would greatly, the committee would love to have any comments you want to make on the subject matters that we tried to air with you today. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our next. Oh, I'm sorry. R.E. Parker has joined us, who is a part of this panel. Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mr. Parker?
I'm well. How are you?
Go right ahead.
So, good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I would like to start by saying that I'm happy to be here today and to have the opportunity to address the committee and my fellow community members. My name is R.A. Parker, and I'm a staff member at Capitol Hill Village, one of the 13 member villages of the DC Villages Collaborative. DCVC is a voice for those who want to improve the options for aging well in their communities. And aging well in community means having the necessary opportunities, services, and supports to remain active, connected, and engaged participants in intergenerational communities, whatever our income and whatever changes may be part of the aging process. DCVC has a 4-part policy agenda to support aging in community that includes 1, pedestrian safety, 2, a strong direct care workforce, 3, funding for villages, and 4, adequate housing and long-term care facilities throughout the district. Today, I will be speaking about funding for villages. As a staff member of Capitol Hill Village since 2021, I have witnessed and contributed to the role that villages assume in assisting older adults to maintain safety and stability while providing preventative services to help them achieve their goal of aging in their homes. Villages are unique in that they bridge the gap where government services end and community services begin. I have worked with and built relationships with several village members for whom it is true that if they were not members of CHV, they would not be able to remain in their homes. Because we often provide one-on-one or direct service, sometimes even for what others deem minimal reasons, they are often overlooked by larger agencies and even by the families of loved ones. However, as someone who does this work every day, the services that we provide cannot be overstated. Villages provide transportation, support with medical appointments, help with household tasks, and socialization for our members. And while it has been said that villages are only for an elite group of people, and I would not deny that they started out that way, I would like to point out that CHV has made concentrated efforts to recruit and retain diverse membership on a racialized and class basis. We have implemented a help desk model in the low-income apartment community in Capitol Hill that gives those residents direct access to CHV, meeting them where they are. In addition to direct access, we have implemented sliding scale membership fees, ensuring that our village is affordable and accessible for anyone who wants to join, regardless of income. In regards to transportation, we know that many adults have to quit driving as they age for various reasons, and public transportation is not always accessible, especially for those with reduced mobility. I have witnessed volunteers drive or accompany members to appointments and even one-day surgeries, providing moral support and spending time with members when their loved ones were not or could not do so. It was the village that facilitated these connections. Another reason that DCVC is requesting the same or more funding for fiscal year 25 is to continue assisting the villages in providing transportation options to our least mobile and most vulnerable members, helping older adults get to their medical appointments and other specialized appointments, as that is one of the primary factors in keeping them healthy and thriving. In the social work profession, we often use the term meeting people where they are. Villages as a collective embody this phrase and literally meet clients where they are, in their homes, in their communities, and in places they love. In line with our vision of meeting members where they are, we use a strength-based approach to encourage them to use life skills, skills gained while in the workforce, and personal passions to engage with their community as volunteers, in service to others, and as affinity group leaders, assisting in the coordination of small but important tasks such as changing a light bulb or mowing the grass, both of which come with higher risk for older adults and could have detrimental effects if accident or injury occurs. These engagement activities help to prevent social isolation in older adults. A quick Google search will reveal how detrimental social isolation can be for older people. Last year alone, CHV assisted in facilitating approximately 11,886 friendly visits made by members and volunteers alike, in settings such as member homes and third places. These numbers speak directly to my earlier point of villages acting as a bridge between government services and lesser involved community services. Villages by design reduce isolation in older adults, and we seek to strengthen that design by using dedicated funding. We need your help. My role in DC Villages offers me the opportunity to fulfill both my personal and professional goal of enriching the lives of older people, a generation that has poured so much into my own life through their embrace, adaptability, wisdom, and readiness to serve. Those are the kinds of people that make up our villages. And so we're deeply grateful that Dacl has provided funding to DC Villages since 2016, and we hope that that partnership will continue. We further hope that funding for our villages will remain the same or increase in fiscal year 25 due to the important role that villages play in ensuring older adults remain active and supporting their communities. The only way that we can successfully sustain this model is to receive more funding. And as we know, good merit and intention are not enough in a world that runs on dollars and cents. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony, Mr. Parker. You make a reference to the medical appointments and that being one of the critical areas that you or your unit has assisted with. Do you have any data that could inform us as to the number of medical appointments your unit has been concerned with over the past year?
I do not have any numbers, but I can get that information for you. The exact numbers, that's outside of my scope.
Okay, we would love to get that information, and if you send it to the committee, I'll make sure that my members and Councilmember Lewis George, who is on with us today, will have that information. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. I'll be sure to get that to you.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Councilmember Lewis George, do you want to speak with Mr. Parker? Or need to speak with him? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions, but I thought that was really helpful testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. I was struck by your reference to the aggressive outreach to make sure that the villages are as inclusive as possible, and the model of using a sliding scale for membership, which I think is quite important. So thank you for all the work that you're doing and for your testimony on those points.
Thank you.
Thank you again to this entire panel. We appreciate your comments and of course your service to our seniors.
I
Ms.
just wanted to say
Quattlebaum,
very
sure.
quickly, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Medium rare restaurant.
I thought so.
Mark Duper.
3,000
Yes.
meals. I saw that.
He is
Yes.
excellent. I just wanted to mention it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we're really, okay, thank you. Yes, okay. All right, we'll now move to panel 4, and that would include Judy Berman, Eva Lucero, Holly Pollinger, Nadia Mercer, Jean Softer, and Susan Learnmouth. And we have with us, okay, all right, full court press. All right, we'll start with Ms. Berman when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Judy Berman, and I'm the Executive Director for Capitol Hill Village. As already said, we're one of 13 member villages of the DC Villages Collaborative. The collaborative has been working together for a while, but we've recently, as you've heard, have recently formalized and are expecting an executive director to join us in just a few weeks. So I want to talk today about funding for villages and our partnership with Dacl. There are other important pieces, I think, to the aging in place policies that we need to see in the district. But I'll just start with funding for the villages, since that's what's on the table today. DC's villages have become increasingly recognized as important contributors to the district's senior services network. In the initial phases of the pandemic, the value of our model became crystal clear. We served as the extended family of older folks in our neighborhood, the ones who made sure they were safe and had what they needed to thrive. When they didn't, we figured out how to get it to them. You remember that run on toilet paper that we all faced. People opt into our village for a variety of reasons. Social activities help maintaining their home. But when the going very suddenly got tough, we were right where they needed us, as intended. A village being there when needed is not unique to the pandemic. It's just unusual that so many members of our communities needed us in similar ways at the very same time. We are routinely filling roles that extended families often fill for their elders, whether it's accompanying them to a doctor's appointment or picking up groceries or replacing a light bulb so they don't trip on the stairs. And for those who do have family in the area, we step in with support when the families are stretched thin or when they don't know what services are available or they need help navigating chronic illnesses and complex care systems. While most of the DC villages have implemented an opt-in model that requires individuals to pay dues, we are not exclusive and we don't turn anyone away for inability to pay. CHV alone provides subsidized memberships for nearly 15% of our members, and those individuals are eligible for a range of additional supports and services. For example, we will support our subsidized members in accessing pretty much anything they need for their health and wellness, whether that's a replacement cane, a reading tool for the vision impaired, a home cleaning, or fees to participate in a musical group. The benefits of these interventions are not easy to measure because prevention is not easy to measure. Falls not taken, loneliness averted, but they align with the research on what we know to be true about healthy aging. Helping people stay mobile and physically active, as well as intellectually, socially, and creatively engaged, improves health and quality of life. Villages do this in ways that are nimble, effective, and cost-effective. In addition, our services and contributions to the community extend way beyond our membership. With approximately 2,500 members between us, DC Villages served nearly 10,000 people last year through ongoing programs as well as health promotion events and other activities. And as Kathy Pointer described, we are developing models to extend our reach further, and I'll share one with you that CHV has initiated. CHV developed a program we call the Help Desk, where we fund a peer health educator to set up an office in a subsidized senior residence for a set number of hours each week. With a laptop, printer, and mobile hotspot, the PHE addresses resident needs for everything from help with benefits applications to transportation information to emotional support. The PHE further supports the building residents to establish groups and activities based on their interests, such as a walking group or a grief support group, and connects them with additional resources such as free health services and volunteer support from the village. We started this program in one 200-unit building in Ward 6. With Dacl's help and in partnership with Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village, we expanded to a 100-unit building in Ward 5. Unfortunately, funding from Dacl was only available for 1 year, so our full expansion plans have not been realized. We're currently working to open a new help desk in Ward 8 in partnership with Kathy and Kingdom Care with funding from the AARP Foundation. Villages have a front row seat to what's needed in our communities for people to age well in place. Among those needs are long-term case management, especially for people with degenerative illnesses like dementia. People with Alzheimer's and similar conditions will often withdraw socially and become invisible to the system until they emerge with an adult protective services case. But they are not invisible to their neighbors. As villages, we know who many of these folks are. We know who their emergency contacts are, and we can engage them as well as monitor and intervene to prevent crises. If that is, we have the funds to do it. Capitol Hill Village is fortunate to have 2.5 full-time social workers who provide case management. Other villages share a part-time social worker funded by Dacl. It's not nearly enough to meet the need, especially if the numbers of those affected by dementia and other degenerative diseases continue to increase as anticipated. In conclusion, we are deeply grateful that Dacl has provided funding to villages in DC since at least 2016, and we deeply hope that the partnership will continue, including CHV's LGBTQ program, which is, I think, funded through a separate fund. Dacl was featured by the Village to Village Network in a national case study of partnerships between villages and their area agencies on aging. We hope that the funding for villages will remain the same or increase in FY25 due to the important role that villages play in ensuring older adults can remain active and supported in the community where we live, no matter what changes aging brings, as well as the role we play in connecting older adults to other existing programs and services. I will just point out that, for example, the costs to hire a social worker have gone up significantly over the last couple of years. Every older adult deserves to have a village, whether it's made up of family, faith community, neighbors and friends, or a combination of all of these. DC villages help make that possible. We play a vital role in making DC a great and supportive place to grow old. I've attached a copy of the DC Villages Impact Report to my testimony. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Eva Lucero, she is the Executive Director for the DuPont Circle Village. Lucero?
Good morning, Council Member Bonds, Council Member Lewis George, Council Member Fruman, and committee staff. My name is Eva Lucero. I am the Executive Director of DuPont Circle Village, a role I have been in for over 9 years. I have lived in DC for 30 years and am a Ward 3 resident. I was among the first group of village leaders back in 2016 to meet with you and other council members to explain the mission of the villages, their impact, and to request local government support. I have witnessed considerable change in our city along with the growth of the village movement and the demand for villages locally. According to Age Friendly DC's annual report, there are approximately 117,223 older adults in DC, and the population could increase as much as 25% by 2030. The need for a community-based approach to aging has never been more critical. As you may know, there are 13 villages in the district. Last fall, we officially formalized our joint relationships into a collaborative that we call the DC Villages Collaborative, or the DCVC. The DCVC offers a promising and effective solution to the growing senior population. DCVC provides a community-based infrastructure of villages throughout DC that prioritize health, independence, and social connectedness of older Washingtonians. It leverages DC's vast reservoir of social capital, which includes family, friends, volunteers, neighbors, and caregivers, to provide care for older adults so they can remain in the places they call home. Additionally, the villages offer a cost-effective approach to caring for DC's rapidly growing population of moderate and middle-income older adults whose incomes are too high to allow them to qualify for Medicaid benefits, even though they are not wealthy enough to access necessary health and aging resources. The village's focus on community empowerment and its commitment to respectful and dignified aging for older Washingtonians is core to what we do. This is accomplished with small staffs, a growing number of trained and vetted volunteers, and with public and private partnerships that we have developed over the years. One such partnership is with the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, Dacl. The funding that DC Villages receives from Dacl greatly supports the quality and the effectiveness of the service delivery that we provide to seniors in the district. Funding from Dacl enables the villages to recruit more lower income residents who are entitled to lower or waived membership fees. It provides varied programs that build meaningful connections among older adults and reduces social isolation. Among one of my favorites is Dacl's Wild Tech Alliance initiative that allowed our older adults to stay engaged through technology. I have a couple of anecdotal stories about how it effectively helped many of our members. It also provides services through our Dacl-funded professional social workers to assist members in their healthcare referrals, hospital and facility discharge planning, and accompanying members to medical appointments or taking medical notes to such appointments, at such appointments. It also provides physical and behavioral health programs, including yoga, meditation, falls prevention, Tai Chi, among others. It also helps improve our office infrastructure and stresses best practices. It is my hope that the partnership with Dacl may grow stronger over the next year. I envision a broader partnership between Dacl and the DC villages, where all seniors in DC will have equitable access to village services or equivalent services. The collaboration among the DC villages could reach to expand services to seniors in underserved areas of the city. There are definitely pockets that do not have villages that we get regular requests for, which include the Petworth, the Shaw, and the area around Mount Vernon Square, where there is no village available. The role of the DC Villages social worker could be expanded to identify and make connections with the DC seniors who are isolated. This initiative could utilize the skills and energy of the DC Village volunteers to canvass our neighborhoods. In closing, I would once again like to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for holding this hearing. I commend the work of Dacl and Director Hines in supporting older Washingtonians, and I only look forward to a growing partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Holly Pollinger from the Glover Park Village.
Hi, good day, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Holly Pollinger, and I am a volunteer at Glover Park Village in Ward 3. Glover Park Village is one of the 13 villages that are members of the new DC Villages Collaborative, and this new collaborative acts as a voice for the many residents of DC who want to see improvement in the options for aging well in our communities. We want to ensure we have the opportunities and the services and the support no matter what our income is or where we live. So today I am speaking out for funding for villages. My village, Glover Park Village, has been helping neighbors age well in their homes for the past 14 years, and I've been a volunteer for much of that time. I have helped put on events to relieve the social isolation that often comes with growing older. I've visited lonely people in their homes. I've driven them to doctor's appointments and to get groceries, and I've helped clean up their spaces. And I've organized monthly food box deliveries and helped in many other ways whenever I can. I am so lucky. I have lived in my house for more than 50 years, and now I am in the happy circumstance of being able to begin to ask for services from the village, as well as continue to volunteer to give service as I am able. I was amazed to learn that more than 75% of village members are women, and half of them live alone, as do I. Also, I am one of more than 1,300 volunteers who have provided nearly 35,000 hours of service to their neighbors. This must be a great help to the DC government for us to relieve the burden of care of its citizens in this way. In fact, DC Villages has developed other ways of helping to support the DC government in their efforts to help older residents. Our advocacy policies include 4 different strategies to support our mission: improving pedestrian safety, increasing the direct care workforce, growing the funding for villages, and developing adequate housing and long-term care facilities throughout the district. I might also add here that as a village that does not charge anything for membership, one of 3 in the DCVC, Glover Park Village depends on the generosity of the grant that we receive from Dacl to sustain our organization and to keep our volunteer and services effort growing. Our website informative, our events engaging and useful, and our many other activities supported. On a personal note, I have to say that you all would love the rush of happiness you get from helping neighbors and making their lives a little bit better. You probably do already know about that. As you grow older, there are so many little things you just can't do anymore. Get up on a ladder, carry heavy things from one room to the next, shovel the walk. So when neighbors do them for you, or when you do things for your neighbors, it is supremely satisfying. The village helps alert us to these needs, to even knowing a person needs help. We are the last mile, or even the last few steps of support that we bring into a neighbor's home. We could not do it all without Dacl and the grant. We are deeply grateful for that. In fact, now that you've heard how vital we are to the lifeblood of our city, we hope that funding for our village will increase in FY25 for all the villages. As we grow our services, the city can also increasingly count on our help to enable the volunteerism that we provide. The more we can expand our villages and add new ones throughout the city, the more relief we can give to the expensive process of running this great city. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have with us Mr. Gene Sulfur, representing the Northwest Neighbors Village.
Good morning, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Gene Sofer. I'm the volunteer president of Northwest Neighbors Village, one of the 13 member villages in the DC Village Collaborative. I'd like to thank you, Council members Louis George and Fruman, for your consistent support of the village movement and the Bowser administration for its support of DC villages, particularly for your support of a grant from the Department of Aging and Community Living, which has both helped to grow and strengthen DC villages. Your dollars are critically important to us, and we urge you to continue their support. Villages, as you know, are an innovative grassroots movement that allows seniors to age in community by recruiting, training, vetting, and coordinating volunteers to provide needed services. At NNV, we create and sustain relationships, neighbor helping neighbor, with a minimum of bureaucracy and a lot of care. We offer a wide variety of programs: virtual speakers, yoga, friendly visits, lunches, support groups, book groups, transportation, and other services intended to meet the needs of older adults. Our very substantive weekly update reaches more than 3,600 households each week. As you noted earlier, Chair Bonds, villages are key to the district's future. The district is home to approximately 83,000 older adults, and that population could rise as much as 25% by the year 2030. And according to a recent report of the Surgeon General titled Our Epidemic of Loneliness and Isolation, loneliness harms both individual and societal health. It's associated with a greater risk of cardiovascular disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. Impacts greater than smoking virtually a pack of cigarettes a day, greater than obesity and physical inactivity. And while loneliness affects all of us, it affects seniors more. The stress that increased heart disease and other medical conditions that come with loneliness cause incredible social stress for not only the victims, but their partners, their parents, their grandparents, and their families. And villages are particularly well suited to address loneliness and social isolation by offering programs that build community and give seniors the opportunity to meaningfully interact with others. In the words of the Surgeon General, we help build a country that's healthier, more resilient, less lonely, and more connected. I'd like to spend a moment telling you about NNV, which serves AU Park, Barnaby Woods, Chevy Chase, Forest Hills, Friendship Heights, Hawthorne, Tenleytown, and Van Ness. We have almost 300 members and 140 active volunteers. If you value our volunteer service as independent sector does at $50 an hour, NNV volunteers contributed more than $250,000 in service to their community. And we've been fortunate in being able to raise funds that fully waive the cost of membership to those earning $45,000 or less. Our excellent professional staff identifies concerns and addresses them before they become crises. We're very sensitive to the need to increase our racial and ethnic diversity for those we serve, the volunteers we recruit, our board of directors, and we've taken several steps to increase that racial and economic diversity. You can see that in my written testimony. I'd like to reiterate a couple of points about the villages. One, your support helps us reach more people than we would otherwise serve. Two, we often serve as extended family for those aging alone and without family in the area. We offer preventive health services. We are accessible and inclusive. We never turn anybody away. We're cost effective. We make aging in community not only possible, but an optimal choice, and we are trusted resources. By helping seniors age in community, we mitigate some of the demographic pressures placed on district services. We're a win-win-win movement. We help seniors live independently for longer. We improve their quality of life. We reduce medical and nursing home costs, and we improve the well-being of our volunteers. We understand that the district faces fiscal challenges, but in assessing the value of villages, it's important to understand not only what we cost, but what we save. We reduce the impact on city services. We fill gaps in the government social safety net. We reduce demand for city transportation services. We improve attendance at medical appointments. We improve food security. We improve access to medical services like vaccines. So we are deeply grateful for your support and urge you to continue support for this public-private partnership that means so much to our members at NNV and to seniors across the city. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to testify. We look forward to talking with you about this at greater length.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe that one of the panelists that Ms. Mercer, you are with us now. We'd like to bring you on.
Hello. Hello, Councilmember Bonds, and hello to the committee. My name is Nadia Mercer, and I am speaking to you today as a resident of Ward 5. and as the executive director of the newest senior village in DC Villages Collaborative, the Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village, and a grantee of the Department of Aging and Community Living. I am here today to provide testimony on behalf of the Greater Brookland Village members, senior residents living in Brookland, Brentwood, Langdon, and Woodridge and University Heights, on the Department of Aging and Community Living and the critical nature of its services and funding for villages. I would like to start with a personal story. Before I joined the Greater Brookland Village, I was taught how to be a good neighbor from my own next door neighbor, Miss Ruth. She lived next door to me in Brookland, having raised 2 grown children who had since moved away. She was alone and suffered a stroke, which left her with limited mobility. She had an EPD waiver and therefore was provided with a daily home aid. Miss Ruth was full of stories about growing up and helping her auntie at the diner she owned in Southeast DC and about her church members. She was well connected and she was good at asking for help. Despite her deep connections and her home health aides, I also helped her frequently, especially when her home health aides didn't show up because of the weather or due to their own family emergencies. There were times when a replacement aide didn't come at all that day. I made sure she was able to get out of bed, she was clean and dry, and she had her meals. I would help her out to the porch and she would watch my children play in the front yard. Other times it was more simple requests to adjust the thermostat or move the fan, to set the mouse traps, to read through the mail. Sometimes I would just sit and watch Jeopardy or Price is Right with her. At her funeral, her church friends and family talked about the neighbor that provided so much help when they couldn't make it. And I thought, of course I did. I lived right next door. And the friendship I received in return was mutually beneficial. Miss Ruth taught me how to be a good neighbor. When I found the Greater Brookland Village, I immediately thought about Miss Ruth and wanted to be a part of getting the organization established in Ward 5. And that's why I applied to be their first full-time executive director. Over the past 2 years, I have learned from the other 12 more established DC villages how the village model effectively and efficiently improves the well-being of seniors. Villages create a web of support and social connections for seniors right where they live. Villages make the connection I had with Miss Ruth possible for thousands of more seniors in Washington, DC. One of our main pillars of work is to recruit, train, and vet neighborhood volunteers to provide daily support to seniors in their neighborhoods, just as I did for Miss Ruth, such as transportation, errands, friendly visits, house projects, yard work, and meals. While Miss Ruth was good at asking for help, not everyone is. Similarly, not all neighbors know how to be good neighbors. Villages are critical to identifying seniors and training and organizing volunteers to make these connections and vital services possible. In fiscal year 2023, villages reached 9,700 district seniors, provided over 7,000 rides, 62% of which were to medical appointments, and over 2,000 grocery deliveries plus more. I now want to share one example of how Greater Brookland Village is supporting seniors by talking about one of our members, Miss L. We have a village volunteer call Miss L every day. On Fridays, a village volunteer takes her on errands. On Wednesdays, we have 2 volunteers go to Miss L's house to help her organize and downsize. And they don't just do the job, they listen while she tells stories about the different items in her house that remind her of her mother or the store she owned on the Eastern Shore. I go to her house as well and check in and play board games while waiting for the locksmith to come and do the job she needs from them. See, she doesn't like to be alone with contractors because she has short-term memory loss, and she needs the village to help her remember what the next steps of a project are to complete it. And so that's what we do. And we also provide that social connection while we're there. Our volunteers not only make it possible for Miss L to live alone in her home, they are providing her with essential social connections that is necessary for her mental health. Ms. L also benefits from DACL-funded activities at Model Cities and Hayes Senior Wellness Center. We provide her with rides and accompaniment to those sites on occasion. And while those sites are important activities for her, she says the village is the family she doesn't have. Villages have proven that we're a good investment. We are confident that villages offer a low-cost way to keep seniors safely engaged in community. While villages rely heavily on volunteers, which helps every dollar we receive go further, we need DACL funds to staff our villages, organize volunteers, run social, educational, and wellness programs, and provide referrals to fill the gaps. Okay, I know I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to thank Councilmember Bonds and the committee for your attention, and I appreciate being able to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. We have a couple of others who are on this panel. Ms. Teresa Ann King Smith will take your testimony now.
All right. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is going to come. Teresa Ann King Smith, and I worked with the council on many things, from Bill 17132, Payday Loan Consumer Protection Act, HPAP, Congress High Senior Wellness Center renovations, hospitals, new centers, recreations, and more. Job well done. For any person that's on the committee, Councilperson Barnes will tell you what you read will not be everything, and I may quiz you after my testimony. Now, we ain't finished yet, so let me discuss some of our performance at this time. First, let's stop using COVID pandemic as an excuse. Congress High Senior Wellness Center showed the city and the world that you must be prepared for the unexpected. The Monday after the stay-at-home order that was issued on a Friday, Congress Heights directors William Ritchie and staff began virtual classes and socialization after that stay-at-home order. He also was able to integrate the other centers in doing the same, 100% as their grade. Now, we're going to pepper it because we have talked about transportation, but let us include that when transportation comes to the centers, the doors should be operable as well as lifts, windows, etc. So I give transportation a C-. Now, renovations and facilities, 80% overall. So we're doing B as far as renovations. The problem with that, I would have given them a 95, but once the centers are completed and the construction is well, we have to make sure that the agencies that provide the passing grades so that the seniors can use those facilities are in place. Other examples and honorable mentioning are the legal counsel for the elderly. They actually get an A++ because everyone I've sent them to have been able to rectify their problems. And also Rebuilding Together DC and Alexandria has helped a lot of seniors stay in home. Second, the new Ward A Senior Wellness Center task force met this week. Permits are coming too slow, but we understand that there's been problems in making sure and assuring that we have a great facility. Now, the agencies, meaning Age Friendly DC, the Department of Aging, Commission on Aging, should hold us accountable, the task force, to make sure that we're going after whatever we need. So we receive a grade of 78%, a little bit lower. Finally, how well are the aforementioned agencies tapping into the resources provided by the seniors, the free resources that we're giving? You know, in the past, Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center has started new organizations and things that help the city, including the Economic Development Corporation that started at Congress Heights and that has flourished. But what about Help Age USA, which was started as a DC Grandparents Against COVID-19? What we actually did was start with the seniors, and then we started intergenerational education. We moved on to DC Grandparents Addressing Mental Health, which evolved. And finally, we're doing the DC Friendship Bench, which we do receive training on each level. And even though we're not medical professionals, we lend a listening ear to intergenerational problems and help them find solutions. Who knows anything about this? What challenges are you able to tell me that we can help you help us with the city? Now, I have some documents that I can give you that you might not be aware of. I brought that here. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it. And for those colleagues that are new that don't know me very well, I always encourage you to ask questions of the people that are on several panels, because you come up for re-election and people like me that's in Ward 8 will also stomp the beats of Wards 1, 2, 3, and 4 to help them get a good representative. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate that. But I must say, Miss Learnmuth, you were next, and I didn't. So sorry. You're next. We'll call on you now. Yes, you were on our list. All right. So.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Susan Learmonth, and I'm a founding member and volunteer leader with East Rock Creek Village, a local nonprofit in Upper Ward 4. We are neighbors helping older neighbors in Brightwood, Colonial Village, Manor Park, North Portal Estates, Shepherd Park, the parks at Walter Reed, and Tacoma, DC. We are one of the 13 member villages of the DC Villages Collaborative, which is a voice for being able to age gracefully within our communities. We want opportunities, services, and support systems that help older residents, regardless of income, or the inevitable changes that come with age, so they can actively participate, stay connected, and involved in their communities. I'm speaking in support of funding for the villages. As a former East Rock Creek Village board member and current chair of the volunteer committee, I have witnessed the difference we make in our community. I've helped train, recruit, and nurture a new generation of volunteers who provide rides to the doctor, change light bulbs, do small household tasks, as well as deliver groceries and good cheer during friendly visits and calls. It means that our members are better able to manage their health, live safely in their homes, and make new friends. It's good for our members, our volunteers, and the community at large. Villages are important to me and to my friends and neighbors because they help us stay active and engaged in the community. I enjoy the camaraderie of our regular walks, know that I have gained strength and balance from ERCV's fall prevention exercise classes, and our online programming got me to learn how to use Zoom, and it helped all of us get through the pandemic. I also work closely with our case manager, whose work is funded through the Dacl grant. Each month, our Fragile Members Care Committee meets to review the needs of our most vulnerable members and identify next steps. Our case manager has helped our members access benefits they are eligible for, assist them before and after hospital stays, and has been a calm, reassuring presence in times of stress and uncertainty. I know for a fact that the work of our case manager has literally saved lives. And the truth is, the needs of DC's aging community are increasing. We regularly receive calls and emails from people and their families who live outside our rather large service area. We need more villages to be founded to our south and east and in other underserved areas of the district. On behalf of East Rock Creek Village, I'm here to say that we are deeply grateful for DACL's funding to villages in DC since 2016 and hope that partnership will continue under the leadership of Director Sharon Hines. We further hope that funding for villages will remain the same or increase in fiscal '25 because villages play a vital role in ensuring older adults like me can remain active and supported in the community where we live and in the neighborhoods we love. Now, I know you like data, so I have just a little data for you. We have 155 members in East Rock Creek Village, 40% of whom are low or no-cost members. We hosted 519 events last year, and 600 services were fulfilled by the village. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate the data. Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Ms. Palmer, Vanessa Palmer. How are you, Ms. Palmer?
Hi, Ms.
Okay.
Barnes. Good morning, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Vanessa Farmer. I'm a member of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center and serve as Vice Chair on Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center Advisory Board. We are here today to discuss our concerns about the safety of seniors at Congress Heights. Broken front doors. Safety is essential not only for everyone, but especially seniors. Our physical safety, our ability to connect meaningfully with other seniors, our age and environment can play a major role in how secure you feel at Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center facility. We seniors at Congress Heights are a valuable community of seniors that are healthy, intelligent, homeowners and pillars of their community. We come to Congress Heights to increase our life skills and mental enhancement. We can't achieve these objectives if we feel we are not safe in our facility. The doors have been broken for over a year, and safety and stay cracked open so we can enter, or someone has to let us in. The building also need to be thoroughly cleaned once a month for the safety of the seniors' health and cognizant ability. Reports have proven that people who feel, let me get these papers, safe in their community experience better mental health than those who do not. Moreover, this perception of safety can increase the impact of other activities such as physical activity and social connection on mental health. We have endured this broken door, and Mr. Ritchie has put in orders to have it fixed, but for some odd reason, they're not fixed. And we really need to feel like we're safe in our facility in order to complete our tasks when we come there to exercise and do other activities. And then there's cracks in the foundation of the hallway. I mean, I know the building is kind of aging, but we are experiencing walls with cracks at Congress Heights, which creates another form of safety for all seniors that come to enhance the mental and physical being at the center. The cracks are gradually increasing, which proposes a danger for us as we daily walk through the halls to get to our new addition and the lunchroom. We need immediate action on these two issues because it is endangering not only the seniors, but the staff also. I thank you so very much, Ms. Barnes, and please remember that you promised us when you came to the center that you were gonna make us pound cakes.
You know, I did, and another place we're gonna have deviled eggs, and then I really do this now. I really do this. So I'm gonna fulfill that commitment. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms.
And remember, this is the month of love.
Oh,
okay,
yes, yes,
February.
yes.
So I will do my best to fulfill it in this month. And I'm sure the villages have some things that they need to, that I can do like this. And so I'm happy to do that as well.
Thank you. Ms.
Okay.
Thank you.
And sweet potato pies and all that. I know. Okay. Yes. I like to cook, and I have to cook for others. You know, it's just me and my cat. So that's the thing. So thank you very much. Let's see, we still want to hear from Ms. McAllister. You're on, I believe, with us. There you go. Now it's red. You can speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Anita Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Angeline McAllister, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. I first also want to thank you and Dacl for all that you do for the senior community in the DC area. And all the programs that you provide for us to keep us healthy and safe. I serve as the chair of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center Advisory Board, and I am here today to represent the members concerning the views and needs of the center, but more specifically, the relocation of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program to the center. The members at the center feel that this decision has been made without considering its impact on our members and planned programming. The Congress Heights Wellness Center currently has well over 600 active members who rely on its facilities for various programs and activities daily. While it is true that our growth in attendance, as with other organizations, was slowed by the pandemic, but an increase in membership and in-person activities have increased since the end of the pandemic. Last year alone, the center increased its membership by 106 people. On an average, a significant number of our members visit the center each day for exercise classes, wellness programs, socialization, and even a lunch program that feeds many people per day. The center is already bustling with activity and we feel that the standalone program is not feasible for our daily operations. Adding to our concern is the fact that the space is being considered for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program use is already allocated for virtual technology equipment purchased for our virtual pilot, exercise equipment, and furniture. We fear that this relocation will compromise not only the quality of services offered, but also limit accessibility for members due to increased congestion and program overlap that already exists within the center. We believe in inclusivity and understand the importance of programs like those for the deaf and hard of hearing community. However, for the last 4 years or plus, the seniors at the Congress Heights Wellness Center have lobbied with you, Councilwoman Anita Bonds, and the Department of General Services, as well as Dacl, for additional spaces specifically for expansion and increased program activity for our center. Now with the relocation of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program to the Congress Heights Wellness Center, the members feel that an attempt is being made to take away the newly gained space and shift the current dynamics of the center. Therefore, it is our opinion and desire that Dacl and East of the River for Southeast Collaborative, as well as for Southeast Family Strengthened Collaborative, ensure that the program is considered for operation at an independent site. We call upon relevant authorities to consider this or a backup option for full integration within our current program as opposed to being a standalone entity. I'd also like to take a moment to speak on our lunch program. Dacl recognizes the Congress Heights Wellness Center as a community site dining area where prepared meals are served to seniors Monday through Friday. A nutrition educational program is offered to promote better health and eating habits. The members of the Congress Heights Center are thankful for that. However, there are times when the food that is provided is less than desirable or nutritious even. While it is true that most of the time the meals are balanced, but nutrition is another story. We are often served processed foods that are high in sodium. The vegetables served, such as broccoli, cauliflower, squash, are cooked to mush and are colored. Once the vegetable is overcooked to mush and loses its original color, all the nutritional value, along with the taste, has been lost. Vegetables are often some vegetables are undercooked and are hard with no flavor. If we cannot consume it, it has no nutritional value to us. Then there are occasional days when there's not enough food to serve all of the members. Our center resides in one of the poorest wards in all of the DC, and we have members who rely heavily on getting that one hot meal a day, and not to get it because there's not enough food to go around for everyone is unacceptable. We are asking for better prepared meals and the assurance that every member who needs or desires a meal is served one. Thank you for allowing me to submit my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony for this entire panel. I would love for us to have time to talk about who we are in community that is, by age group, because I think I'm seeing a pattern here where those who are energetic and moving around, we tend to be at the wellness centers and the wellness center programming. Those who have suffered some decline are in their homes, and they need the village concept to kind of, you know, so I think, I think this is an opportunity for us to um, think anew as to who we are and how we're going to get the services that each group needs to them. And so I'm really looking forward to this. We're going to have a town hall meeting where we get to just have discussion about what our needs are, and we're going to do that before we do what they call pencil down on the budget. Okay. We have to do that. I think we've come to that point, and we can begin that process. I hope this year. So I don't want to say stay tuned, but we'll be sending out some information to everyone who hopefully is here today on our witness list. If you're not on the witness list and you're here to support friends, please make sure that Esbeth, who raise your hand, okay, that she gets your name so that we can make sure that you are invited to come, and let's talk about what our needs are. And let's see if we can't fashion it so that if we need more friendship places, let's begin to figure out how we can get that done. That's what I'd like to see us do, because I'm in this with you 100%, as you well know. Thank you all so very, very much for your testimony. Congress Heights has an immediate need to fix the broken door. I made a note of that. And all of our facilities must be cleaned, must be kept clean. I can't say enough about that. And so I'll be working directly with you to make sure that we get that done. I'm sure that's just an oversight on someone's part. What I've learned when I had to minor construction going on at my house, it looks awful. I mean, it's just really awful. But then if the contractor is on top of things, the contractor will clean up behind themselves, but not always. So, but I know that you're talking about daily cleaning, making sure that that happens. And some of our older facilities, it's really hard to make the floor shine again. So we do have to pay a closer attention to it. So I will work on that. I want to also thank all of the villages for coming forward. I did a little math, and I must say, what you can do with $40,000 is amazing. You are to be super, super, super commended for that. And we want to see if you had a little more, what more can you do? And we want to see if we can't get some partnerships in the broader community. I remember talking to a young woman recently who said she thinks that we ought to have an adopt a senior program. I don't know what that really means, but maybe adopting groups of seniors or senior programming that already exists. But I think it's time to look at that. I feel like we're all thinking more and more about returning to basics for us humans as the machinery attempts to take over, which we remember we created it, so we can't have AI just running everything. So I really appreciate you all for being here, each and every one of you. And I know some have to catch the bus. I understand. So we don't want to hold you too long.
Yes,
said
due
too
to
much.
budget constraints, so that you know about the transportation.
Miss Smith, you have said a lot. Thank you so much.
We've been working for years together, and I appreciate your help.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna work on this. We're gonna try our very best to get this straight. You know, every year I learn more, and you learn where resources are. Okay, and we do have capital dollars. Okay, we may not have operating dollars, but we have capital dollars. So the door needs to be fixed 100%. Thank you so very much. My colleagues aren't here, so that's why I'm not calling on them to speak. Our next panel, Maria Teresa McPhail, Catherine Dixon, Kenneth Mackey, Roscoe Grant, Jermaine Kelly, so Russ Turner, Miss Senior DC 2023. If you're here. And Mikkel Lee. So that'll be our next panel. Miss Turner, we're gonna start with you because I don't have an, oh, okay. We have the operator now. We'll go back to the order. Okay. Miss McPhail? Do we have Miss McPhail on? I cannot see who is in the Zoom, so they have to tell me, but Miss McPhail is here.
Catherine Dixon is here. She's
Oh,
number
okay, all right.
number 26, after Maria McPhail.
Miss McPhail or Catherine? Okay.
Catherine
All
is
right,
Catherine.
Miss Dixon, we'll take your testimony now.
Great. Good morning, council members. Thank you so much for your time. I am Catherine Dixon, the CEO of Rebuilding Together, and we help low-income DC homeowners stay in their homes by providing free safety and health-related repairs and upgrades. And one of our many programs is the DACL Safe at Home program, very similar to Home Care Partners, through which we serve older adults with free home modifications using OTs and contractors. And we are also able to leverage other funds that we raise to provide more in-depth repairs, including roof repairs, appliances, door security. I'm hearing that Congress Heights Senior Center needs a door. So, and so we certainly appreciate our relationship with Home Care Partners, who Marla was on earlier, legal counsel for the elderly, with whom we work to provide free life and real estate planning for our clients, and especially DACL, which is an invaluable resource to enhance living conditions for our older adults here in DC. So thank you in all support of DACL. And again, thank you for your time today.
All right, well, thank you very much for your testimony. No one else? What about, okay. All right, Mr. Roscoe Grant, you're next on our list.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and other members of the committee and guests here in the audience today. My name is Roscoe Grant Jr., and I'm the co-founder of Small Business Protection 247. I'm here today to represent the interests and concerns of small businesses interacting with District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living. I'm a 53-year resident of the District of Columbia, 41 years residing in Ward 7. Councilmember Bonds, as you rightly said, small businesses are the engine that drives our local economy. When they thrive, we thrive as a city. But how do they thrive when they face obstacles in obtaining contracting opportunities, or suffer delayed payments for their services? Most DC-based companies, being significant employers of DC residents and contributors to the local economy through taxes and property costs, are integral to our community's fabric. The legal framework mandates that contracts worth $250,000 or more require a minimum of 35% CBE participation, barring exceptions approved by DSLBD. Additionally, contracts exceeding $1 million necessitate prior approval from the council. Yet, there have been numerous instances where these regulations have been overlooked, leading to no certification of these issues. As business owners who bear the responsibility of signing checks, managing payments to employees, vendors, and covering operational costs, the delay in payments from the government has a catastrophic impact. This issue has led to the unfortunate closure of several businesses, while some government employees continue to receive their biweekly paychecks without disruption. This disparity in treatment and the consequent impact on businesses must be addressed immediately. Issues with Dacl's operational practices. One particularly troubling issue involves Dacl's handling of a notice to show cause issued to a contractor. Despite the contractor's comprehensive response addressing all concerns raised, the matter has been left unresolved. The situation took a darker turn when Dacl, in what appears to be a retaliatory action, granted funds to an unqualified vendor. This vendor, not licensed to operate in the District of Columbia or any other municipality, was not subjected to the rigorous qualifications that licensed CBEs in the district must meet. This decision raises grave concerns, especially when considering the welfare of seniors in our city, who are directly affected by the quality of services provided. The importance of qualified staff in government agency. A government agency effectiveness is significantly determined by the qualifications and expertise of its staff. In the case of Dacl, the lack of qualified personnel in key positions has become a major concern. This deficiency affects the department's ability to manage contracts and grants efficiently and equitably, a process on which numerous small businesses depend heavily. For instance, when staff without the requisite knowledge or experience handle complex contracts, the likelihood of errors increases. These errors can range from administrative oversights to severe misjudgments in vendor evaluation, leading to delays and financial losses for businesses. Moreover, unqualified staff may not be equipped to understand the unique needs and challenges of small businesses, resulting in decisions that do not align with the practices of the agency's goals. The detrimental impact of nepotism. Nepotism within Dacl poses another serious issue. When hiring or decision-making is influenced by personal relationships rather than merit, it undermines the integrity of the department. This practice not only leads to the potential appointment of unqualified individuals, but also creates an environment where fair competition is stifled. Nepotism can manifest in various forms, from favoritism in grant allocation to biased contract awards. This not only disadvantages deserving businesses, but also raises questions about the transparency and fairness of the entire procurement process. The long-term consequences include diminished trust in government institutions and potential decline in the quality of services offered to the community, as decisions are made based on personal connections rather than expertise or merit. The risk of awarding grants to unqualified vendors. Awarding grants to unqualified vendors is perhaps the most direct way in which the integrity of Dacl's operations can be compromised. Dacl's Grant Policy Manual 2021 clearly outlines the qualifications and procedures that must be undertaken to award a grantee. Grants are crucial tools for supporting services and business, particularly in sectors like food service and community-based services. When these grants are allocated to vendors who do not meet the required standards, it not only leads to waste of public funds, but also to a decline in service quality. The impact of this practice extends beyond the immediate financial implications. It can lead to subpar services being provided to the most vulnerable members of our community who depend on the effectiveness and reliability of these services. Furthermore, when unqualified vendors are chosen over qualified ones, it discourages competent businesses from participating in future opportunities, leading to a long-term decline in the quality of vendors. Proposed solutions and conclusion. To address these issues, I propose the following solutions: rigorous screening and training programs for Dacl staff, implementation of strict anti-nepotism policies, and transparent merit-based process for grant allocation. These measures will not only improve the current operations of Dacl, but also restore trust among businesses and the community. In conclusion, it is imperative that Dacl operates with the highest standards of integrity and efficiency. The issues of unqualified staff, nepotism, and the awarding of grants to unqualified vendors are not merely administrative challenges, but symptoms of deeper systemic problems. I urge the committee to take these concerns seriously and to implement comprehensive reforms to ensure that Dacl can effectively serve our community and support small businesses. Thank you for these critical concerns.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Ms. Senior DC. Ms. Turner, it's your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Barnes and members of the committee. I am Cerise Elaine Turner, Miss Senior District of Columbia 2023 and Department of Aging and Community Living's Senior Ambassador, representing and advocating for over 100,000 senior residents. On behalf of our seniors, I am here to express gratitude for the Department of Aging and Community Living's outstanding services, programs, and its senior wellness centers under Director Sharon P.W. Hines' leadership. Having actively participated at various senior wellness centers across all the wards, I can attest to their exceptional quality of their offerings, from engaging memory clubs and mental health classes to insightful diet and nutrition sessions, hands-on computer training, invigorating fitness exercises, informative town hall meetings, programs for the blind and visually impaired, and exciting field trips. The range of programs is truly remarkable. These centers are sponsored by the Department of Aging and Community Living, and they make a significant impact on the well-being, engagement, and social connections of our seniors. This support system allows seniors not only to thrive, but also to embrace life boldly. In a different capacity, as a landlord with a disabled tenant over 60 facing serious health challenges, I contacted Dacl for assistance. The representative promptly emailed instructions and the link to the electronic elderly persons with disability waiver application. The tenant provided this information to her primary care physician. During her in-person doctor's appointment for the completion of the waiver application, she experienced a medical emergency and was immediately transported to the Washington Hospital Center for a life-saving procedure. Dacl played a pivotal role in saving a life, and I credit them for their prompt and effective support. I would also like to thank Director Hines appointed Genevieve N. Johnson as our Ward 4 lead agency, I'd like to credit them and their social worker, Inga Hailstork, who is currently working with my tenant as her social worker, and the legal counsel for the elderly. They've all been very helpful. Dacl has also been instrumental in changing lives through the sponsorship of the Miss Senior DC pageant program, supported by the DC Seniors Cameo Club through planning, preparation, and mentoring. This program empowers women over 60 to reinvent themselves, be agents of change, and serve as role models for seniors. In summary, Dacl's unwavering commitment is the driving force behind the District of Columbia's unparalleled senior services and programs, making DC the best place in the U.S. to be a senior. Thank you for your attention and continued support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. I want the record to show that members of the Cameo Club are here in force and making sure that their representative is well received. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I believe there is Miss Endo Yadis, who is with us. Yes, Miss Endo Yadis is here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds, Council members Lewis, George, and Fruman, and members of the committee. My name is Nefeli Andoniadis. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I serve on the board of the Palisades Village, where I'm also the daughter of a member and a volunteer. As others have powerfully testified today, the DC Villages help create systems that increase the possibilities for aging well in our communities so that all older adults have the opportunities, services, and supports to remain active, connected, and engaged participants in our neighborhoods, no matter what our income may be and no matter what changes we may encounter as part of the aging process. This is often referred to as aging in place. But aging in place is only as good as the place one is aging in. DC Villages help support the places where older adults live, and through those efforts to improve and enrich the community more broadly, activating neighbors, helping neighbors to build social connections and cohesion. I am supportive and support the DCVC, the Village Collaborative's four-part policy agenda that includes pedestrian safety, a strong direct care workforce, funding for villages, and adequate housing and long-term care facilities. Today, I want to speak about my dad, my 96-year-old father, who is a member of the Palisades Village, and why DACL funding for villages has been critical to his ability to continue to live in his home. My father has lived in the same neighborhood since 1965, when he bought a home for his young family. It's the neighborhood I grew up in as a first-generation American citizen. It's the neighborhood where I started school, where my parents became naturalized as citizens, and where they continued to live in their retirement. When my mother developed Alzheimer's disease, my father became her primary caregiver, working to remain in the familiar environment of their home as they adapted to her symptoms of memory loss. Since her death almost 7 years ago, even as his needs for care increase, my dad remains in place, where the continuity and stability of home are essential to his sense of dignity, autonomy, and connection. Since its founding 15 years ago, Palisades Village has been an integral part of the social system that helped to support my parents and now my widowed father to remain in the neighborhood that they contributed to for almost 6 decades as valued citizens. For my dad, the village provides social and cultural gatherings and also provides transportation to get him there and home safely again. The village provides a buddy who checks on him, especially during extreme weather and power outages, and is within walking distance should an emergency need arise. Volunteers show up at my dad's house to shovel snow, deliver treats, and friendly visits. During my mother's illness, village volunteers provided companionship for my mother, respite for my father to help ease the overwhelming feelings of social isolation that too often are partners to us as we age, and especially as we age with dementia. The Village Case Managers Support Group for people living with low vision has provided essential access to district resources that are helping my father adapt to this new limitation he's experiencing. The village has provided access to vaccinations and tech support, educational programs, and entertaining gatherings with good food and good company. The social cohesion built through the village program and services has been essential to my father's knowing that he is not alone. Both his quality of life and the neighborhood's well-being are the better for it. DACL funding has enabled our village to increase its membership, to expand the range of services provided, and to continue to reach families like my own who rely on the social model of community care to support the intergenerational neighborhood where my 96-year-old dad can walk on sidewalks, where he knows every crack and raised root, where he has watched generations grow up, where he knows neighbors and is known to them. This is a privilege and a right that every older adult in the district deserves to have access to. I am grateful that DACL has provided funding to the villages since at least 2016, and I hope that partnership continues to remain strong. I urge the council to recognize the value of grassroots community organizations like the villages as powerful hyperlocal networks that build social capital and meet residents where they're at. I urge DACL to prioritize these broad and deep community supports that the villages can uniquely provide to all district residents and continue funding levels that remain the same or increase in fiscal year 2025. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe we have Ms. McPhail. I believe you're on now. All
Yes.
right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Congress Chair Bonds and members of the Committee, Executive Administration and Labor. I am Dr. Maria Teresa McPhail, President and CEO of VIDA Senior Centers. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify in front of this committee on behalf of the Department of Aging and Community Living. First, I would like to commend the amazing work Director Sharon Hines and the entire DACL team are doing to support our seniors. DACL has been a great support for the programs that VIDA offers for the Hispanic senior population. VIDA is the oldest nonprofit organization serving Hispanic and other low-income seniors in the city. For more than 5 decades, VIDA has bridged the gap for every important social determinant of health for Hispanic seniors across the city. Most of the seniors VIDA serves are living below the DC poverty line. We deliver multicultural and multilingual programs, serving more than 1,100 seniors under the umbrella of health promotion, which include vaccine uptakes and awareness initiative, medication management, chronic disease prevention and management, fall risk prevention, referral for crisis intervention, and much more. Additionally, we provide mental health and behavioral health counseling, nutrition, education and counseling, social services, and recreation and socialization activities. VIDA is a unique establishment which understands the seniors' culture and their language, but most importantly, we understand the specific needs of our seniors and meet them where they are. This fiscal year, DACL support constitutes 39% of VIDA's annual salaries for the staff working in its program, with a ratio of 52% of the cost of the DACL programs we deliver at VIDA. In 2023, VIDA delivered an average of 41,000 plus services within the domains previously mentioned, in addition of serving at least 14,500 congregate meals that DACL provides through the Nutrition Leading Agent Terrific Inc. 2 years ago, thanks to your support, Chairperson Bonds, and your administration, DACL made it possible for one-time award of $200,000 to be turned into an ongoing, reliable part of the standard annual funding for VIDA. Making this $200 part of the standard funds has allowed VIDA to continue to cover 100% of the recreation and socialization activities and 47% of the senior counseling services. VIDA couldn't function without this fund, and we are deeply grateful with you for it. Unfortunately, at the end of fiscal year 2023, VIDA was defunded by $60,000. While we are always committed to not let our seniors suffer due to these problems, the impact on the staff was very unfortunate. For fiscal year 2024, we have to cut 13% of the time across the board for all employees at VIDA working on the DACL programs. We are now functioning at 35 hours a week, schedule and ensuring that the seniors' care is not negatively impacted. I do want also to acknowledge DACL's 2024 support for transportation. In both year 2023 and 2024 grant covers around 12 field trips for the seniors to enjoy outdoor activities and 1 day a week for 15 seniors to be transported from to the Calvert site. A lot of work is being done, but there is always much more remaining. Our challenges are overall to get transportation 5 days a week for those seniors who are not able to commute to VIDA sites due to a complex commuting route or mobility problems. They are not a lot, but they need our support. To get at least pound for 2 more staff to help do all the work we're doing here, and to bring all the staff back to 40 hours a week. With much respect and appreciation to this committee, I urge you to consider these needs as you work with the ACL on the 2025 budget. We need your help. Our Hispanic seniors population deserve it to age in place and with dignity. I firmly believe that the work should be a great deal for us. This will not be sustainable without additional support to empower us to continue making meaningful difference in the life of our countless seniors in the city. For 5 decades, we have a great testimonies of the impact VIDA create for our Hispanic senior population. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. I welcome any questions, or I encourage you to invite us to discuss more about these challenges so you know a little closer the work that we do at VIDA Senior Center. Help us to move the needle to enhance the quality of life of our Hispanic seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe we have Mikkel Lee from Iona Senior Services also on.
Hello.
All right.
Hello, Chairwoman Bonds and esteemed council members. I am Michael Lee, the Senior Program Manager for Iona's Around Town DC program. I am honored to address you today to share the important impact Iona has had in collaboration with DACL. Iona proudly partners with DACL to facilitate lead agency services in Wards 2 and 3, citywide dementia navigation, LGBTQ support groups, and adult day health services. My role at Iona is to develop programs that cater to the unique needs of individuals aged 60 and above. My role at Iona is to develop programs aligned with the social/recreation and health promotion standards set by the Department of Aging and Community Living. Moreover, our mission at Around Town DC goes beyond provision. We strive to enable seniors to age well, live well, and remain active members of our community. Wards 2 and 3 are home to a substantial portion of the district's aging population, with an estimated of 33,145 older adults respectively. These wards do not have a brick and mortar senior center, which was the impetus for the creation of Around Town DC. Social isolation exuberates by the pandemic made our program's mission of combating loneliness and fostering overall well-being all the more crucial. Our hybrid approach, combining in-person programs at libraries and recreation centers with virtual events via Zoom, ensures accessibility for all DC residents age 60 and above. The popularity of our virtual events underscores the importance of continuing this approach. We have successfully created a platform that allows seniors to actively engage, participate, and benefit from our programs wherever they are. This virtual attendance not only exceeds our reach across the district, but also serves as a testament to the relevance and impact of our initiatives. It is crucial to acknowledge that our hybrid model is not just a response to the challenges posed by the pandemic, but our forward-thinking solutions to address the evolving needs of our aging community. Allow me to highlight some of our esteemed programs at our community center, each designed to cater to the diverse interests and needs of our participants. Simply Scrumptious Cooking, where individuals can immerse themselves in the art of culinary delights and discover the joy of creating delicious meals. For those who prefer an active approach to wellness, we proudly present chair cardio kickboxing and unique workout fitness program that combines the benefits of cardio exercise with the convenience and safety of seated workouts. Additionally, we embrace the power of rhythm and unity in our drum circle program, fostering a sense of community and creativity through the shared experience of music making. We are dedicated to providing a range of programs that not only keep pace with the evolving world, but also cater to the diverse interests and preference of our valued participants. In conclusion, the continued funding and support for the Around Town DC program are essential to sustaining and expanding our impact on the lives of older adults in the District of Columbia. Our commitment continues to be to contribute significantly to the collective goal of seeing seniors age well, live well, and remain active and engaged in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll start with you, Ms. Lee. Do you have data that would inform us as to what the viewership that you generate through the programming?
Absolutely. In the fiscal year 2023, we impacted 500 seniors with our health promotion and social rec programs.
All right. And is this ongoing programming that you do?
Yes, absolutely. Yep, 5 days a week. And we have one program on Saturday, which is like a community lunch. You bring your lunch and eat with other community members. But we have a lot of reoccurring programs such as Tai Chi, yoga, the kickboxing, and a lot of other things.
Okay, now when you say you bring your lunch, that means I fix my lunch, I turn the telly on, and then I participate.
Yes, and there's a slew of questions. This is participant led. So our participants lead this because they want to continue to foster that community wherever they are. And it's just a nice afternoon lunch with some friends virtually.
All right, now I won't ask I won't ask any more questions about it, but I surely think it would be helpful to explain a little deeper about how I can have my lunch at my home and I can somehow have conversations with those that are in their homes also having their lunch simultaneously.
So it's a simple step of signing up at www.aroundtowndc.org. And each Saturday you will receive a reminder that tells you to, hey, hop online and join this group. Once you're online, everyone is pretty much the host. Topics are made, and then we just take a moment and eat lunch.
Okay, All right. Well, thank you for that.
You're very
It's
welcome.
very interesting that we're doing that, because I think that is a way of reaching more people, particularly those that are feeling or are isolated in a way. And there's so many seniors now that are saying, I'm not leaving my home,
Yeah.
ever again. And so we've got to get them out. But this is at least a start, piquing
Absolutely.
their interest and excitement. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you to our other witnesses. I fear that I talked too long. I'm just looking at the clock. So sorry. Ms. McPhail, thank you for those numbers about the Vita services. I certainly appreciate knowing that the investments that we've made in our senior Latino community are really paying off. Now I have to figure out how we can do more, because I'm sure seniors are aging in the Latino community as well as the other communities. So you probably have more that are in
Absolutely.
need of your service. And thank you all for that. You're the point for the Latino community in senior services. So, I just want everyone to, to see that. Are any of your members a part of villages that you know of?
There are a few, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a few of them. One of the thing, and I'll be quick, I know we're running out of time, that it is hard for Hispanic senior. We are educating them to be more open and recipient of, services, because once they get stuck in one place, their community, they feel like they belong there and they don't like to move a lot. So that's one of the things that I'm working with them to expand, to be more open to receive, because they come here because they trust us, they know us. It's like family, right? And sometimes I have to push them and tell them, well, you can take advantage of more services if you expand yourself. So I am working on that, but I do know that some of these seniors are members of the villages.
All right. And I think some of your members come as far away, listen to me, far away, come into Ward 1, where your center is located, from Ward 8 and Ward 7. Am I
Yes. correct?
Okay. And I know in my ward, Ward 5, I have a pretty large Latino community. So I'm leading to whether or not one location is adequate for what we're trying to do.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I can have conversations with you and your team or the ACL, because I've been thinking a lot about the process and how we can decentralize where we are, because we do serve physically Ward 4 and 1, but we outreach the 8 wards of the city. And you will be very intrigued about some anecdotes of people, even beyond the boundaries, that when they hear about the service we offer for the Hispanic population. So there is a lot of potential there and a lot of need.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Grant, if I could I want to follow up with you on, you make some very, you say serious issues. I'm saying serious charges. And so I really feel compelled that I need to learn a little more about this, and would like to invite you to meet with me, and maybe a representative from contracts and procurement, because the agency doesn't do their contracting. That's done through contracts and procurement office that does the contracting for most of our government agencies. So let's have a sit down and understand better what is really going on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Dixon, thank you for Safe at Home. I haven't called on you yet. I hope I won't have to, but if I do, I know that we have to call on companies like yours to install the bars, so we continue to be mobile. So thank you very much for the work that you do.
You're welcome.
All right. I think I see Councilmember Lewis George. You have 2 minutes. I am sorry, but 2 minutes, and then we can come back to this at 3:45 is what our estimate is. Councilwoman. All right.
I would love
Councilwoman? You have
Hi,
2
thank
minutes.
you.
Okay.
I don't have any questions for this panel.
All right.
I have a group of seniors. I got 10 seniors who are ready to testify
Oh,
over in Hattie Homes. So
okay.
I'm keeping them as patient as I can.
I truly appreciate that. I've been told that it's mandatory that I cut the tape at 1:30, and then I can come back. They estimate about 3:30, 3:45. I see you standing in the hallway. You're not here, but I'm telling you, this is serious down here today. They're on our case, and I say to the seniors, we're just going to recess, and then we'll come back to this because we are the key population in the District of Columbia. Let's remember that in all that we do, and we want to hear from everyone. And thank you so much for everyone who's taken time for today. And so we're just going to recess. I think I have to gavel down. All right, we're going to recess. Okay, thank you so much. Well, welcome back to the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. We are reconvening our meeting that we were holding earlier that is on performance oversight of the Commission on Aging, Age-Friendly DC Task Force, and the Department on Aging and Community Living. We will reconvene first, giving a few additional public witnesses an opportunity to testify. And on our list, I believe we have on Zoom, Marjorie Lightman, Wilma Goldstein, Patricia Baylor, maybe Joe Pons, Sharon Sellers, that's who we have, and we will start with Ms. Lightman. Ms. Lightman, you're on.
She's on another Zoom, Anita, and I'm not
No,
sure.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're not? Oh, I was
No,
going to
here
tell you,
I
might
am.
not be here yet. Okay, go.
All right, go ahead. We're waiting on you now.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate being able to say my piece this afternoon. My name is Marjorie Lightman, and I'm a member of Waterfront Village, one of the 13 villages that form the DC Villages Collaborative. I have also served 2 terms as an ANC commissioner for ANC 6D, located in Southwest on the waterfront, and I'm a founding board member of the Southwest Community Foundation. I speak from personal experience about the importance of the villages for seniors to live actively and to participate meaningfully in the life of the community. Seniors, defined as the population over 65 years old, are the fastest growing part of the district's population. The villages provide an important safety net of services that encourages post-65ers to age in place. They offer a unique ecosystem of mutual support that allows the greatest number of people to ameliorate temporary problems, to handle physical limitations, while remaining in their home and continuing to be a part of the community. This system of mutual support is underwritten at Waterfront Village by members through annual contributions and is augmented by support for the villages by Dacl. On the part of the district, it's a wise investment. It addresses the future of a growing senior population by strengthening the bonds among seniors. It supports an alternative model of mutual support to provide some of the services needed by an aging population. It directly eases the strain on district support for services ranging from rides, loneliness visits, medicine check-ins, food preparation, and delivery. As important, the villages offer the district a new asset. Villages include a high percentage of experienced and educated people enjoying relatively healthy lives. At Waterfront, 90% of the members are mobile and attend outside events regularly. The villages provide an innovative avenue for the growing senior population to develop creative ways to contribute to the overall well-being of life in the district. The villages provide an innovative organizational model of mutual support that enhances community ties, offers opportunities for public engagement, and challenges the stereotype of aging as entering a second childhood. I offer this testimony as evidence of the potential of the villages, and I encourage the committee to support the villages as a cost-effective, as well as innovative, even creative, approach to making the district the best possible home for a new articulated part of the life cycle and its population.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we have Miss Wilma Goldstein on. We'll have your testimony now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Wilma Goldstein, and I'm a member of Waterfront Village. I'm going to try and keep out some of the things that have been repeated over and over. But I am going to address a little bit about funding, a bit about my history with the village and our role as members. I was particularly pleased to be here this morning and see all the people that came from the villages. I thought that was just great. After observing my parents' lives in an assisted living facility for about a decade, I knew it wasn't for me. I learned about aging in place villages from a friend in Boston who was a charter member of that village, which some of you who know the history of villages know was the very first one in the United States. When I moved to Southwest in 2013, I was particularly pleased to know that they were considering a senior aging in place village because I was determined to join one. I joined the group that met informally for a while to discuss the role of that place that eventually became Waterfront Village, even before it had received the certification, making it official. There were about 25 of us who met for quite some time before the village became official. For the first few years, I raised funds for the village and played a role in most of the activities in which the village was involved. It has been exciting to watch Waterfront Village grow and evolve to meet the needs of people in various stages of aging, as it provides support and services as well as activities and some needed intellectual stimulation for both members and non-members of the village. More than 75% of the people are not village members, and we would hope to be able to continue serving with that ratio as our guideline. We are grateful that Dacl has provided funding for villages since 2016 and hope that partnership will continue. We are now in our third administration of leadership at Waterfront Village, and each has left its imprimatur on our village. One of the services that particularly stuck out to me was the villages becoming a source of reliable information about COVID-19 regarding safety and the availability of vaccines, while guiding both members and non-members toward receipt of those particular services. Right now, several of us are presently involved in a proposal to provide labor to the village, the kind that goes beyond changing a light bulb or climbing a ladder and getting something down that somebody who's 5'4" like me can't reach. It would be more permanent kinds of things, painting your house, taking care of your pets, things that are ongoing. And it would be done for both members and non-village members at costs below market rates or as an exchange for services provided. In that setting, we see ourselves as advisors. Many members of senior villages have only limited special needs and are proud of their life training, accumulated knowledge, and experience, and are willing to help both as volunteers and to create such a service as our labor force. We do not see ourselves as cases, but partners who can bring new services to Waterfront Village with your funding help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe we have, okay, Joe Pons. All right. Ms. Pons, we are waiting to hear from you and to see you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening. Thank you for asking me to speak on behalf of our seniors. My name is Joe Pons, an AARP advocate, here to testify regarding services provided by LCE, Legal Counsel for the Elderly. As an advocate, I gained a broad perspective on the many issues that plague our seniors today. But I later realized not only are seniors dealing with housing, transportation, health, nutritional issues, and loneliness, they are dealing with legal issues as well. About 7 years ago, a friend of mine needed legal advice. I referred her to the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. She dialed their number, 202-434-2120, and was promised a call back, which she never received. I dialed the number myself and received the same treatment. About a year ago, I dialed their number again, and this time a voice prompt gave options. I selected one option, and another voice prompt referred me back to the original number dialed, 202-234-2120. Such poor service is unacceptable. After speaking to Peter Rankin, advocacy attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, I was informed that the legal hotline is an in-demand service and that they are presently working to address the capacity issue by looking to volunteer, staffing, and outreach to expand capacity for legal hotline services and working on outreach and educational material to help the public understand the different legal issues. While I am happy to hear that action is being taken, time is of the essence for seniors of today and are not seniors of today to benefit from these services. Many of you are not 60 plus years and are not walking in our shoes to personally be aware of our pain. Aging is a process that strips seniors of their independence due to deteriorating health, their savings and investments due to high cost of medication, and finally, introduces them to loneliness and isolation due to the loss of a partner, friend, or family members. Seniors need good legal advice in a timely manner. Increasing the 2024 budget to allocate enough money for legal assistance for parents and grandparents is just a small step for seniors of today to live their final days in peace, harmony, dignity, and purpose. Your actions will ease the challenges children and grandchildren will face in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pons, for your testimony. And I believe we have Ms. Baylor. Patricia Baylor. Ms. Baylor. Ms. Baylor, we're ready for you.
I am having technical difficulties here.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Chairman Bonds and members of the committee, at this time, I have decided to address my issues in writing within the required 15 days due to a late notice. So I will be provide my issues in writing at a later time.
All right, and that's fine, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I saw Miss Sellers, Sharon Sellers.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Miss
Are you ready
Sellers?
for me? Yeah, I
Yes, of
am
course.
ready. Good afternoon, Council Member Bonds and committee members. I'm Sharon Sellers from Sibley Memorial Hospital, a part of Johns Hopkins Medicine. I direct our community dementia program that serves over 900 seniors in all 8 wards. In addition, we support 160 care partners of persons living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias. I'm grateful to be able to share our story of how we partner with Dacl to care for our aging population, especially those living with Alzheimer's. You know, our members say that we reduce their social isolation and make them feel connected to a community, and they're constantly learning how to take care of their physical and mental health and having fun at the same time. I think you remember the fun when you joined us one time. But what I want to do is to clearly justify our request for additional funding to address unmet needs, particularly in marginalized areas. So there is some good news. Club memory attendance has increased 30% beyond pre-pandemic levels using our hybrid program of in-person and virtual sessions. And you know, we are often the Senior Wellness Center program with the highest attendance. But we need to revision how we might connect with seniors that have not returned to the centers for various reasons. The monies provided by Dacl have allowed us to reach 770 persons across 6 senior wellness centers and 5 churches through in-person programming, bi-monthly mailings, weekly phone calls, emails, and virtual meetings. And then sibling monies have allowed us to reach an additional 150 seniors and care partners. I know you like numbers. Here comes one. 42% of the members we serve reside in Ward 7 and 8 as part of our mission to promote health equity. Now, the overall prevalence of dementia among adults 65 and older in Washington, D.C. is 13%. So in absolute numbers, that translates to over 10,000 D.C. residents with dementia. Think about it like this. There are more than 14,000 persons, unpaid persons, I might add, providing daily care to persons with Alzheimer's. We happen to provide 5 specialized Alzheimer's support groups that meet bi-monthly. With funding from Sibley, we provide an additional 3 support groups. But as you can see, our club memory program and support groups have available funds to reach only a small percentage of the 10,000 persons aged 65 and older with Alzheimer's and the more than 14,000 caregivers supporting them. We are constantly being asked by faith communities to start a club memory program and an Alzheimer's support group at their site. So with additional funding of $250,000, let me tell you what we could do. We could extend our program in the following ways. We could provide 50 more community presentations on reducing the risk of developing dementia and also understanding dementia. We could increase outreach to recreation centers and community dining sites. Here, this is really important. We could start 10 new Alzheimer's support groups, including groups to support Spanish-speaking care partners. We could extend club memory programming to 5 additional faith-based partners, reaching at least 150 additional seniors in marginalized communities. We could increase the number of memory screenings we do by 50%. We could target 50 additional seniors living alone and experiencing changes in their memory. And I just might want to add that this is a group that is growing. Right now, if you're looking at seniors 75 years and older, 44% are living alone. And it's our goal to target people like this to reduce their social isolation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come before the committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Powerful as always. And I think we now have Carolyn Cook on. Ms. Cook, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let me get my camera on here. Okay. Sorry for my unattractive presentation today. Happy Women's History Month to the gentle women and men on this committee who are particularly proud and the witnesses today. My name is Carolyn Garrett Cook, and I return to this committee again, no longer as an ANC, not as the founder of Club 60 Plus at the Chevy Chase Community Center, or as an advocate to establish an in-person senior wellness center for our beloved seniors in Ward 3 and 4 West. But today I'm an advocate for DC's unpaid elder caregivers, whom I've become acquainted with online through the DC Caregivers Institute. I want to give a shout out to Dacl's own Angela Fields at the helm of DC Caregivers and De'Ara Dunbar, the case managers who keep us informed, outfitted with supplies, and connected with opportunities to learn, share, laugh, and cry on this most gratifying and heart-wrenching journey with our loved ones, while facing its triumphs and trials alone in isolation. I also want to give a shout out to Vita in Ward 4 across the park for generously sharing donations of vegetables and other treats with my mother, who lives on this side of the park and isn't able to participate in their activities. However, we do donate various items from Mom's wardrobe and knickknacks as prizes for their weekly bingo games. So just want to give a shout out to Maria and Olga. I also want to acknowledge the compassion and commitment of our Ward 4 council member, whom I had the pleasure of hearing from and being heard from this past Tuesday. Council member, you put your finger on exactly why the Chevy Chase Public Library and Community Center is so appalling for residents to lose and cannot be viewed in isolation or in a vacuum. Because the fact is, Ward 3 and 4 West do not have a senior wellness center, an in-person wellness center. And for those of us who live there, and for those of us who have become isolated with our parents, there are plenty of seniors and young retirees who want that in-person sense of community. That is what this library and community center give to those of us who live in a 100% residential neighborhood of Barnaby Woods and Hawthorne, for whom we have no other sense of community but Connecticut Avenue, but for by the council's choice to divide the Chevy Chase community into 2 wards and to again reiterate that division in the face of Chevy Chase being developed. I just want to say that it is appalling as a native Washingtonian and having grown up here to be told that the current Ward 3 council member has a mandate to redevelop Chevy Chase by his voters, when I am at one of 8,000 voters that vote for council member Louis George, did the last time and will do this time. And I would ask the council members, including council member Fruman, on this panel to go back to your colleagues, because council member Louis George deserves equal share of the interests and investment of her constituents here, whose voices have not been heard and considered, but who cannot be erased just because our homes and we live east of Broad Branch Road. So I'm sorry, I just had to say that, because as a caregiver, I am completely out of the loop with all the deluge of changes happening in our community. And it's very personal to me as a native Washingtonian to hear the accusations of racism because people don't want to have their community destroyed. And it goes to the notion of a caregiver that I want to say to you today is that I think we are an underrated and undervalued resource to Dacl and to DC government that has yet to be really considered in the whole senior equation. And what I mean by that is we participated in the inaugural focus groups of the age-friendly DC back in 2013 when I established Club 60 Plus at our community center because there were no programs for seniors. And in their wonderful report that was made up of the deficiencies and opportunities from seniors who have lived decades, if not generations, in our neighborhoods across this city. And yet I've never seen anything being done to like integrate that report and integrate this notion of an age-friendly DC into the way DC government operates, which brings me to my point as a caregiver. I have never been so frustrated and so appalled at the unresponsive, inflexible, and unaccountable DC government post-COVID as I am now as an unpaid elder caregiver. I am taking care of my mom's life who can no longer do it for herself. It has been an education and eye-opening to encounter agency after agency that refuses to accept responsibility for its mistakes, often stemming from no information online, incorrect, outdated information on forms, no notification to me in representing my mom of what problem needed to be fixed that then incurs a penalty for mom, or any contact that I can reach out to for assistance. And to add insult to injury, there is zero willingness to grant deadline extensions or penalty fee waivers for our very human and honest mistakes made in the absence of not knowing better and trying to pick up the pieces for our elders who cannot do it for themselves anymore. I understand mistakes happen, and I believe that rules and policy matters, but what I can't settle for quietly is to watch our community be destroyed and have no advocate for seniors that has a genuine role and that is given her just, fair representation of her constituents that are 22% seniors in my neighborhood, Barnaby Woods and Hawthorne, and 42% families with children. And so to not be able to advocate for my neighbors, for my former constituents, for my home, for my community, for my public library and community center, because I spend so much time fighting bureaucracy and DC government. And I'm telling you, from the Office of Tax and Revenue, trying to pay mom's property taxes early and getting hit with a $60 fine, to mom's water bill being $60 because the DOEE analyst didn't change her application from pending to approved. And so she didn't qualify and she wasn't getting the utility discounts that she was entitled to me literally ripping my hair out, trying to reapply for mom's health insurance subsidy this fall, not asking for Medicaid, just trying to get the quality Medicare beneficiary form that she always filled out for herself, that I've been filling out for her. And I could not get it through the system. I could not get it through multiple calls to DC Direct. I couldn't get it until I called up, having received the second letter that this time telling me mom's health insurance was canceled as of November 30th. Happy Thanksgiving, because she had not, for inaction on her health insurance. And only then, after several calls to DC Direct, did someone say, okay, go down to Taylor Street, get a form, fill it out, and turn it in for mom. I said, I can't go to Taylor Street because it says you need an appointment. You don't need an appointment, go down there. Okay, well, you know what? That's the public needs an appointment. I didn't go there for months, and my mom almost lost her health insurance. What does that do for me? Do you know why they talk about the stress and aging of caregivers? Because it's dealing with this kind of bureaucracy and a government that is age-friendly DC and Dacl, as far as I'm concerned, and I'll only speak for me, not other caregivers, it's window dressing. It is a report that is sitting on Mayor Bowser's shelf, collecting dust instead of being put into practice. Because if it was, it would have identified what is going on across this city that is being ignored from residents time and time again. So,
all right,
in sum,
okay, all right, because you're 5 minutes over.
So sorry, I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
I would recommend, having been through many, many challenges that low-income seniors face across the city as my mother's caregiver, having been an ANC commissioner, having started Club 60 Plus, and experiencing the lives of seniors who are socially isolated. That Dacl consider creating, with the council's blessing or support, a new position that is an ombudswoman for caregivers. Because I think that person's role is critical and fundamental to helping DC government agencies be more friendly to seniors who may have trouble navigating everything online, or their caregivers who are just trying to fill in the gaps and keep the ship going. And I think that person would be, I mean, invaluable to us, because so many caregivers have no idea how to access the resources that are available. And that would be a way for us to reach out to someone who's directly accountable and caring about seniors, and being that bridge to DC government to help them move not only into the future, but to make sure that they're not leaving seniors and caregivers behind in that mix, because we don't have an opportunity to provide input or fix things. Thank you so much for all the time you gave me today.
Of course, and thank you very much for your testimony. Let me just check. Do we have minutes? I'm sorry, we have one more public witness who has been waiting patiently, Ann McFerrin. We'll take your testimony now, and I do have a few questions for our witnesses, public witnesses today. Ms. McFerrin?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, Chairman Bond, and all of the committee members. I'm painfully aware that it has been a very long day, and I did submit written testimony. Rather than reading that, I would like to tell you a little bit more about my experience and how it might affect your decision making. I am a nurse. I have been president of the DuPont Circle Village, and I have participated in many, many roles within the village, including the planning committee that has helped bring all of the 13 villages together. I think the thing, all of us in DC want everyone to have as good a life and as much support as they can get. We need to do that in a very cost-effective way and with a human touch that really makes it matter, makes life better for everyone. And I do think that the villages fill a very special niche in those goals. I was amazed that well over half of our members live alone, and the majority have family that is either far away or they don't have family at all. My partner and I joined the village because we thought we would have a good insurance policy and get help if we needed it. We did find that the social experiences and the support that we've received has been fabulous. I have worked with a number of members, and we have one member I'm going to share the information about who died. She was very ill in the hospital, and our members were with her every single day. We had professional staff who intervened when need be, but otherwise, if there was a problem, a volunteer called the professional staff, but a volunteer was there every day to hold her hand. When she moved to hospice, we moved our care group to hospice. We had her room set up with her own pictures, all the things you would do for your mom or dad, because she didn't have a mom or dad to do it. That kind of human touch makes such a difference, both for the volunteers and for the people who are ill. When she walked on, we helped her family who lived in California set up their memorial service and helped clear her apartment. We truly were her family. And the many, many villages and volunteers in DC are doing that kind of work over and over. It's a very cost-effective way to provide help to people. I suspect that you get 10 times the dollars that you spend because of the numbers of volunteer hours that you have, that we have. And I would hope that this type of service makes a case for expanding funding to the villages in the coming fiscal year. I'm happy to take questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to the entire panel for your important information, sharing it with us. We are, of course, at this point, looking for ways in which we can buttress what we are doing well, and looking for situations that inform us that perhaps we need to change the processes that are in play and utilize those funds in a different manner. I just was up hearing from the hearing our financial analysts as it relates to our budget of the government moving forward, and looking at where we are today. And it's very clear that the resources that we had available, particularly during the pandemic era, when I think we had quite a few billions of dollars coming into the city, that was federal dollars. That ends this year. This year, meaning on the 30th of September. And 30th of September 2024. And so we can keep spending what we have, but we don't have buckets that say we are going to have more, or anything like the billions of dollars that we were able to see. So it just really points to what is it that we're doing now that is really working and is really providing critical services to our seniors. And so when the panel, when you think about what is it that we must have, and what is it that is good and is working, I think each of you has given a few examples. I think it was one of us that was not so glowing in their opinion of what is working. But I think it's very important that we look at the work of Dacl, the work of Age Friendly, and of course the Commission on Aging from that window, as to what is it that they're doing that we have to have in order to have a fulfilling life, or in more practical terms, to keep everyone afloat. Now, I know that Ms. Sellers is going to tell us about the memory circles and how valuable that is when we think about dementia and Alzheimer's, and keeping people going to the best of their ability with help. And you just heard from Ms. McFadden, and to a little degree from Ms. Cook, about the value of caregivers and how they make a difference in individuals' lives. And so I'm just wondering, and then of course you heard from the other witnesses about the wonderful value of having the network of the villages. So just wondered for this panel, what would you say are the three major things that we should be doing within any of those buckets that you can say, I know this works and works very well.
Yeah, I've got something for you. I think we have to focus on the number of unpaid caregivers here in the district, which by some numbers could be more than 14,000. I think we have to focus on the fact of, 65% of them are suffering from some chronic health conditions, and probably 20% are suffering from depression. I think time, money, resources, support groups, monetary contributions to caregivers is something we really need to focus on. I think there are a lot of people just kind of, struggling in the community, not knowing where to turn. And I think we need to show them the way and have the funds to support even more caregivers than we're supporting right now.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden, do you have a thought on this?
I do. And I agree that supporting caregivers is critical. If we had to pay for the services that so many caregivers are giving, the budget would be require substantially more budget. I am familiar with many models, and various models I think have to work together in order to help all of the people. I want to speak for just a second from the village point of view on that, in that we are assuring that our caregivers, who are volunteers but not necessarily family members, have supervision and support, so that they're not out there by themselves. And if there's a problem, there's a place to go. And that kind of model is very cost effective. And perhaps some of that model could be supported with other organizations. I do not know that for sure, but it certainly is cost effective from the village model.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lightman or Ms. Goldstein, I don't see you on the are they still here? Okay, all right. If you have any thoughts.
I have a thought that it isn't directly for the caregivers. The city can't support the number of caregivers we need. It's just not possible. And you have an expanding population and an aging population, and you're just going to need more and more caregiving. And it's living longer, so you're going to need more caregiving over a longer period of time. I think that part of the approach is through the villages to figure out what assets do you have in the villages that could augment life before you need the caregiving. Because if you could realize the assets in the village before you need the caregiving, then maybe you would free up more assets to use during caregiving. The villages, in the waterfront village, we have an advocacy group which seeks to try to articulate a senior program in the city. Not just a senior program that's obvious, like the sidewalks are a mess and you really need to improve the sidewalks. And it doesn't matter that DDOT says that they take too long to do them. You just can trip. It's more than that. It's what assets do those seniors have? How many of them have skills and abilities that could feed back into the educational and not-for-profit communities that would augment those communities, so the city did not have to support them so heavily, so that the resources could get reorganized as the population is shifting and as the nature of the city is shifting. I think we have to think very radically about our assets and our future responsibilities.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I don't know if everyone has had Ms. Goldstein, Ms. Cook, Ms. Sellers.
I want to add one other thing. I think we also have to look at, evidence-based interventions, and we particularly are using a model, dealing with dementia. It's a program developed by the Rosalind Carter Institute of Caregiving that basically trains caregivers. I think, somehow partnering and training members of the village that may want to be in a role like this, I think would be really beneficial. But getting more training into the community, I think, can only benefit our caregivers.
All right. Ms. Cook, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Sellers' comments about unpaid caregivers being one. And sitting here today, I haven't sat this long waiting for the hearing. It was great though, because I rewrote my testimony so much, which is why it ended up being so long, because I couldn't decide all the issues that I wanted to pursue. But what I would say is I think the challenge is that women are still predominantly caregivers, and definitely elder caregivers. And women have never been taught how to put on our oxygen masks first, not for our children, not for our partners, spouses, and not for our elders. It's not how we roll, but it is the only way that we can rock in our roles. 10 states, was my original intent today, currently offer paid family caregiving incentives anywhere from $600 to $1,000 a week for family caregiving support. Caregivers typically make, including family caregivers, between $9 and $22 an hour for their services. The point that I had made when I was asked on a panel is that what makes it really hard, particularly for single women or men, is that we're not potentially, if your parent has dementia, earning a salary outside of the home. It's just too much. And so we can't rely on a spouse's salary. And so we're dwindling away our savings, but then also we're not contributing to Social Security. And so we continue this cycle of women in retirement being the largest group in poverty. And so I think that we need to think about, how does that end? And I think that ends because you as government, we as caring citizens come together and figure out, how do we value this caregiving work that is done to a smaller extent by men, but it is, and to the most extent by women, in addition to women that have full-time jobs, families, children, husbands, and an elder. I can't even imagine what they go through. I truly can't, but I've become more sensitive now that I'm in this role as a caregiver. And I do think that would go a long way to think about being able to pay taxes to DC, but also potentially continuing to earn in Social Security. And I would also ask the city if they could consider, we have a veteran's preference, right? When you've been out of the workforce. But what about a caregiver when you've been out of the workforce? And you really need to get back in, but you've got some pretty incredible skills from your past life and your caregiver life to contribute, but yet you may not be right on the bandwagon of everybody else that's out in the workforce and never had, any kind of departure for a time. So I would say that would really be helpful. Even identifying jobs in DC government where a caregiver might be able to work part-time from home. I think there's a lot of opportunities that could really benefit caregivers to keep our skills alive, to keep us, connected with what's going on in our community, helping DC government figure out these solutions, because we're living. So we're experiencing the roadblocks that can be moved. And for myself, whenever I've experienced a challenge for my mom, because there's so many areas that I'm taking care of for her, I'm always reaching out to the agency with suggestions of exactly what they could do to fix it, to avoid the next person encountering it. And so that's kind of looping around to that idea of an ombudsman or an ombudswoman would be that person to sort of instead of just coming to a hearing and providing testimony, but actually field those concerns and complaints and help the agency rework the systems so that it makes it easier for caregivers and or seniors to navigate the systems now. Because I think that there's been a tremendous amount of investment to put things online. But sometimes, it needs to sort of catch up with, like, is the content there and is all the information there for people to be able to navigate successfully?
All right, well, thank you. I do have to ask Ms. Pons or Ms. Baylor, you want to contribute anything else to this subject matter?
Not at this time. This
All
is Ms.
right, Ms. Baylor, okay. All right, well, thank you very much. And thank you for all of your comments today. I think this concludes our public witnesses, and we are going to transfer our attention now to our government witnesses. Again, I want to thank everyone for your indulgence today. I know it was a long day, and I hope those who came down early this morning when I got here at 8:30, the crowd was already here. I could hear the excitement over at the elevator, and security said, they got breakfast over there. And they were really excited. So for those of you who are latecomers, know that your cohorts were here very early this morning, and I know everyone is worn out. Now they have to go home and take an early nap. But it has been a pleasure to have you all. And I say that with heartfelt, with sincerity, because this is the largest crowd that we've had since the pandemic. And so that's why we're all here and sharing with each other and enjoying each other. And I think that's the way it should be. We are not AI, we are still human. And so we have to remember that and practice it. So thank you very, very much for this testimony. And we look forward to hearing from any of you that would like to, one, through your written testimony, because it becomes a part of our official record. And then again, when we come back in April, talking dollars and cents through the budget process. I'm sure we're going to have potentially some rearrangements. But now we're going to transition to our government witnesses. So if you give us about 5 minutes, we'll start that. And thank you again to our public witnesses.
Thank you.
Member Bonds.
We are continuing our hearing with the Commission on Aging, Age-Friendly Task Force, and of course, the Department on Aging and Community Living. And we have before us we'll start with the Commission on Aging, and we will swear the leadership in so we can receive their testimony. But first, I must read that the Commission on Aging was established by DC Code 7504.01 with a mission to advise the director of the Department on Aging and Community Living and the council and the general public on the needs and concerns of elderly DC residents. This includes giving advice on incidents of bias against the senior community. The commissioners serve as advocates on behalf of the district's 100 and nearly 20,000 senior residents. Over the years, the commission has reported that the most pressing issues for seniors are transportation, housing, and safety. And I think today we heard that nutrition may also be another element along with caregivers. So I look forward to hearing how the commission plans to address these challenges and continue assisting the community in the current year. We have Chairman Bobo and Co-Chair Matthews, and I will now swear you in. If you raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be complete and truthful? Thank you. And you can begin when you're ready and turn the red dial on, and you're on and before us.
All right. Well, I can't say good morning, but good afternoon, Chairman Anita Barnes and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Chairman Bobo and Vice Chairwoman Carolyn Matthews, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commission on Aging. As commissioners, we are tasked with advising the mayor, the city council, the Department on Aging and Community Living, and the public concerning the views and needs of seniors in the District of Columbia. In FY23, the commission used the following methods of gathering information from seniors in the District of Columbia. The commissioners worked with seniors and senior buildings to obtain resources. The resources included caseworkers, hosting health fair events and facilities, transportation to shopping sites, trips to plays and other events with the support of Dacl and DPR. The commissioners visited senior daycare facilities to observe operations and learn of challenges that faced the facilities. The commission found the biggest challenge was not the lack of senior interest in the programs, but the time for applicants to be processed. The commissioners distributed resource materials to churches, hospitals, senior buildings, and other programs where seniors gather. Thanks to members at churches and medical staff throughout the city, the commissioners have been able to distribute additional senior resource guides. The commissioners visited new senior housing facilities to learn what different facilities offered. The commission observed that many of the new housing units are closer to ADA compliant and dedicate more space for activities and socialization than in the past. The commissioners volunteered, helped to distribute food to seniors at various sites and homes. The commissioners attended Award 4 and 7 and 8 mini commission meetings and AARP meetings throughout the city. The commissioners in visiting these meetings have learned none of the groups are at pre-pandemic levels, but attendance is constantly increasing. Seniors appreciate the information and engagement with officials they are afforded by attending these meetings. The commissioner attended the mayor and city council members' senior events to hear senior concerns. The commission for many years has advocated for legal action to be taken against those that exploit seniors. The commission thanks the Attorney General of the United of the District of Columbia and his staff for the actions they have begun to take to protect seniors. The commission would like to thank the mayor and the city council for increasing the number of senior housing units in the District of Columbia. As a result, the commission has begun to see improvements in senior health and quality of life. The commission thanks Model City Wellness Center for its commitment to assisting seniors in Wards 5 with transportation and mobility challenges, assessments to the Wellness Center programs 2 to 3 days a week. The practice helps the commission's goal of giving more isolated and shut-in seniors engaged. The commission has several issues it would like to continue to address in FY24, such as mental health, senior facilities upkeep, increase in support for organizations where seniors support one another, such as villages, pedestrian safety that includes sidewalks, streets, and intersections, and the effects of recent policy changes on the long-term care of seniors in the District of Columbia. As part of addressing mental health, the commission feels the city must address isolation and a lack of resources for interaction among seniors in wards 1, 2, and 3, which have the heaviest concentration of seniors. The challenges range from buildings that do not have space for senior interaction to the loss of programs that address mental health. The commission will continue with senior villages to address issues in their community. These grassroots organizations are important to ensuring senior voices are being heard and issues addressed. In 2017, the commission participated in a project spearheaded by the Age Friendly DC. The project involved Age Friendly DC, the Commission on Aging, the Department of Transportation, students from George Washington University, the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, civic associations, and seniors. The project addressed pedestrian safety throughout the city with issues such as unsafe sidewalks for seniors and the visually impaired, intersections where lights did not allow adequate time for seniors and others to cross, and traffic safety around facilities where seniors frequently attend. The commission has seen a decline in addressing senior and pedestrian safety and hope to work with the appropriate agencies to address these concerns in a timely manner. Several years ago, the commission met with council members Silverman and healthcare providers that were concerned about changes to long-term health care coverage for seniors in the District of Columbia. They felt the changes in coverage by Medicare and Medicaid would have an adverse effect. Recently, the commission has seen an increase in seniors and their families needing help with long-term care. The commission, in turns, plans to reach out to the Office of Healthcare Finance to get an understanding of long-term care and how families should address the issue. The ongoing challenges are funding for these agencies that are failing to implement the necessary protocol to enhance their obligations when an application is submitted. Unfortunately, the applications are put in dormant files without further feedback to the applicant. Case in point, DOEE weatherization program in LIHEAP. There is a dire need for additional personnel at these wellness centers. The staff are providing duties outside of their intended job descriptions with the assistance of seniors. Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center has not been given a raise to their staff in over 12 years. Some of their functions are dangerous, with seniors volunteering to complete the task. There is a need for more oversight engagement with the agencies we connect and work with for the welfare of our seniors. For example, DC Transport, Home Health Aides, National Capital Area Food Bank, vendors that provide congregate meals to the dining sites, just to name a few. And lastly, please pass the property unmortgaged necessary tax, the PUNT. Bill number is B25-0612. It would further assist seniors with their real property tax, finally addressing issues and finding solutions that have not been resolved for the last 3 or 4 years. And I thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It's Robust testimony. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. You have been here most of the day
Yeah.
with us. Thank you. I wanted to start with you probably are aware of this from on page 43, question 1 of the pre-hearing questions. You said there are currently 8 out of 15 commissioners. So there is, you need the 7 additional commissioners. Am I correct? Where are we with that, Mr. Bobo?
We currently have, I believe, 4 that are actually officially registered, I guess, or 4 that are actually registered. We had another 3 to 4 that were pending reappointments. Then we have 1 or 2 that are waiting that will be new.
Who are the reappointments? The 3 that you say you have in force, I guess, or their current appointment is continuing at this point?
Miss Matthews, Miss Taylor, and Miss Lee, I believe it was, Miss Lee.
All right. And you are not continuing,
I was reappointed last year.
you were reappointed last year.
Yes.
But my chart shows that your term ends it ended in 2022, so you were appointed in 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
To go to 2024. 25,
Yes.
okay. All right. Okay, the answer that we had here said 2022, so I knew that was a little off base. What positions do you know that are really vacant? That is where individual has not been identified for consideration. Do you know what part of the city?
I've spoken to the senior villages in different organizations, but wards 2 and 3, we haven't had a representative in about 3 years now, since 2019, I believe it is.
All right.
Ms. Hirsch was the last representative we had for that ward.
All right. And the list I have shows wards 8, 1, 5, 7, as those wards where we have bona fide representation.
Well, we have one, no, most wards have 2 representatives.
They do?
It was sort of set up that way, I think. But we had close to 2 representatives in each ward. And now we're down to maybe 1. In those, we have 1 for Ward 7, 1 for Ward 8, 1 for Ward 1. The only one we had 2 representatives was in Ward 5.
And we have 1 for Ward 4.
Yes, currently, and she's having health issues, and I'm not sure how long that's going to be.
Yes. Given that we have strong senior population in 4, as well as in 1 and 3, I would think we would want to have at least double membership there.
I agree.
Okay. Right, we will work on that to see where we are with getting those positions filled. Also on page 44 of your pre-hearing response, we asked for a discussion on the efforts that the commission had taken to do the recruiting. Are there other things that we can do to maybe invite? Should we send out a blanket request asking individuals to apply, to make application for the Commission on Aging?
I'm not certain. For example, we had 2 in Ward 8, and we even went to the point of where the wellness center and the recreation center where seniors attended. We were all offered to assist them in the application, and we didn't get a lot of takers, so I'm not sure what it'll take.
So is it that we don't want to leave our homes now, and we think if we get on the commission, we have to meet and chat together.
I'm gonna put it this way. I don't think that's the issue. I'm gonna be perfectly frank with you. I don't think that's the issue. Like I've been on the commission for 5 years now. And when we got new leadership in my ward, everybody wanted my position on the commission until they found out that it wasn't a salary position. Now I can't get any takers. So
Okay. So having a little stipend might help.
yes, yeah, I might not be here today.
Can we talk a minute about some of the issues that you raised in your testimony, Ms. Matthews, with you and Mr. Bobo? You talked a little bit about your visits to AARP meetings throughout the city. And I have, over the years, visited a couple of the meetings, but I'm not sure as to how those meetings are structured. Is there an AARP group in each ward, or are they by some other configuration?
I think it's a choice of the communities, I'm gonna call it, to have AARPs. I believe once they had like 11 AARP chapters in DC. They're either down to 7 or 6 now. And the concept or what has been given out at the AARP meetings that I've attended is that once a chapter closes, that's the end of it. It'll never be allowed to reopen again. So we're down to maybe 6, possibly 7 left. And we're dwindling in numbers from about 13, 12 or 13 to like 6 or 7.
All right. Have you had membership in one of those?
2.
2. Okay. So what do they do? What did you do? What do the chapters do?
We gather and discuss senior issues. That's the primary purpose. And they love to engage one another. One of the chapters has a vigorous traveling agenda. In fact, both of them at their peak had vigorous traveling agendas where they traveled. Seniors love to travel and do different things. They love to be active. So we had a lot of seniors that like even help plan these activities. So I think the two biggest chapters, that was the driving factor.
Okay.
And I also think that they glean a lot of information from the seniors, not just for the legal aspect of it, but the problems that are confronting seniors on a daily basis. Because in an informal setting, even though you're having fun, in an informal setting, information is given that they can take back for the legal counsel of the elderly, and then going forward, they can, I guess, set up guidelines or issues that they are working on with regards to seniors. In an informal setting, and when you're relaxed, you give up more information than you really think you are. And I think the legal counsel for the elderly has utilized that aspect of it. But also, I noticed that with so many seniors living longer today, I don't think the legal counsel for the elderly has the resources to accommodate what is going on. Because I used to go down on East Street for their meetings down there. That's how I became an ambassador down there with them. And then the lady, I think she got pregnant, and then all of a sudden we disbanded. And now the legal counsel for the elderly comes to our center on Tuesdays, for legal counseling. But in the informal setting, I think when they do those type of interactions, those type of trips, you get information, and that you can statistically utilize that when you're working with seniors or preparing to work with seniors, or be ahead of the game, so to speak, with regards to helping seniors.
Yeah, I want to add to that, a lot of the resources like Dacl and a lot of the other agencies attend a lot of these meetings. So they become really aware of the programs that the city provide. I believe in one of my past testimonies, I talked about the lady that was 94 years old and she was caring for a 96-year-old lady. And she got her resources from attending that AARP meeting and finding out where to go to achieve those resources she needed.
So if I think I'm hearing that the AARP LEC chapters are very similar to what happens at a wellness center, and perhaps even what happens at a village. So we're kind of all in this box trying to service the senior community. So on one hand, I could think we may be reaching out to many more than we imagine if each group has a different clientele, so to speak. Or we could be duplicating, and some seniors are getting a 3-hit in a week, and they're in really great shape because they're getting a lot of information from several different sources.
I would agree with you, except in concept, but that's an issue that I have, and I think I brought it to you years ago when I was trying to get the Department of Recs to include more senior activities in there. It seems to be I'm not sure what word I should use, but I have an issue with when I go to a wellness center, very seldom I see anything in a wellness center about senior recreation programs. When I go to a recreation center, very seldom I see anything regarding senior programs through Dacl. It's almost like everyone's trying to keep their little I'm not sure what you call it.
It's a duplication.
Yeah. When I think that the seniors should be aware of all the services that the city provide, and when you walk in one place, you should be able to get all that information of like say, if I'm discontent with Department of Recs, I want to go to something in Dacl, I should have that option, or vice versa. Everybody's not comfortable in every setting. So you try to put them in a setting that they're comfortable with, and they should be aware of those settings.
All right.
And I think it should be a resource book. I was talking to Assistant Director, I think Michael Coates at DPR. It seems like everybody is duplicating the same programs in different settings. And we should be able to delineate what is working, what is not working. But we're putting resources over here that are the same resources over there. And we're always talking about funding. Funding doesn't help when you're duplicating. And the duplication is all over the city. So what we need to do is sit back and figure out a central location where it can be obtained without our resources going here and our resources going there, and it's the same thing. You know, it should be so that the monies can be better spent. You know, we have issues with transportation. We're having issues with mental health. We're having issues with nutrition. We're having issues, but everybody, you know, DPR, Dacl, the villages, the this, the that, everybody is duplicating. And the resources aren't there like it used to be. The funding is not going to be there like it used to be. So we need to step back and reassess how we distribute this information and how it benefits everybody.
So would you suggest that one way of managing services for seniors, that we actually have a formal Seniors Bill of Rights in the District of Columbia?
I think it would help. All of these agencies are doing a good job, but the resources aren't there. It's a divide and conquer mentality. you're not giving 100% at any of them because you're limited in what you can do with it. If we could consolidate or make it so that it's more functional, even if DPR has this amount, if Dacl has this amount, if nutrition has this amount, but you're not duplicating it, I think your resources would be better spent. You know, everybody's trying to do everything they can for seniors, and it's good, but it's the duplication. You know, everybody is doing the same thing. And, you know, just like when I talked to Mr. Coates, they're going to cut back on funding the DPR because they don't have it like they, you know, pandemic. They don't have it. So some of the services that the rec centers that has a senior population, they're going to cut back on the transportation. And we're cutting back on transportation because the money isn't coming out of a steady flow. You know, the money is not going to always be there, but we have to utilize it in such a way that it's more beneficial. It may not be as much, but it should be more beneficial.
All right, well, thank you for that comment. I was just really kind of curious about, you mentioned a couple of kinds of services, unsafe sidewalks, and the concern that transportation department efforts should be devoted to the pedestrian. We heard that earlier today from some of our public witnesses, and the different modes that are available that would help seniors move and or be mobile. So you have any thoughts about that?
I tried to connect with DDOT. I noticed in some areas of the city, they have raised crosswalks. They have the speed tables, which I think are better than the humps. I tried to network with DDOT in where I live in Ward 1, that especially near the schools, the raised crosswalks, the speed tables, because the speed tables, it makes you pause. It's not like the hump. People don't really pay attention to the hump. Where you have brick on the sidewalks, they're not maintained. Seniors are falling. It's things that you could do, the pedestrian crossing with the lights. There are things that you can do to make it more senior friendly. And it's hard to connect with DDOT because they're saying they don't have the funds. You know, on, I think it's Illinois Avenue, going out Illinois Avenue, every block has a speed table. And I noticed that the traffic isn't speeding. It isn't speeding. Where we used to have speed cameras, they took away a lot of them on Georgia Avenue. And you have the schools up there, you have the pedestrians, you have families that are utilizing these things. Anything that's going to make it user-friendly and safe for seniors. I just think DDOT and Age Friendly needs to take another look at what is affecting us, because seniors are falling, especially with the raised brick in the sidewalks. Cosmetically, it may look good, but it's not good for us, you know, or families that has somebody that's disabled using a wheelchair. There are things that we can utilize to better serve us as seniors.
Well, do you have any guidance to us as to how we can have bike lanes in a community that seniors would be comfortable with? I've heard so many, you know, stories about it, as you probably have as well, and just wondered if you gleaned from your surveying any solutions.
Okay, I did the age-friendly walk in my neighborhood. I did it twice. That's how I met Miss Coyne, Gail Coyne, at the Mary Center some years ago. I just don't think when they decided to install a lot of these bike trails, they didn't factor what type of people were living in those residential areas. You have a lot of seniors that are disabled. The bike lanes is going to impede that in many respects. It seems like the mode of communication was cut off. You had a certain group of people that wanted the bike lanes, but they didn't factor in a lot of things. You know, they took away the parking spots. You have one way that your traffic is going. If an ambulance or a fire truck is trying to get through, you have a line of traffic. Where are they going to go? They have no place to go because you only have one lane. I don't think when they implemented this, it's a good thing that we could utilize that, but I don't think they really thought out how it's impacting families, how it's impacting seniors, how it's impacting the disabled, you know, and some of the places where they've taken away handicap parking because of the bike lanes, they had to revisit that and give that handicap spot back to the person. I think the lines of communication, especially with DDOT, because I've attended a lot of the meetings and the things that they promised that they wasn't going to do, they did. So across the board, government agencies may have their heart in the right place, but they don't go about it the right way.
Thank you very much, and Chairperson Bonds, and thank you for our witnesses. Great to see you. I was going to ask about vacancies also, but that turf has been covered. I am curious how a person gets appointed to the commission. Who does the appointment, and how can I have an impact on trying to fill vacancies in Ward 3?
The mayor, city council members, and appoint them. Normally the citizens or seniors, I'm gonna say, which they don't have to be seniors, but they, a lot of times they'll approach a council member or someone and ask to be appointed.
So I could put names forward
Yes.
to you, and then would you then
You
vet
put them
them?
to MOTA?
To MOTA.
Yeah.
Yes, to the talent office. Mhm.
Okay, all right. And there's 2 vacancies for Ward 3 and 2 vacancies for Ward.
We have
Yeah.
3 or 4 active, and presently we have 3 or 4 waiting, so we got 8 positions, and all the help we can get, we can use. We don't care what ward they come, as long as they can help us address the issues of seniors in the District of Columbia.
So I was intrigued when you were talking about you go to the rec center and you can see what they're going to do at the rec center and at the wellness center, and you can see. Do you have ideas for a model for how the information might be gathered in one place? So if you're a senior and you're looking for something to do on Thursday that's near you, that you could find it. How could we make this better so we leverage our assets better?
Several years back, I guess about 4 or 5 years ago, in Ward 8, the lead agency created a calendar of all of the special events that were going on in senior programs throughout the ward. And she put it in the libraries, she put it in the Giant, and all the places that people attend. And as a result of that, all of the senior activities increased in that area.
And so do you see that as a role for the lead agency? Is that the natural entity to try to create that?
Yes, I believe so. I spoke to some seniors this morning, and they're in Ward 8. And because of a lot of the programs that we have in Ward 8 now, they were concerned that we're getting a lot of seniors from other wards, because when people become aware of programs that they think they're interested in, I don't care where they're located citywide, they try to get access to them.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing is just people wanting to have contact with other people. And so, and what do you think? I mean, obviously there are many seniors who don't use the internet, but what do you think are the numbers? What do you think are the proportion that do use the internet where a website, for example, could be of value?
Their website would be of value.
Yeah.
I think it would be quite, it's advantageous. We still have a large percentage, my thinking is that we still have a large percentage of seniors that have not become computer savvy, for lack of a better way of putting it, computer savvy. And if you're not computer savvy and you're in your domain, like I spoke about wards 1, 2, and 3, which are mostly apartment complexes, and senior buildings are mostly apartment complexes. If they're not computer savvy, then reaching that target audience that I would like to see the commission more engaged with, then we need to find other means. That's why I suggested the newsletter or something. At one point, Dacl had a newsletter in the all of the libraries, a printed newsletter in all of the libraries, and they seem to have gone more computer savvy. Whereas the Beacon, where they use the Beacon, but they had which is a newspaper. One time they had a little newsletter which was like 2 sheets thick that told you everything about Dacl and the programs that the Department of Aging provided.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
yeah, go ahead, please, Sue.
This morning downstairs, when we were gathering, it was Ward 8, 7, 4. I think it was one person from 3 and 1. The suggestion was that we should start going to each other's wellness centers and get to know what we're doing at each other's wellness centers. Because this divide and conquer mentality is not working. We should connect more and be more user-friendly with one another. Instead of that, Ward 7 got this, or Ward 5 has that. But for us to connect, and so that we can give the information. If they have a function in Ward 7 or 8 that we would like to engage in, we should exchange that information. We should commingle. And I think that's the best route to go. I'm not dismissing having something on paper, but the best communication is when you do one-on-one.
No, I hear you on that. And I also think just people getting together and people getting together from different parts of the city, that's a good in and of itself. And I think a challenge that all of us grapple with is the folks who aren't in those cohorts that are coming out. It's the socially isolated, and how do we get to the socially isolated and get them into that group where you guys are getting sustenance from each other. That's a challenge. And yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I participated in the original program that created the Ward 2-3 program they have now, as your wife was a part of.
Yeah, thank you.
I was an original member of that. I was original member of that task force. And one of the issues was that in a lot of the apartment buildings where seniors live, they don't even engage with one another. In the same building, and you go to a lot of those senior buildings today and ask them, say, well, your neighbor's so-and-so, they'll say, who? They have, so the biggest challenge that we started out with then, and we still have, is how we get people within a certain confinement to engage with one another. And that goes back to posting that sign on the information board or something to get them to sort of come out and interact.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the reference to my wife. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think this is a thing, figuring out how to reach those kinds of folks and get them engaged. I hear it from the villages that they feel like they are bit by bit making some progress on that. Are you seeing that on the ground?
Yes, yes. Full disclosure, I'm on the advisory board of the village group that's trying to figure out ways to reach more seniors in the District of Columbia.
Well,
they have an advocacy group that's trying to figure out how to reach more seniors. I'm a part of that group.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that because and I do think some of the argument that gets made is these are folks who are closest to, they're in the community, and so they have the most connections in the community to try to reach folks who are hard to reach. There's nothing like, as you were saying, the kind of personal contact. There's nothing like that. And finding the people who are close to try to make that contact does seem like a great advertisement for the villages.
Well, we want, I think you trust your neighbor more than you trust anyone else. Like one of the testimonies from one of the village persons I heard earlier, she was saying how she assisted her neighbor because her neighbor trusted her, you know, and then that trust that she had in her, she was able to expand to other people. So, yes.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for your testimony. I'll turn it back to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think I see Councilmember Lewis George. Are you? Yes. Councilwoman.
Oh, I don't have any questions for this panel. We had to leave Hattie home, so none of my seniors, it closes at 4 o'clock, so none of my Ward 4 seniors are able to testify, but I'm here to ask questions of our directors nevertheless.
All right, I really will come up to you and have a session. How about that? We'll do a joint session.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes, in fact, we'll do a town hall.
Ooh, I love it. Okay.
Let's do a town hall.
I'll get my Hattie home seniors ready.
I know they'll be ready. I know they will be ready. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I do want to follow up with Ms. Matthews in the testimony you all gave. You mentioned policy changes on long-term care for seniors in the district. How does that affect our garden variety of seniors as it relates to?
I was a part of that group with Ms. Silverman that met, and they were long-term care providers. And they were concerned about the statutes. And what I've seen since then, it seems like before a senior was able to stay in a facility for like 90 days. And then after 90 days, they would have to seek additional resources to help them with their condition. And everyone I'm talking to lately, everywhere I go now, it's like 30 days. So it's like they lost like 60 days of care. And I'm not understanding. Like I said in my testimony, I'm trying to reach out to them again to see what the issue is. But I constantly see seniors. I've had 2 in the last month or so that terminated out of their like Washington Hospital Center Rehab. You know, after that 30 days, they were terminated. And then they are sent places where their family have issues, challenges reaching them because most of these other sites are outside of the city. And they don't have the resources. They seem to lose a lot of the resources that they have. I was fortunate enough that one of the seniors lived in Ward 7, and I was reached out to Edenbridge to try to assist him in bringing him back to the city under their PACE program.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find out what's similar to PACE program the rest of the city has so that we can get the rest of our seniors who prefer to be closer to home than down in Virginia somewhere, far out in Maryland.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. That's very important. I note that Age-Friendly Task Force representative is here, and perhaps we will be able to glean some information on this matter from that group. Also, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who heads the Health Committee, is on. Councilwoman, thank you for joining us. Maybe you can talk with us a little bit about long-term care. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I don't have any particular questions for this panel. I was having trouble getting on, but I did listen to the testimony. Well, actually, I do have a question. I'd heard from and I apologize that I can't see you, but I'm gonna hold you in
I'm here.
What's that?
I'm here.
Okay, great. You can hear me though. Okay, good. Um, the one of the questions that I had was in pertaining to I'd heard at a AARP meeting about a desire for folks to want to see the age for which someone can participate at a senior wellness center be lowered. And I was curious if that has ever come up in terms of the work of the group.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, council member. The age issue come up quite a bit. One of the reasons it came up is because Department of Recs, you can become a senior in their programs at 50 or 55, 55, I believe. 55. But we were told that a lot of the Dacl now programs are on the federal guidelines, and the federal guidelines is 60.
Okay, that's interesting, especially as we're seeing like a growing number of, and not a growing, but you know, an increasing number of individuals who are opting for early retirement and are looking for community. So I guess what you're saying is DPR has programming for that particular age group. And so that's one way for them to connect there.
ARP starts at 50 and DPR starts at 55 and Dacl starts at 60. But I'm a part of several DPR programs. And I've never been carded, so so I'm just just a little.
Well, we certainly don't want that to be a beginning practice. So we're gonna leave that one alone. But I appreciate you all's engagement on the various issues. I think, as one of you mentioned, right, the issues as it pertains to seniors is cross-cutting. It's transportation, it's recreation, it's even into nutrition and some other areas where it might not be a natural inclination for folks to want to include members of that particular population as stakeholders in a conversation. But I've certainly heard from a number of folks, especially as it pertains on the transportation issues. I sit on the transportation committee. And then, as Councilmember Bonds was sort of talking about in terms of as it pertains to long-term care. And we've got some bills in the Committee on Health to help try to provide some additional supports, but also try to mitigate some of the financial burden that some folks are facing, trying to get into assisted living facilities or other types of things where they want to age in place. But Councilmember Bonds, I appreciate that time, but I'll yield back the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. Thank you very, very much. All right, we are now, thank you very, very much, both of you, and we're going to transition now to age-friendly DC task force. One of the things I've learned as I grow older is that you cannot rush progress when progress has its due. And I know for those who may be 40, 50, 60, Gail, they may think that we need to right through this. We can't do that. We have to take our time to get through this so that the 87-year-old lady who was with us earlier, and those that we've heard about, the 96-year-old who's helping the 97-year-old, will also be pulled into our circle and know what we're doing. So thank you all for your indulgence. I know it's been a long day, but just think, you are going to have rest this evening that'll be so rewarding. All right, we have been joined by Ms. Gail Cohen, who will talk with us about age-friendly task force. Of course, most of us know that in 2006, the World Health Organization launched the Age-Friendly Communities Global Initiative to inspire cities to focus on improving access to physical and social environments in which seniors were living. As part of age-friendly movement in the U.S., age-friendly communities implement programs and infrastructure features that help older adults thrive and remain socially active as as we age. The Age-Friendly DC Task Force was established in September of 2013. It is established through a Mayor's Order 2013-172, for those who might want to pull it up, to advise the mayor regarding issues related to making the district an age-friendly city by 2017 in accordance with the guidelines of the World Health Organization, which features 8 domains. And in DC, we have 2 specific domains. They are outdoor space and buildings, transportation, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communications and information, community support and health services, disaster preparedness and response, and elder abuse, neglect, and fraud. In the fall of 2018, the Age-Friendly Task Force released the 2023 Age-Friendly Strategic Plan, which built on the city's improvements and shortfalls as noted by residents. It also set forth a new 5-year plan organizing the areas focused around 3 pillars: building environment, changing attitudes about growing older, and lifelong health and security. And so with that, I am going to ask the coordinator, Ms. Gail Cohen, if she raise her right hand, and we'll swear you in. All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony that you give today is truthful and complete?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. And thank you so much for joining us.
You eliminated my need to testify the whole first page of my testimony. I think that's really special and probably useful because we have others who are still here and need to be accommodated. I'm just going to pass on the history, but I would just note to you one thing. The World Health Organization, from the very outset, was clear that we were talking about lifelong aging and not about people who have become older and making life better for those people who are older now. There's a distinguishing definition between age-friendly DC and the World Health Organization definition that we ascribe to, as well as AARP, which is we worry about people getting ready to be older, future aging people who have been born and now they're moving on. So we're going to be talking primarily about people who are older now today, because that's the focus of this particular committee and its thoughts. But I just want to make sure that the Department of Aging and Community Living is focused on people with disabilities and people who are 60 and over. That's different than age-friendly DC. The other thing is we're not part of the Department of Aging and Community Living. We're in the department, the Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services office, which is in this building upstairs, and in the mayor's office. And we function because of the mayor's actions. So with that, I would just say we don't exist anymore. I exist, but the Age-Friendly DC Task Force has expired. 2018 to 23, the end of December, that task force expired. So the people that have been on the task force in the past, many of whom, all of whom did a great job, but many of whom are going to probably continue in the 2024 to 2028 age-friendly actions that we undertake, are going to be going through a process starting, I would say, probably in March. We have set March 5th as the date, first date of the new task force, but the establishment order hasn't yet been signed by the mayor. And as you know, there is a 5-year report that the task force that's now expired, I feel like they died. They haven't died. They're perfectly capable and working hard. but the report that was written as a result of the work that they had undertaken is completed, but it's being reviewed by the mayor and will be issued when the mayor is ready to issue that report. I'm hoping that will be in the next few weeks. So I think we can move on to note that in the last 2 weeks, residents have joined the 2018 to 2023 task force. This is the task force that has expired, but has had 2 meetings in January to review history, to look back, to see what they've done. It's partly a way of clapping, I guess I would say, to some degree. It's a way, but we did take the time with that task force to evaluate the progress that was made using an independent group of people. That is the George Washington University interns. Someone has said, I think 2 or 3 times today, I'm sticky. I acquire interns at a pretty good rate, which is great because they're the people who I can help be the next generation of leaders as we move forward. And by golly, if I can convince them that being interested in lifelong aging and the people who are older now, that's a great thing. So anyway, that report was in essence reviewed on those 2 meeting dates, on the 23rd of January and on the 30th of January. Those of you who were there, and some of you were, so I can just tell you that we're not entirely without people who had been part of that meeting, those meetings. We really revealed a lot of information that made a lot of people much more comfortable about what has been made in terms of progress in the city. It's not all a terribly negative story, although I will tell you that what we discovered in our listening sessions throughout last year, and we did spend a lot of time listening last year across the city to any number of groups, including those who are homeless, including those who don't speak English as a first language, which we think is really important. So the special populations in the city were heard, and they will be addressed. The issues that they surface will be addressed in the 24 to 28 plan, because I can tell you that there's going to be interest in that. We will stick with our elevator speech of what Age Friendly is about, I'm sure. The built environment, changing attitudes about age, lifelong health and security are a way of saying in a very quick way, what is Age Friendly doing? What are you focused on? What are you thinking about? Those pillars enable us to, and then you rattled off the domains or areas of focus where we have committees and representation on the task force that focus on those particular interests. There are an equal number of task force members who are agency deputy mayors or agency leaders, including the Department of Aging and Director Hines, who's here with us today. So there are 26, actually 38 agencies that work with us on a regular basis that we meet with. It might not be Director Hines. She sends people to us who have particular interest or expertise in the domain or area of focus that we're talking about. So there's a lot of interaction that's going on through that direction, but we also have an equal number of representatives on the task force that are part of organizations that focus on issues of importance. So when we're talking about transportation, we have someone from the community whose interest is in transportation, et cetera. So I just want to be sure that you recognize that there's a lot of structure that goes on here. And yes, I'm the only staff person, but interns, my sticky interns, are very much there and very much interested either in all of it or in parts of it, and have done a good job of impartially evaluating what happened, and you'll see the report when it comes out. I just want to start by giving you a couple of examples of programs that have really, really made a difference, and they are not. One of the people who testified earlier today said we keep what we do in the District of Columbia under a bush. She said age friendly, but I would just say in general, we just don't get our word out at all. We are not good at communicating. But I want to talk about the built environment to start with, and I want to comment to you that Safe at Home is an incredible program. It has made a huge difference in terms of falls. Falls kill in the District of Columbia. We can talk to the medical examiner if we want to get more information on that. But I can absolutely tell you that we have to have people as safe as they possibly can in the place that most of the falls occur. Where's that? The home. So let's keep Safe at Home moving and chugging along, and they have a shortage of funds, which you'll hear about. I'm sure you've already heard about it today in various testimonies. So that's an important program that, let me just note to you that every time there's a fall with an injury, it costs us at least 5, on average, times more than the corrections that are done by Safe at Home. It's just a great investment. It's a mistake not to keep that program going. And the people who are not income eligible, I'm sorry, but they're just going to have to take some money out of their accounts and get to it. We should all make changes. I have, so that I am safe in my own home. It's the right thing to do. When we get to communication, I'm going to generalize into the program that the Office of the Chief Technology Officer put in motion that did involve the Department of Aging and Community Living, and that's Tech Together. And I have to tell you, the hero, as far as I'm concerned in all of this, is Wild Tech. Wild Tech. If you haven't heard Wild Tech, it's because we keep all this under a bush. But Wild Tech is an organization that's been around. Councilmember Bonds, you and I have been at this a long time together. Wild Tech has been around for 20 years, giving out equipment, machines that people can use that are turned in, usually from corporations, refurbished, and then they're distributed to people, much of it to people who are older, so that they can start using machines. And then they, by golly, don't leave people alone. They're all over them with regard to training. And they realize and understand the importance of saying, you have to keep learning. You constantly have to keep learning. Every day is a new tech adventure. Anytime you turn on the computer, I don't know about the rest of you, but I will just tell you that anytime I turn the computer on, I have a new something I'm learning. So what just happened to me was I turned the page and my testimony ran out. So let me see if I can turn some pages and find another copy.
Well,
unless it's blank.
Well, I think I have Pillar 1, building environment, and that's housing domain, Safe at Home.
I've got another copy.
And then home care partners, and then from that to Pillar 2, changing attitudes. If that helps. I know how you feel. I've done that.
I did. I just turned it and it was blank. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm back on track here. The other one I wanted to talk about, which has been referenced earlier today, is paid family leave. You can now get paternity leave, a maternity leave, and actually welcome a new child into your family. Oh my God, what a special thing. And this is run in a program in which a tax is paid by the organizations that have 25 or more employees in the city. And those organizations pool together the funds. They are distributed by the government to anybody who needs to have those dollars. It also covers paid family leave covers people who are providing what I hate saying caregiving. I'll say it and then I'll tell you I'm going to switch it to care partnering rather than caregiving because it eliminates the role of the person that is frail and needing personal assistance. But by golly, those individuals are working hard and they deserve to be referred to as partners, not as having to say thank you every time they receive a service. I think it's really important for us to recognize that. So I would just, the paid family leave program also enables people who are themselves injured and need some time off and need to get some money while they're away from their jobs. We've got work to do on the paid family leave program because it takes recognizing that the team have to fill in while that person's away. There has to be a way by which that functions together so that when that person leaves, they're not struggling to get the work done that needs to be done. So I've gone on long enough and I've got a blank page of paper in front of me now. Are there questions you have about the questions you asked in advance of this hearing? And then I'll leave.
Okay. Fair
Actually,
enough.
I'll stay and listen to the Department of Aging and
Of
Community Living.
course, of course. In the work that the task force just completed, what role did Age Friendly have in reaching out to isolated neighborhoods or persons that have been identified, or in helping to identify where our isolated senior population may be?
All right, so one must keep in mind that Age Friendly has a staff person. And it's not possible for us to do anything without the amazing organizations that exist in the District of Columbia. So we rely upon the organizations and the agencies in the District of Columbia to know where those people are. I love our system of having advisory neighborhood commissioners. I think that's the most sensible way of managing government. There are some who are ANC commissioners and have that credential on their resume, and that's about all they do with it. But there are others who are very actively aware of everybody in that particular area, and those individuals know where people are who don't get out and do a lot of work to make sure that they do get out. So I know we spend a lot of time wanting to know exactly where those individuals are. No one group, no one organization is ever going to know about where those individuals are without the help of the advisory neighborhood commissioners. The other people who know, more likely to know, are the mayor's office of community affairs. Those individuals who are out there in the community talking to people on a regular basis are more likely to know about the people who are in isolation. So I would say our work has been entirely done through organizations and agencies in the district government who get out.
And you know, I am a little familiar with Age Friendly, having been a part of the organization some time ago. But what I'm really asking of the task groups or subgroups as have been organized, how does DDOT tell you that they find folk of need? You heard earlier the concern about sidewalks and roadways and not being friendly necessarily to pedestrian seniors. So how do they identify them? Do they wait for calling a meeting about putting in a bike lane and see if any seniors show up? Or is there some other process? That's what I'm asking. And that's just an example. You have, I guess DPW probably participates as one of the agencies. Many agencies participate. Certainly, finance and revenue must participate. We're talking about property taxes. So I'm just asking, what kind of things do they do? If you can help
What
us
do-
understand, what do they
So-
do
so
and
we
bring
can
the
take the
information to
mandate.
your table? And
We can take the mandate of any organization. And by the way, I answer my phone 24/7. There is not a call that comes in from a constituent that I'm not on the phone telling them what I know and who they might be able to talk to. So I was really surprised when one of our people who testified today was talking about not being able to find services. The best way to find services, by the way, is Iona's book of services, which I cannot tell you how easy it is to get that book, but and I have to, once again, talk about Lena Fruman, because she and the people she worked with developed a program that filtered through so you could find whatever it was you wanted in terms of interest anywhere in the city. So being isolated can be a choice that some people make. I don't want to make this into every one of the people who's not getting out is interested in staying in that kind of condition. But you really have to work hard if you want to stay isolated. You really have to work hard at it. All you have to do is to walk out the door and people are willing to talk to you and be helpful. This city is so full of people who care and love. Really, honestly, it's easy to make friends in any situation. You can go to the grocery store and talk to people. So any agency picks up, Councilmember Bonds, on the issues that you're talking about. If you haven't been paying your taxes, you're getting mail, you're getting information from that agency saying, raise your hand, what's going on here? And checking on people. And yes, there are advocates who are working on those topics, who are in various agencies across the city. I really think we've got a lot of resources that enable us to deal with our people who are isolated.
so I guess I'm curious as to whether or not the 5-year plan that was just completed contains information that would inform individuals who might pick up the plan that they do just as you said. Reach out to any agency, they should have the information for you. And so I wanted to know if within the scope of work of the age-friendly task force, if attention is given to answering that question directly by accumulation of comments from the different agencies that were working on the task force, or the external organizations that worked on the task force. Like, for instance, Pathways to Against Homelessness does just that. If you are on the street, they will help you get off the street and eventually put you in housing. That's an external organization. Did they contribute what they would do in order to help people understand, if you are interested in what age-friendly today means and going into the future, we are a service that can help you. And this is the information we're putting in this plan.
You're going to remember that there is an age-friendly strategic plan from 2018 to 2023. Within that plan, those 3 pillars we talked about have areas of focus. Each one of those areas of focus has strategies under goals that were established by the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. Those strategies encompass what you're trying to talk about. If you had the time, and I know you're a busy person, to attend the task force meetings on the 23rd, you would have heard from every one of the domains exactly what they perceived to be the progress that was made in accordance with those strategies. So there's a whole litany. If you go to the website, you can revisit that whole section. I can also give you the slides from those presentations so that you can look literally at what the spokesperson from that particular domain had to say about the progress. That is also going to be in the plan that will soon be released.
All right.
Then, in addition to that, on the 30th, we had 7 presentations about what we thought. I gave you a couple of examples, but there are many, many, many more examples of progress that has been made in each domain. And yes, you're absolutely right. There are things we have to go back and do again. You mentioned the Department of Parks and Recreation. They have a ready-to-play plan that is absolutely stunning. It's going to make all the difference in the lives of people. It already has. We have bathrooms you can get to 24/7 in our parks. There are many more benches because of the fact that Age Friendly had that as a strategy in the plan. There are many more water fountains. All of that is in the ready to play plan. And we have more parks. Oh my God. We have more parks. We have little pocket parks that we didn't have before. So if we look at just the first domain of built environment and talk about accessibility, I can tell you, I have a list of buildings that are accessible now that weren't before. I have a list, fortunately for us, because the Department of Housing and Community Development have a list that they made as a result of Age Friendly's work of all the places you can live if you have a disability. And most of the
Okay.
people with disabilities in the cities live in, are older than
Yes, yes,
you
they
know.
do.
You do know.
So then, the slides that you're referencing and any other information like I guess, the content or a review of maybe a report on you said January 20th, meeting, if we could get copies
23rd.
of both.
Just go to
So
the
that they-
website, go to www.dc.gov, and you can literally see.
We
the
would like
report.
copies of it
You
to
can
go
have that,
into
be
the
happy to
public
do that.
record of
Sure.
today's performance oversight hearing.
Happy to do
Okay.
that for you.
All right, and I'm going to turn to my colleague to see if he has questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds. Just a few. Thank you very much for the shout outs. I think Safe at Home, really important program, really effective the way the cost benefit that you outlined. I think I will be repeating that line over and over again. Thank you for that.
Thank you for doing that.
And
Appreciate it.
Wild Tech, I did not know about, so I want to learn more about that. Thank you for highlighting that. It does sound like a great service that's out
They
there.
work very hard with Dacl. So, but they work with others too.
And of course, thank you for your shout out to Mylena. Really appreciate that.
What a program. I don't know who did it. I don't know who made that program up. At wards 2 and 3, if that were to happen across the city, you'd have the answer to how to find out what you want to do. It's just great.
So stay tuned because I'll talk with the director some about that, because I do think, and that was frankly an idea that Sally White at Iona back in the day, and actually working with me and Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Che were able to get piloted. And it was the idea behind it was it's a pilot to show that this can have an impact. And then eventually Lena took the helm of it and really showed what was possible. And I think it's exciting. But
otherwise, if you want to know what's going on in wellness centers, you have to go to the wellness center and look at the wellness center list. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's hard work if you want to do something in Ward 8. I live right across the river from Ward 8. It's easy for me to get to Ward 8 stuff, but I have to go to the Ward 8. And then I don't know if they have any program on knitting that I'd like to go to or whatever. I mean, you know, that's the kind of thing that Lena's program does.
And the things are all complementary. So the thing is to be strategic and be complementary because it's a way to get programming. They're each ways to get programming out and accessible to more people. So this is
If you're LGBTQ, you can cross with LGBTQ with knitting, etc.
when, as it happens, knitting is now Lena's big thing. But so some of what you were saying about the task force had me just a little bit confused because, and I don't, so it expired at the end of December, yet you're doing work now that sort of to complete the work of the task force. What's going to happen with, where will the task force be 6 months from now? Where do you, or a year from now? What's your anticipation
Well,
of it?
let's get in the mayor's office together. We're now in the mayor's office, pretend. It's the establishment order will soon leave the mayor's office and will be taken over by the mayor's office of talent and appointments. Already, there are people who are on the task force who were in the 2018 to 2023 task force who want to stay, including James Appleby, the head of the Gerontological Society of America, who is very much involved, by the way, in lifelong aging, not thinking only about making life better for people who are older now. But James Appleby is the co-chair of the task force and will be the co-chair of the task force if the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointment appoints him. He did such a sterling job, they're going to appoint him again.
Oh, I see. So a 5-year task force expired, but a new 5-year task force will be appointed at some point. Okay.
Sometime, I would say, in the next month. That's me betting.
Well,
I'll take that bet from somebody if they want to.
okay. I'm not going to get in the betting game right now from the dais, but thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your work. We have touched many times over the years, and you have pushed and pushed and pushed in different ways to get all different kinds of people to engage on senior work, and it's
I
really
take great pride in the fact that you're involved with Listener to Louise. I just think that particular affordable continuing care retirement community and the work you're doing now, I assume you're still involved with them.
I resigned when I joined the council.
Okay, the person who's now president can take pride in the fact that you're building residential units.
Oh, I'm going to take pride in that too, because I got that started. But thank you very much.
That are affordable.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. I see that Councilmember Louis George is with us, and yes, Councilmember Louis George.
I want to say thank you for your service, and I would love to schedule time to talk to you more about seniors and servicing seniors in Ward 4. Thank you.
It'll happen. I'll call. I'm very good at that.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Henderson is still with us. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I don't have any specific questions. I think with age-friendly DC also overlapping with the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, I have that hearing next week, so I'll have an opportunity to ask some questions there.
And you and I were at the same meeting in Ward 8 at AARP.
Oh, yes. Okay. Awesome.
I know you. You just didn't know me.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Now we will transition to hearing from the Department on Aging and Community Living, what was once known as the Office on Aging. And even today, people sometimes carry the old name. And so we'll invite Director Hines to the witness table. She can bring her team with her if she likes. And we will move forward.
Like me to say the swearing in?
We can. It's your choice. All right, we will swear you in. You raise your right hand. All right, okay. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give to us today to be complete and truthful?
I do.
Thank you. I probably don't have to review what the Dacl, which is affectionately called the Department on Aging and Community Living. But there's a need for this department. Instead of it being just the Office of Services to Seniors, it's become the full-fledged department. And I can tell from today's testimony, it can very likely grow even more because more seniors need services, and most importantly, we need a variety of services and information lines that sometimes a specialty organization can provide, and that's what Dacl is. It specializes in reaching our senior population. The mission, as we all know, is advocating, planning, implementing, and monitoring programs in health, education, social services for the elderly, promoting longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents and for residents with disabilities, regardless of their age, and it includes the caregivers, ensuring the rights of older adults and their families and preventing abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and leading efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to leverage resources. And so we want to hear from Director Hines, and you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and committee staff. My name is Sharon P.W. Hines, and I am the Director for the Department of Aging and Community Living, affectionately known as Dacl or DACL. Today, I am honored to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser regarding the department's performance during fiscal years 2023 and 2024 to date. Accompanying me today are Angela Richardson, Dacl's Chief of Staff, and Melanie Johnson, Dacl's Chief Program Officer. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to Mayor Muriel Bowser for her exceptional leadership. During the most difficult moments our city has faced, she has consistently shown dedication to the residents of Washington, D.C., especially seniors. Her unwavering commitment has played a crucial role in navigating our city through unprecedented challenges, and I am honored to be a part of her administration. I also want to acknowledge and thank the incredible staff at DACL and the entire senior service network, many of whom testified today. The team's commitment to our seniors, adults with disabilities, and caregivers is paramount to the agency's success and our ability to ensure district seniors can live boldly and move boldly. And I would be remiss if I did not thank our seniors who have been here in the chamber and online in full force today. Madam Chair, the Dacl team often hears me say, "For without the seniors, there is no us." We could not do the work that we do every day if it were not for our city's older adults holding us accountable and pushing us forward. For that, I am extremely grateful. The mission of the Department of Aging and Community Living is to advocate, plan, implement, and monitor programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, to promote longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents, district residents with disabilities, regardless of age, and caregivers, to ensure the rights of older adults and their families and prevent their abuse, neglect, and exploitation. To uphold the core values of service excellence, respect, compassion, integrity, and accountability. And to lead efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to effectively leverage resources. Madam Chair, I am so proud to stand before you today to share that for the past 11 months, 29 days, and 48 hours, I have served in the capacity as Dacl Director, fulfilling the very mission I just shared. While this has not been a small feat, I am overjoyed by all that we as an agency have accomplished under my leadership. Back in May of 2023, at my confirmation hearing, I shared with you that our seniors deserve an accessible, effective, and responsive government agency on aging to meet their most pressing concerns and needs so that they can age on their own terms. The team at Dacl has taken this vision and ran with it, remaining laser focused on 5 core areas that are necessary in supporting older residents: socialization, transportation, nutrition, keeping seniors in their homes and communities, and providing high-quality services. Socialization is a crucial component of healthy aging, and combating senior isolation is one of the mayor's top priorities for older adults. What we all have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that all of us, no matter our age, need human connection to thrive. Hence, we are in person for this hearing. Since the end of the district public health emergency, Dacl has been hyper-focused on bringing seniors back to our wellness senior centers and our citywide events. During the past year, Dacl hosted several events that kept seniors connected, engaged, and informed, including the Mayor's Senior Budget Engagement Forum, Senior Fest, the Miss Senior DC Pageant, the Mayor's Senior Symposium, Brain Games, the Centenarian Salute, and the Mayor's Senior Holiday Celebration. This year's Centenarian Salute was the first since the pandemic, celebrating more than 50 older residents aged 100 or older. In addition, we took combating social isolation a step further by ensuring our seniors were able to participate in our city's most popular parades by providing open-air transportation in the Capitol Pride Parade, the Palisades 4th of July Parade, the Fiesta DC Parade, and the Martin Luther King Day Peace Walk and Parade. By organizing transportation for these parades, we are ensuring our city's older adults remain connected and engaged in activities designed for the entire city to come together. These events, including the 246 community outreach events we hosted, have allowed us to connect with more than 28,000 seniors from all 8 wards of the city, a 17.7% increase from our reach last year. Not to mention the countless conversations I've been able to have with seniors during my frequent time in the community. While these outreach engagements serve as an opportunity to have fun with the seniors, they also serve as critical moments for me to listen, react, and then act. I sit down with them, listen to their concerns, take those concerns right to the respective teams at Dacl, and together we find concrete solutions for the residents. Transportation remains a significant concern for seniors in the district. Many face challenges accessing transportation leading to social isolation and other issues. At DACL, we are committed to developing innovative solutions to assist seniors in navigating the city. One of our most noteworthy achievements is the Connector Card program, providing seniors with access to various transportation options, including Uber, Lyft, and WMATA, bus, and rail. In FY23, the mayor allocated a $1 million investment in transportation access for seniors, enabling Dacl to expand the Connector Card program and offer seniors up to $100 a month in travel funds. And in this last year's budget, the mayor made a $1.5 million investment in transportation access for seniors, reaffirming her commitment to ensuring more seniors can benefit from this popular program, overwhelmingly popular program. To date, Dacl has assisted more than 3,800 seniors in reaching their destinations. In FY18, Dacl introduced Senior Med Express, another innovative transportation program benefiting older adults in the district. This program offers round-trip transportation through Yellow Cab Company for qualified district seniors attending essential life-sustaining medical appointments or appointments related to public benefits. Madam Chair, we understand that seniors desire more flexibility in scheduling, convenience, and access to additional rides. Senior Med Express has continued to address these needs through our partnership with Yellow Cab, serving over 4,600 seniors to date. Madam Chair, in addition to addressing transportation and socialization concerns, senior food insecurity remains a pressing issue in the district. While data from Feeding America indicates that 11.5% of DC seniors are food insecure, Dacl is actively employing every tool in our toolbox to combat this statistic and ensure every senior has access to healthy, nutritious foods. I am pleased to report that through our diverse meal programs, 13,425 seniors are currently receiving nutrition support. Whether they benefit from our home delivered meals program, enjoy daily lunches at over 40 community dining sites across the district, or exercise their choice through the Food for Choice program for grocery decisions, we are committed to meeting the food needs of older adults in the district. This effort brings us closer to closing the senior food insecurity gap. Now, while socialization, transportation, and nutrition have always been top priorities for us at Dacl, we are also steadfast on ensuring that seniors can continue to age in place within the communities they know and love. The mayor consistently emphasizes that the best housing for older adults is the housing they already have, leading to the creation of her signature program for seniors, Safe at Home. In FY23, 1,026 projects were successfully completed and 202 projects in FY24 to date. A recent evaluation conducted by American University revealed that 90% of past Safe at Home participants expressed satisfaction with the program, and 79% of these participants reported not experiencing falls since the completion of their adaptations. You heard Gail Cohn talk about the success of this program as well. Since its inception, Safe at Home has contributed to making over 6,500 households safer through the installation of safety adaptations such as grab bars, hand railings, stair lifts, and bathtub cutouts. To ensure a more comprehensive program for residents, the mayor expanded Safe at Home in FY23, providing seniors with additional options to reduce fall risk and support them as they age the way they want and choose. With Safe at Home 2.0, We concentrated on all 4 categories of fall risk outlined by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention: environment, medication management, vision screenings, and balance and strength training. To date, 129 seniors received vision screenings, 102 seniors received medication management, and 529 seniors participated in evidence-based balance and strength training classes offered by Home Care Partners and American University. Recognizing the growing demand for seniors to age in place and benefit from this innovative program, in FY24, Mayor Bowser reinforced his commitment by increasing the income eligibility cap from 80% of the area median income to 100% median family income. This investment raised the eligibility threshold from $79,700 for an individual to $99,600, and from $91,050 to $113,850 for a household of 2. With these additional funds, Dacl anticipates completing an additional 200 projects in FY24, bringing the total to over 1,100 projects. Before I conclude, Madam Chair, I want to highlight the exceptional work of the entire team at the Department of Aging and Community Living and reiterate our continued commitment to providing high-quality services. As I mentioned earlier, I often convey to the team that without the seniors, there is no us. Without the seniors, there is no us. We exist because of the seniors. I am adamant about all of us, including myself, receiving the necessary development to better support our seniors and address their needs. This past summer, Ms. Johnson, our Chief Program Officer that I keep giving additional responsibilities to, and she just says yes, as our Chief Programs Officer, the both of us had the opportunity to attend the U.S. Aging Conference in Salt Lake City, Utah. This conference brought together professionals from various fields, all united by a common goal: to ensure that every older American, regardless of their background, color, or zip code, has access to the resources and services they need to live boldly. This conference, along with many other professional development opportunities, including the Home and Community-Based Services Conference, National Adult Protective Services Association's annual conference, the Alliance of Information and Referral Systems conferences that our staff has participated in, has made our agency more determined than ever to lead with compassion and empathy, building our capacity and professional toolkit while continuing to advocate for DC's oldest residents. Madam Chair, there are 2 critical projects our teams led this past fiscal year: the completion of Dacl's 2024 through 2027 State Plan on Aging and our Adult Protective Services Unit accreditation. The state plan was created with significant community input and is designed specifically to serve our city's older adults and adults with disabilities. Through listening sessions hosted across the city, we heard from over 400 residents and used the lessons learned to develop the state plan's goals and strategies. This plan will guide our service delivery and program development for the next 4 years and will serve as a benchmark for measuring our success and effectiveness. And while we await the results of the APS accreditation, I could not be prouder of the outstanding work our APS unit has put forward in protecting the lives of our most vulnerable. To date, the team from the Council on Accreditation has given our work high praise, noting that our APS team is truly dedicated to the residents of the district and the vast amount of resources we offer to the community, more than many other jurisdictions. In FY23, our agency implemented bold changes and decisions, all underscoring our unwavering dedication to the well-being of seniors in the district. First, we made a significant move demonstrating our commitment to impactful partnerships, with Dacl assuming the role of the lead agency for Ward 1, working even more closely with our longtime grantee, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Additionally, through our FY23 Lead Agency Grant Initiative, we marked a historic moment, the first time in a decade that we revamped our grant program and Dacl made its debut as the lead agency for a ward. The Lead Agency Grant Program seamlessly aligns with our mission of providing comprehensive, person-centered services tailored to older adults' unique needs as they age. After a thorough selection process involving community members and our dedicated staff, we proudly announced the following community-based organizations as our FY24 lead agencies. In Ward 1, Dacl and East River Family Strengthening Collaborative Incorporated. In Wards 2 and 3, Iona Senior Services. In Ward 4, Genevieve and Johnson Senior Daycare Center. In Wards 5 and 6, Seabury Resources for Aging. In Wards 7 and 8, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative Incorporated. These organizations showcase an extraordinary capacity to deliver high-quality senior services, positioning them as invaluable partners in advancing our mission of upholding independence, dignity, and choice among seniors across the district. Madam Chair, we took another bold step by making the FY24 Alzheimer's disease and related dementias funding made available to Dacl by the DC Council, a grant program. Thank you. This decision provides more organizations during this important work the opportunity to receive funding. After careful consideration and review by community members and staff, I am pleased to share that we recently announced Iona Senior Services and Genevieve and Johnson Senior Daycare Programs as the ADRD grant recipients. Through this grant, we will be able to advance programs that make a tangible difference in the lives of individuals and caregivers impacted by ADRD. The last thing I want to highlight, Madam Chair, is our commitment to ensuring more seniors have access to programming and services designed with them in mind. One of the ways we are doing this is by expanding our reach through capital projects. I am pleased to share that the plans for the new Ward 8 Senior Wellness Center in Fairlawn have been approved by the Public Spaces Committee, bringing us one step closer to turning dirt for a new wellness center for our seniors living east of the river. As you may recall from our time together in November and just Monday, our team has convened the Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Centers Task Force. Thank you to your incredible appointments. We have brought together a dynamic group of Ward 2 and Ward 3 residents, as well as DC government professionals, all eager to see 2 new wellness centers come to Ward 2 and Ward 3. Dacl is working closely with our sister agency, the Department of General Services, to complete the feasibility study and find 2 great locations that will serve as a second home for seniors in those respective communities. In conclusion, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am incredibly proud of the progress we have made at the Department of Aging and Community Living, especially the accomplishments I have witnessed during my tenure as I approach the 1-year anniversary this Sunday, February 3rd. Now, more than ever, Dacl remains dedicated to seniors, adults with disabilities, and those who care for them. Our work does not and will not stop all that we have accomplished to date. We will continue to put our most valuable and vulnerable residents first by working with them to create solutions. Thank you for your support of our agency and for your continued dedication to the well-being of older residents, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers. I, as well as Angela Richardson, Chief of Staff for Dacl, and Melanie Johnson, Chief Program Officer, look forward to answering any questions from you and the committee.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that very robust testimony. I do have a few questions, and why don't we start with the point that you just made, and that is the new Ward 8 Senior Wellness Center. How many wellness centers do we have currently located in Ward 8?
Currently, we have Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, and then the second wellness center will be located in Fairlawn, just as a next door neighbor to Kramer Middle School under the leadership of Principal Katrina Shelby.
All right, so we'll talk about the Fairline location and how you are now, I guess, collaborating with the school system.
Yes.
We can talk about that. But I wanted to ask about Congress Heights in particular. Today's public testimony indicated that the door has been cracked or the door has been broken for over 1 year. And I wondered if you could take a look at that really quickly and see if we can't get that fixed.
Yes, and Councilmember, if I can respond to you now, I did have a call today with Director Hunter at DGS to get an updated status. There was a repair completed on the door, but there was still an issue with that repair. And so contractors do have to be sent back out to check it out.
All right, so does that mean that the door can just be removed and we can put a new door in it?
Well, I'm not an engineer, but I do stay in touch with DGS around our work orders and completion dates. So this is a high priority for us at DACL to make sure that that repair is completed as soon as possible.
I would say that it is, given that this has been an outstanding issue for longer than a year. That's really kind of unacceptable. And so I don't know what DGS is doing. Councilmember Lewis George, who has DGS in her committee, I am sure she will be checking on what the issues may be with that. Also, the public witnesses who happen to be the advisory committee chair and vice chair pointed out that there are cracks in the wall, and the cracks concerned them because they walk past the cracks to get to the new wing. And then when they get to the new wing that has been built there, they've been told that the deaf program will have exclusive use of that area. I think we really need to look into how we are using our facilities.
Yes, if I can clarify for you, I have been in touch, of course, with Director Ritchie at Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, as well as East River, one of our grantees and partners who manages the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. It was, in a sense, reactivated as we came out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was a recommendation because many of the residents who participate in that program, their previous location, the rent went up significantly high. And it became unaffordable to stay there. So we looked at Congress Heights as an option for them to move the program there. Currently, we have about 2 or 3 active participants that have been coming to the program. But what I will also let you know, a recent update is that there's been some transition in the staff as far as the director for that particular program and some of their office staff that administer the program. So East River is actually hiring some new staff to run that program. But right now we have about 2 or 3 seniors who have been participating, and we hope to bring more back. What I have scheduled is some time that I will get to do some direct outreach to those seniors in partnership with the mayor's office so that we can find out just some reasons about, are they ready to come back? Is there another part of the city that they would like to have? the program in. Congress Heights, again, was selected because it was in close proximity to the original location that they were meeting at.
All right, well, please, would you give us some sort of update in the next 2 weeks so that so we can bring closure to this issue one way or the other? We would greatly appreciate that.
Will do.
Then the other thing and thank you for mentioning the advent of a Ward 2 Wellness Center and a Ward 3 Wellness Center. Both locations say they have suffered dearly for decades, for centuries, I suppose they would like to say, because they have not had a bona fide wellness center. But I happen to know that when Iona House began, Iona House was the Ward 3 Wellness Center. However, we're not going to go there because Iona House is now, or really Iona Services are a lead agency, which is all good. It's all good as things evolve. But, at one time, this city it was very clear that a preponderance of our senior population resided in Ward 3. And so they had a center, but it became a little larger. So I appreciate you bringing that out. The question I have, though, in thinking about, we're focused on wards 2 and 3 as Iona House that services wards 2 and 3, and then Genevieve Johnson that services Ward 4, recipients of the Alzheimer's grant. Yet you heard testimony today that say that most of our Alzheimer's victims or residents are in wards 7 and 8. And I just wonder, have we given thought as to what we're going to do about that population?
Thank you for that question, council member. And so the benefit of our senior service network is comprised of over 40 grantees. And so there's a lot of collaboration that already took place before this funding was available, which is very innovative. Iona, of course, has a location in Ward 8. And even with Genevieve and Johnson, before they became a lead agency, they served as a community dining site and operated as a community hub. And so oftentimes when Genevieve and Johnson held different events and programs, Iona seniors would come over. What this ADRD funding has allowed, though, is for Iona to continue the great work with their money management and Dementia Navigators program. But with Genevieve and Johnson, they have a unique program as well. They have a caregivers lounge that they have monthly, and it's an opportunity for caregivers, specifically those who have loved ones or friends or community members that they're taking care of that have maybe classified as ADRD. They can come in for a speaker series to get new strategies. It's also a time to kind of have in a sense, like a group therapy session. I was able to attend back in November to celebrate National Family Caregivers Month. And that was an opportunity for me, of course, in my role as a caregiver, to kind of get, as they say, you gotta take care of yourself and fill your vessel in order to take care of others.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I'm still kind of stuck on this concern. Are you telling me that Iona House, because they also have and provide services in Ward 8, that some of their resources as it relates to the memory circles would be utilized at their Ward 8 facility as well?
Correct. Both programs are citywide services. They're not, just because the centers are located in respective wards, the programming is citywide. So in comparison, how Dacl headquarters is at 500 K Street in Ward 6, and we have our Southwest location, but we offer citywide programs because staff go out into the community.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And you mentioned the Adult Protective Services. Would this be the first accreditation for our service? You said you're awaiting the results of the accreditation.
This is the second accreditation, Madam Chair.
Okay, do you have the date when the first accreditation was?
The first accreditation was prior to Adult Protective Services coming in-house to Dacl. So that was
Correct.
done actually in 2019.
All right, so this would be their second accreditation.
Correct.
Are there issues regarding the accreditation? You said you were waiting for the results. Is this usual or do you know?
No, this is a normal procedure in terms of us waiting for the results. Back in November, the Council on Accreditation came to our offices to do a search with our team. So we sat with them, they sat with our teams, they did a site visit. We also did a self-study that we submitted in September under the leadership of our director, as well as our new clinical services officer who's in the chamber as well, Joan Williams. So we did do that self-study, and then we did a site visit. So we're awaiting the results of the full accreditation.
All right. I know a little bit about what Adult Protective Services does, but my question is, as I see Councilmember Henderson, wondering how does this touch on the work of that committee, particularly Department of Health, Behavioral Health? Is there something that is in that committee that they need to be concerned with as it relates to the accreditation of the Adult Protective Services?
When you say concern, can you elaborate, please?
Well, what I'm speaking of, is there a need for there to be a collaboration with the Department of Health or the Behavioral Health as we think about social workers and the work that they do, case management?
Yes, and I will say, as a part of our accreditation, we went through several layers of that, and we did speak to the collaboration that we have with our agency partners like the Department of Behavioral Health, Metropolitan Police Department, the Office of the Attorney General, Officer Inspector General, and several other government agencies that help us with keeping our vulnerable residents safe.
All right, well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure when my colleagues are here, this is an opportunity for us to collaborate with them. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'm going to turn to my colleague, Council Member Fruman. And Council Member Lewis George, I'm not disrespecting you. I hope you are maybe around, but Fruman is on the committee, so he's pushing us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds. So a couple of things on the Dementia Navigators Money Management. That is some of the history on that. That is a citywide program, and Iona was funded to do it as a citywide program. And then last year we were able to add money into the budget, and in candor, the idea was to keep that going. You moved to turn it into a grant, which Iona and Genevieve both were beneficiaries of. This is a critical space, and you hear about it all of the time, the way that seniors are facing this challenge. But we've been bumping along for the last couple of years doing it differently. And I'm hoping that you see this as a priority going forward to serve folks around the city. Yes.
Yes, and you and I have had several conversations about the growing number of residents who are in need of ADRD services. This past week, it's running together. It was this week. It was yesterday, matter of fact. Ms. Johnson and I had a meeting with the Alzheimer's Association to discuss ways that we can collaborate and partner, definitely to build our toolkit as an agency and to share resources with our senior service network. Because of note, Iona and G&J being the recipients of the ADRD funding, we have to also remember that all of our grantees engage with seniors on a daily basis. Some, whether you have ADRD or not. So we want to make sure that we're all increasing and building our capacity on the best ways to support our seniors, how they present to us, meeting them where they are, especially with the caregivers who just call us sometimes to say, I'm seeing this change in my parent or my relative or my neighbor. what do we do? Where can we get some help? And oftentimes that's either through a phone call, that could be walking into one of the senior wellness centers, that can be when we're out in the community and sharing information about Dacl. But I'm looking forward to working with the Alzheimer's Association because they're going to be sending us some resources, and we'll be able to share that out en masse.
So I'm super glad to hear that. The Alzheimer's Association has been pushing in lots of ways. There's supposed to be an Alzheimer's plan and regulations that are coming out. There was a public service kind of campaign to raise awareness. So there's a lot happening in this very important space. And it does seem like Dacl is doing important work in this area. And I hope that that can be carried forward.
Thank you.
When you talk about all the different ways of touching seniors, and you want to touch seniors
As far as engagement.
yeah. Okay, that sounded wrong, but thank you for
Engaging
clarifying.
more
Engaging
seniors.
Okay.
Connecting with more seniors.
Okay, so, but I think we're talking about similar things. So one of the things that we heard a lot of testimony about today was the villages.
Yes.
And I think what we're seeing is real growth in the village movement,
Yes.
New villages coming on, more and more people being connected with, engaged through the village movement. And it does seem like it's one of those things where people in the community, they're the most likely to be able to find each other and reach people who have not been connected. How are you seeing the funding for the villages has been flat and generous, I think $850,000 for the last 2 years. There's inflation, there's growing population served, there's the hope of opening new villages. How do you see the villages fitting into the landscape, and how do you see the needs of the villages?
So the villages are already a part of the landscape because they are a part of the Senior Service Network. I meet with the villages monthly, and we have an opportunity to discuss ways that we can collaborate and respond to needs of seniors. I've actually become an unofficial member of the Capitol Hill Village Holiday Chorus, singing some Christmas carols with them back in December. And just about 2-3 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend the Georgetown Village Annual Town Hall. And they were very excited to be able to have that engagement in person. So I see villages definitely as community connectors. And what I have challenged them to do is for us to partner even more. So to come out to the senior wellness centers as well, to table and engage with seniors at the various Dacl programs and events that we have. And so we've been talking about ways that we can share resources with one another and talk about the benefits of our villages. So I enjoy the time that I have with them because it's very much a thought partnership. To have a standing monthly meeting with the villages is very powerful. And so I look forward to our continued work together.
I guess part of what I was getting at, and you're in the middle of a process of putting together a budget, but I'm hoping that support for the villages will at a minimum stay at the same level, but hopefully increase. It's a modest investment as a way of engaging with many seniors. And so
what I will say to you, Councilmember Fruman, as I have indicated to all of our grantees who receive Dacl funding, it is my goal, even as we're working on FY25 budget formulation, and I know you all just came from a significant budget meeting when we took the recess. Dacl will maintain all programs and services. Does that mean you will get more money? Highly unlikely, because we can't give what we don't have. But I am committed to maintaining the level of program services and delivery that we implement, liaise, and collaborate with through our various partners. And in regards to the villages, they have seen increases. They started out with the budget a few fiscal years back of about $300,000. and they've been able to increase, well, not necessarily increase, but receive an increase funding amount. So they're at $847,000. So that's pretty significant when you
No,
look at where they started and where they are.
no, I hear you. And but with that amount of money and with that increment, they've actually been able to grow substantially and open more places and reach more people. And so I'm comforted to hear that your feeling is that you're going to maintain levels of services.
I'm
and
glad
that's-
you're comfortable, council member. That's important.
Thank you, I guess. So Ward 2 and 3 senior wellness centers.
Yes.
How do you, where are we in that process? And when do you envision, what's the path from where we are today to a ribbon cutting? When could we hope
You're
it to look?
ambitious. I love it. I love it. Well, we've just had our second task force meeting. Was that just last week? It was last week. We have been working around the clock on behalf of our seniors across all 8 wards, so much so that it just blends in. But we've had our second task force meeting, and right now we're looking at the scope of services for the feasibility study. So it's a very engaged group that we're working with as far as various stakeholders between Ward 2 and Ward 3. It is a process, though. Once we get the scope of services, we'll work with DGS, of course, who's our sister agency partner with this. They'll put the bid out for us to get an architect on board to start working on plans. There'll be a lot of community engagement that takes place. So Dacl, in collaboration with the task force, is building a robust community engagement plan, because the feedback, and Councilmember Bonds will love this, the feedback, of course, is not all residents are using technology or have access to technology. So the task force has already requested that we do meetings at senior buildings so we can meet residents where they are, even doing postcard mailers, looping in. We have some of our Dacl senior ambassadors here in the chamber with us today, working with our different message surrogates within the agency to build. But I'll ask Ms. Richardson to add on some more, just as far as a timeline that we're looking at.
Yes, thank you, Director. Councilmember Fruman, so the legislation is for feasibility study. And so the task force from both Ward 2 and Ward 3 are coming together to look. We just looked at the proposed scope of work with the Department of General Services for us to bring on a contractor that will do a feasibility study to see where, if and where, we know it's going to, if it's not even in the equation, but where a senior wellness center could potentially go in both Ward 2 and in both Ward 3. We are on track to bring that contractor on, I would say, by the end of March. If that changes, we will be sure to make sure you all know. But under the legislation, we are to bring a report to the council as well as to the mayor by the end of this year, so December 1st, 2024, regarding the feasibility study and where we can actually have those wellness centers. The funding is for feasibility. Once we know where we can get those wellness centers, I think the next state phase will be coming to all of you as well as the mayor to see what additional funding will need to be allocated to ensure that we can build a wellness center in both of those wards.
So Chairperson Bonds, just to make sure that I understand. So, and it will be the contractor then who will identify the site, and then we'll get a recommendation at the end of the year, and then a challenge will be to fund whatever is whatever construction is recommended at whatever site.
Yes, that is
So-
correct. And I will say, I want to be very clear that it's under the advisement of the task force. We have a very, very dynamic task force. Thanks to Councilmember Bonds, as well as you, Councilmember Fruman, and Councilmember Pinto, for appointing those individuals who are very vibrant, already have locations ready to go. However, we need to work with the experts to let us know what's actually feasible in our city.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, well, thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Henderson, I see you. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. And just to note, Councilmember Lewis George had to drop because she has another event that's going on right now. But nonetheless, thank you so much, Director, for being here. And I want to ask a couple of questions. Some of the things that you raised in your testimony, I sort of want to follow up on. I want to first start in terms of food access and food insecurity. During my oversight hearing with DC Health, I was struck by the apparent high need for resources among seniors. We received information from DC Health regarding like the wait list for programs like Produce Plus. We have 3,800 seniors on the wait list. With the Grocery Plus, which are the boxes for low-income seniors, which serves about 5,700 seniors. We have about 1,300 seniors on the wait list. I'm curious, what are you hearing from seniors who are on the wait list for these very vital programs?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Henderson. So Produce Plus is not a Dacl program. We do have some seniors who, and I can get you numbers on our seniors who participate in it, but we do have seniors who participate in a variety of nutrition programs. You know, at the agency at Dacl, as I indicated, we have seniors who participate in our over 40 community dining sites. You do not have to show an ID. You can walk into one of the community dining sites Monday through Friday during the lunch hour from 11 to 1, get a hot meal.
Can I ask a follow-up? I recognize that Produce Plus and then the grocery boxes isn't a program of yours, but it is definitely a program that is deployed and targeted to a population for which your agency is focused on. So let's talk a little bit about the ones that you all do, I guess, since you don't have specifics on that. You said there are 40 sites. About approximately how many seniors did you all serve last year?
So those dining sites serve about 1,500 seniors per day.
Oh, wow.
And yes, and so in the director's testimony, our total population fed was 13,000.
Okay. And do you feel like we should be adding more sites?
So we have heard from seniors that they are looking to add sites, and we are open to those ideas, and we are discussing them amongst our teams.
Okay. I understand that the Food for Choice program has reached the maximum capacity level for this year. Are you all tracking data in hopes to expand this program?
We are tracking data in hopes to expand this program. It's a very popular program. We love the fact that it allows seniors to choose the types of food that they want to purchase with the nutrition education that has been provided through the program. So seniors love it. It gives them freedom and flexibility. And so, yes, we are collecting data to expand the program.
That's great.
In hopes to expand the program.
Great, great, great. What about the home meal or home delivered meal program?
So the home delivered meal program is, I think, one of our best programs. It serves the most amount of seniors. Out of our portfolio of programs, about 2,500 seniors are actively on the home delivered meal program. If you call into the DACL offices and you express a need and you take an assessment, you can receive food the very same week. And if there's an emergency situation, you can receive food the very same day. You're muted.
Sorry. I have two munchkins that I'm trying to like minimize the volume here. In terms of the home delivered meal program, you haven't reached a cap or capacity. It sounds like you're saying if there's a need, we can help meet.
So the program does experience budget pressures, and there are budget pressures right now. But with an 11.3% food insecurity rate here in the District of Columbia, we do not want to be in the business of telling a senior that we cannot help you get food. So we are trying to be creative. We have a nutrition team that's outstanding, that's working to transition folks that are on the program that maybe can go to dining sites to dining sites. But right now we don't turn seniors away because we just can't do that with that type of food insecurity rate.
Understood. Okay, so one of the programs I was hoping to learn more about is the grocery gift card pilot program. How much money was provided on each card? How many went out, and are you all looking at any data on utilization?
So the seniors on the Food for Choice program receive $125 each month on a grocery gift card through that program, and we currently have 450 seniors on the program.
Okay. I guess if it's a gift card, we can't really track utilization because it's
We
when
do
it's gone,
track,
it's gone.
we do track utilization
Oh, we are.
actually. Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing from the trends thus far?
So, we're seeing that seniors are using the information that we provided when the program was launched about making healthy choices, and it limits them to only be able to spend the money on the gift card on food.
Okay. Okay. I imagine that for some seniors, at least the savvy ones, they're doing quite a bit of layering, perhaps. So layering the gift card on top of a SNAP benefit, and then also using Produce Plus if they're able to get in those programs or some of these other things. Is that about accurate?
That's very accurate. Actually, and our agency worked very closely with the lab at DC, and we did a lot of listening tours, and we found out that there was no one food program in the district that could actually adequately meet the needs of a senior. So you'll find that many seniors in the district are using multiple programs to meet their need. And so you can receive SNAP and also be on the Food for Choice program. So yes, there is layering. But that is a good thing because we are trying to make sure seniors do not feel food insecure.
Right. Something came up during this time goes quickly. Okay, I'm gonna skip. I want to ask about some of the senior wellness centers. I know that this came up with Councilmember Bonds a little bit. So I had an opportunity to visit all of the wellness centers. And there seems to be several maintenance needs that some of them expressed, as well as upgrades. And so I wanted to get a couple of updates on some specific facilities, if I could. So first, has the HVAC been fully replaced for the Hayes Center?
Yes, so first I want to say, Councilmember Henderson, please let me know when you're visiting the Senior Wellness Center. I would love to go with you. I'm in them often, and so I think it would definitely help with further collaboration and more timely updates. So we don't have to wait until hearing time, of course. But yes, that was a priority. For a number of years, the seniors have been telling me that the HVAC had been an issue. And of note, as many of you all know, and for the public who doesn't, Dacl headquarters and Hayes Senior Wellness Center are co-located at the Hayes School. And so we're in a historic DC public school, giving homage to my 25 plus year career in education and at DCPS. But as you know, it was a refurbished school building. And so in many ways, as we know, that good old DC brick can trap some heat in it. But we work with DGS in getting a repair done. During the COVID time, pandemic time, we were using, of course, the HEPA filters and the spot coolers throughout many of the senior wellness centers just to adjust with the different temperatures. But yes, to put a bow on it, the HVAC is repaired.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a minute before I lose all of my people over here. Model City Senior Center. I know there were planned additions. How's that going?
Model cities planned additions are underway. They're getting an additional parking lot, and they're also getting an additional multi-purpose room. I was part of all-purpose, but multi-purpose room. And so I would estimate, I believe it's by summer, we should be ready to have those rooms, room and parking available. One of the electrical contractors was doing some work just last week. So as when we look on the physical engineering side, seniors are able to see the work being done, but some of those behind the scenes events like the electric work has to be done outside of center hours. But
Okay.
we're on track. We're on track for that.
Great. And what about Washington Wellness Center? So it's the oldest. When you talk to the seniors there, they'll say, we haven't seen the modernization that everybody else has seen. And they also have space in terms of expansion on their footprint. What are our plans there?
So I will make note of that. I actually visited Washington Wellness Center with Councilmember Lewis George back in December. That wasn't feedback that was brought to my attention during that time. And I stay in touch with my senior wellness center directors on a regular basis. They have all of my contact information, but I'll put that on our wish list.
Okay,
And
I'm over
follow
my
up.
time. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for being generous.
Thank you very much for your comments. Director Hines, I wanted to ask a little bit about the Elderly Simplified Application Project that I believe is underway. You're working with the Lab DC and the Department of Human Services. This, if I'm not mistaken, is like 10 pages that seniors must complete. It will identify their eligibility for a number of entitlements that we have in the, some of the federal programs as well.
Yes, Ms. Johnson will respond to that. She has been working very closely with the lab at DC on this
right.
collaboration.
Thank you.
So our agency assists with the SNAP application, and right now, as other agencies know who assist with SNAP applications, it's the 60-page application, and it's a barrier for a lot of seniors. So DACL's work with ESAP is that we participated in focus groups with other professionals who work very closely with seniors and gave feedback about the application questions and the ease of use, the ease for a senior to understand. And those recommendations were used in the creation of the ESAP application.
All right, can we within 2 weeks get a copy of that application, the 60-page application?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. That just seems, I'm sure it's necessary. I'm sure it asks all kinds of questions about a senior's household, I'm assuming. I remember years ago when my mother met one of the ARP representatives. She was famous for walking down to the library to do her taxes. And so I remember her doing that, and then the representative presenting her with, as she said, "Anita, I cannot do this. This is ridiculous." It was so many pages, and I never saw it. Okay. I said, "Mom, you don't have to do it. I get what you need. You don't have to do that." But I would imagine most seniors are presented with the opportunity to be a part of SNAP or some other program. And so it just concerns me that if it's really 60 pages, how cruel can we be? I'm praying that I'll never have to have a 60-page application, because I probably would be, someone would have to help me do it. Quite honestly, then I have to remember a lot of stuff, I bet you. Oh my goodness. And so that may help account for so many people in the district that are aging, that are just saying, "I'll just age without the nutritional need, without, my veggies or even my protein, because I just can't go through this." Or maybe even forego assisted living or nursing home or those other services like home care aides. I just think we have to be more thoughtful about where we are in society today. With the population fastly aging, and most of our working community would prefer not to, as Mr. Freeman said, touch those who need for services, be in their presence, so to speak, is the point I'm making. We're really handicapping our population. And so we have to think about, I mean, we have to work more earnestly to get resolution to some of this. Maybe there's some abbreviated format we can use. Maybe all that information isn't necessary for the majority of the programs that our aging community applies for and is eligible for. So if we could please give us an update on that, maybe every couple of months. I'm assuming that the federal government doesn't work very fast, so I won't ask for it every 2 weeks, but every 2 months, please.
I'll make
would
that
be
a
very
standing item
helpful.
for our monthly meetings.
And in the meantime, what do you suggest that we do when I'm sure Adult Protective Services runs across individuals almost daily that need some very specific help? How do we treat people on an emergency basis when they haven't filled out this form, but they need the services that the form would allow them to be eligible for?
So 2 phone numbers that I want to put on the record. Our IRNA, which is our Information Referral and Assistance Line. It is the main direct line to the Department of Aging and Community Living. That number is 202-724-5626. You can contact the Department of Aging and Community Living to get contacted to any of our programs and services. Our APS number, which
Now, is that number 24/7 or
our
just?
DACL number is business hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
All right.
But for our Adult Protective Services, that is a 24/7 hotline. That number is 202-541-3950. And so just to reemphasize what Ms. Johnson said, because in her portfolio is nutrition, any senior who needs access to food, whether it's on an emergency basis or they want to inquire about eligibility to participate in any of the nutrition programs, please call us at DACL so that we can connect you. No senior is turned away for food. We have resources out in the community as well. So if there are challenges with seniors, whatever they are, we meet the seniors where they are, particularly when seniors have to go on a specialized diet based on any of their, health issues that they may be having, medication. We have case managers at Dacl. We have nutritionists at Dacl, as well as through our lead agency. So that's our strength. We collaborate with our senior social service network to make sure we're meeting the needs and being responsive to the seniors. And I know you have many priorities, seniors being at the top of the list, but especially you and I have the most richest conversations around addressing food insecurity. So you have my commitment as the director of this department. When we talk about no senior going hungry, connecting to food pantries, we have a partnership that we're building with Capital Area Food Bank through Iona. We're going to start a partnership. Hopefully we have an upcoming meeting with Food and Friends, but making sure that we can eliminate barriers for seniors so they're not calling all around. They can call us and we can do the connecting for them.
And I hear you loud and clear as it relates to food. My concern is that we have this number, this percentage of food insecurity amongst our senior population. How do we ever know it's going down? And I ask it because in earnest, we have I can think of 7 different so-called food programs. Most of them give away food. Okay. I have been in the company of seniors at where they live in their buildings, and we've had meetings, and they will complain about, well, the fresh vegetables come on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, somebody else comes and brings more vegetables. I give them to my cousin who lives out Brandywine. I'm just going to be straightforward with you. Or my daughter has to come and get some of those potatoes and onions, all this stuff they give me because I'm a senior. Can you stop them from all of this that it's going to just be in my house and it's just I don't want it in my house. But I'm a senior and when they come, they got my bag. And so what do I do? That's a serious issue for me. Because meanwhile, there are those that may need it. And I'm really torn as to how can we identify the real nutrition, you call it nutrition, food need that we have amongst our senior population. Is there, for instance, a number like this number, maybe calling the APS number and just saying, I need food, here is my name, or I'm currently involved in this food program, that food program, I have too much. It just seems it's very frustrating to be on the council and try to service the community when everyone is saying, we need more, we need more, we need more. And then you go to a community where there are people who are supposedly receiving and they say, it's too much, it's too much. I mean, what are we to do?
So you made several important points, and one being that yes, and I heard Joan Williams, our clinical service officer, going yes, seniors can call the APS hotline if they are in need of food, because that's a 24-hour number. I don't want a senior to feel like, oh, Dacl closed, it's 8 o'clock at night. So we have 24/7 on the APS hotline, 202-541-3950. But you also bring up a point that I've talked to my senior leadership team about, and that is, we have various databases all across government so that we can monitor our data and our programs and services and prepare for days like today, where we let you know how many seniors we're serving. But ideally, what I would like to see is a senior profile so that what you just walked and mapped out was direct feedback that we take seriously, because it improves our service delivery. And with a senior profile, we could see, senior A lives at this senior building. They have a community dining site. So we know Monday through Friday, they have access to a hot, nutritious meal for lunch. That senior may also go to a neighborhood food pantry, so that we also don't want seniors to feel overwhelmed. And I know when you were talking to me, I thought about when I was on a service project for MLK Day, and it was a partnership with Serve DC and the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. And we were handing out emergency preparedness kits and a non-perishable food box. And I got to a senior's door, and the senior had a lot of food on the counter. It was taller than me. Those of you who are watching, I'm 5'1.5". I like to say 5'2". And I was just like, wow, how does he manage all this food? Does he, are people donating food to him? Does he go, I had a lot of questions, didn't ask them, but now that we're having this dialogue, I know what you mean, because you don't want to say no. As a senior, you don't want to say no, because then there may be a time where you don't have it. So you're preparing for it. And then you think about seniors who are homebound and they're not comfortable still going back to the grocery store. So they kind of, in a sense, stock up with the access to food that they can receive. But we hear you, council member, and we'll take this back to the team to work on how we can make sure, one, seniors get what they need when it comes to access to food, but also kind of managing that. Because sometimes when they're talking to case managers, they'll say, it's too much food coming. I don't need all of this, but they keep bringing it. And so that's where we come in and help liaise and navigate for them, so they don't feel like that someone's going to say, but I thought you said you needed. It's all kind of scenarios that are in place. but we'll take that up and get back to you with our
I
plan.
really appreciate that because it's also frustrating to hear or it to be implied in some circles that we can never get a handle on this waste. It's become fraud. It's foolish. We're duplicating services. Well, how do we even know that we're duplicating them other than these anecdotal stories that we get? Because we just continue to push it out, push it out, push it out. And all of this costs something. Somehow it's being paid for by someone, some group, somewhere. And I dare say, I believe that our government dollars are involved frequently. And so I'm a little concerned if, like the gentleman, if he's got a pile and 2 doors down from him, maybe they don't even know that food is available and they may be needing some of the food. He doesn't know that they may need some either because he doesn't talk to his neighbor, or his neighbor never would say, "Oh, I would never ask for anything." I'm just suggesting that this is a big problem. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a part of this isolation issue that we have. Knowing more about who we are as seniors and what kind of systems can we put in place to draw seniors out so that we can truly assist them, as opposed to saying, I got 18 programs, you can be a part of all of them, and then that's too much. So I appreciate you thinking about how you're going to do this. I have roused Miss Matthews, and she is Ms. Matthews, as one of our, yes, government of, presenters, come right to the mic.
What I wanted to say is that at Walker Memorial, I go down twice a month and pick up food. But if you want to follow how the food is going, they've given me like a little, you know how the grocery stores gave the little key card, the food that you get, you have to scan for it now. So it's a suggestion to Department of Aging and Community Living with their food programs, if they had a card in which they have a database in which they can track who's getting what and when, I think that would be much more agreeable. And in that way, you won't have all that food waste. It's a card that they give. For months, I think for about a year, I went down and picked up the food. They have it on the first Wednesday and the third Thursday of the month. Oftentimes they give meat, frozen meat, along with the vegetables and stuff. But if you have that as a tracking device, because they have to scan my card when I go, and then that way they know that this person has gotten this for this month, so that you don't come back. I can take it to any national capital area food bank, but the record would already be there.
Correct.
Okay, that's my suggestion.
That's, I appreciate that so much, because I just think we need to get a handle on these things. The day of 500 people participating is over. We're talking thousands now. And every 1,000 is more money that is coming out, and we think we're doing what is needed, but I just fear that, we're not getting to all that needed in the process of flooding the market, so to speak. So I appreciate that. I just wanted us to begin to look at that. Mr. Fruman, do you have another question? I
just have a couple of questions.
go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I think that card idea is a really intriguing idea. I suspect, though, that there's multiple groups. It's not all food that's coming from Dacl. There's Martha's Table. There's all different kinds of things. And there is the Food Council that, can become a vehicle for coordination. I don't think it's such a problem if we do a little too much, because if somebody has a little bit extra that they can share with somebody else, that's not the end of the world. But if it gets to be a stack that's taller than you, that's an issue. A couple of things. I was intrigued when you said about the model cities addition and parking lot. I'm just curious how big that parking lot is.
As far as the additional
So-
spaces,
Yeah, so I'll tell you the reason that I'm asking this question is DDOT often tries to minimize parking, and I have settings where I think a building is going to serve seniors, and I think that realistically a higher number of them are going to drive to that building. And I'd like the example of whatever it is that you're doing at Model Cities to say that is a situation in which there was a recognition that for a building that serves seniors, there should be generous parking.
model cities will receive an additional 12 parking spaces. And so it really, when we look at our senior wellness centers, they're for the seniors. And so we are being responsive to the need and the request. Model Cities has a high number of participants. I am hearing from some of our other senior wellness centers as well, with the numbers of participants returning to pre-pandemic numbers, which is exciting. But seniors, some of the seniors, they're driving more. But 12 spaces more at Model Cities. They had space too. So
They already had space.
They had land that the spaces were built on.
But did they also have other parking spaces?
So
It's
they
12
already have
on-
an existing parking lot, and they're located across the street from Langdon Elementary School.
Okay, so that's helpful. I will look into that further in a different way. The card for groceries intrigued me. I mean, 400 people participating is great. There's 80,000 seniors. I'm curious what sort of criteria you use in the distribution of those cards.
So like many of our DACL programs, you have to be a district resident, of course, and you have to be age 60, but there are some financial criteria that we take into account. For example, if a senior has a household size of 1, meaning they live alone, and they have SNAP, then their income limit is $924. If they have a spouse or a household of 2, then the income limit is $1,302. And then without SNAP, you can still participate in the program, and the income requirements are higher for those seniors.
And demand, so you have 400 and it's a certain amount. Does that use up all of the funding that you have? Is demand greater than your ability to supply at this point?
So many of our food programs, I mean, in fact, all of them, the demand exceeds the capacity of the program. But yes, the budget for the program is $750,000, and it is all used to fund those cards. And then there's some administrative cost that is covered under that as well.
Okay, great. That's an exciting program, and this the challenge of addressing food insecurity is giant. I do think that the places where meals are served serves 2 purposes. It gives people nutrition, and it also gives them a social opportunity. So the question, somebody raised the idea, could there be more? Maybe it was Chairperson Bonds. The more opportunities we create for people to socialize, I think that's a very important good. Back on the Dementia Navigators, I understand what you did when you moved it to be a grant that would be bid, but it's created some delay, and there were a certain number of people who Iona had been serving, and they were not able to continue serving, about 33 people. Do you know if those people were able to be picked up someplace else and served in another way?
So if Iona stopped serving seniors, that was the decision that Iona made. It is always my expectation that our seniors are served. When you are a grant recipient from the Department of Aging and Community Living, you do have grant funding to provide programs and services as indicated in your scope and services of your grant agreement. Now, if you're asking more specifically about the delay in announcing ADRD, I did have some staff turnover at the time in our programs and grants team, so that caused a slight delay in getting proposals reviewed, and then making the grant announcement.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I'd have to go back that, funding ended and then they didn't have funding to pay people who had been doing that job. And so while they waited, and so then they could get back.
Well,
on the-
Councilmember, they had already received Dacl grant funding to provide programs and services to seniors. The ADRD funding was the FY24 grant award. So they already had received their FY24 grant funding. The 250,000 that was competed for, that was in addition to what they already had.
Yeah, so I guess I don't want to be too contentious about it, but I think they had their grant funding, they had a separate funding to do
Right,
this
so what's
program.
important to note
Yeah,
is that they have the ADRD funding now for the FY24 year,
yeah.
and seniors are being served. We should stop there.
Well, I don't know that we should stop there, because if there were people who couldn't be served, they might have been picked up someplace else. So you're not aware that they would be able to be
Those
picked up.
seniors were served through our case management team, and we also worked with our senior service network, other community-based organizations in the district to serve the 29 seniors during that time.
Okay, so that was my question. Were they picked up and were they served by someone
We
else? And the
continue
answer to that is
continue to
yes.
serve.
So there was also conversation about the Around Town DC program, which started as a pilot idea. And then the idea was, could this be done in other places? And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that, about doing that kind of, there are the wellness centers, but also doing more programming out in the community using a model like the Around Town DC. Do you have views on that?
We have a Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center Task Force. And so that's where I'm focused when I think about where we can meet needs and may have some gaps in programs and services as far as an actual senior wellness center that will be available. We do have some funding this year, don't we? We do some funding? We do fund, they're one of our grantees around town. And so
No, well,
if
the
you're
idea
if
is,
you're asking about expanding to programs similar to the model that they have,
that's
I
what
would
I'm
have to
asking.
take a closer look. Today is the first time I really heard more feedback on the program. We're always open to learning about additional programs and services that will help our seniors.
Well, I really appreciate that. I do think that as a model, I mean, it is a model that applies in Ward 2 and 3, but it's a model that when it was launched, the thought was, this is something that could be done in other places. And I think it proved itself in 2 and 3 and could prove itself in other places. So I hope it is a thing that you will take a look at. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much. You mentioned something about a program, and then, of course, there is the administrative cost of implementing the program. So just know that I'm very interested in the administrative costs for doing any and all of the programs that are funded through Dacl. So if I can get that kind of information before we get to budget in April, that would be very, very helpful.
Noted, thank you.
All right. I wanted to ask a little bit about our vision for the future, for today. We've talked a little bit about the value, outstanding value that the wellness centers bring to all of what we're trying to do. We also heard about areas that probably if they had a wellness center, they would be absolutely delighted. Who would not want it? But in some parts of the city, we already have a robust parks and recreation facility. How much collaboration does Dacl do with parks and recreation to affect the kind of programming that they do? because I fear that some of these facilities are sitting and waiting for the kids to get out of school every day. In other words, there are rooms that are not used that perhaps we could have a senior program, which is in the neighborhood and near where some seniors live.
Director Freeman, who is the DPR director, and I collaborate almost on a weekly basis. We do check-in calls with one another just around senior programming events that are happening at DACL as well as at DPR. As you know, council member, several of the DPR sites are also community dining sites, so seniors are at the facilities, community centers often. We have an upcoming collaborative engagement on Valentine's Day. It's an inaugural event, Red, White, and You, that will take place at Deanwood Recreation Center and Edgewood Recreation Center. And so that's a partnership with DPR and Dacl led. And so we're looking forward to that. In addition, DPR is actually a part of the Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center Task Force, and they're also, and you heard our commissioners from the Commission on Aging speak on this, they're also ex officio members of the Commission on Aging. And so what I heard and what I want to implement, though, is to streamline our calendar of events and engagements so that seniors they have so many activities to do on a daily basis, they take a day off. And so with DPR and Dacl working collaboratively around senior services, we see the success with Senior Fest that's held usually in the month of May. It's a large signature event that they put on behalf of the mayor as well.
If you have it available, would you make sure that I get a copy of the programming that's done in Parks and Recreation with our seniors? I know you mentioned the dining sites, but I'm curious about what happens before the dining. Where we have swimming pools?
Yes.
Are we using them?
Yes, Turkey Thicket is a popular location for our seniors because they have a therapeutic pool.
Okay.
And so that's a part of my commute into the office, passing by Turkey Thicket. So oftentimes I see seniors early in the morning, as well as Berry Farm Recreation Center.
I would like to be able to envision us taking the map of the District of Columbia and being able to pinpoint the kinds of services. We know about exercise, whether it's chair or jumping around as they once were doing when I visited Chevy Chase. I mean, it was 75 people in that auditorium. It was unbelievable. And they were very, very busy. So whether it's the exercise kind of thing or a more quiet, card game or board game, or even participating in workshops, money management or how to handle your will, those kinds of things. I feel like we are underutilizing the resources that we have. And as you well know, in downtown, Ward 2 doesn't have to look very far for where to locate a wellness center. There are many vacancies that come to mind. And so I just think we have to start thinking about how do we use this new DC to the advantage of us seniors. Because I don't want to have the seniors, in wheelchairs and walkers, parading down Pennsylvania Avenue and coming up the steps and say, we demand a better life and you got to give it to us. You've had our tax dollars for 50 years. And a couple of folks have sort of, put that idea in my head. So I just thought I'd share it with you today while you're here.
Thank you.
But this is a real deal. We have to think about how we can use all the resources in our community. And as Ms. Cohen said, there are agencies that have their little plans and their little systems. And so how can we impact those so that the information is available and our citizenry that's aging understands the whole city is open to you. You just have to get out there and be a part of it. That is, of course, for the frisky seniors. For those that are frail, well, we have to look to organizations like the villages and what you do through, your hotline to assist them. But, we've got to start thinking about who it is that we serve and what are the service systems that we can put in place. That's all I'm suggesting. Let's see. Do we need anything? It is almost 8 o'clock and we could go on till 11. We don't want to do that I know, like we did with the archives. We are part of those who have mercy on other human beings. And so we want to do that. And if there are other questions, we certainly know how to reach out to you. But we're trying really hard to have a lot of additional information this year that will inform us about budget marks so that we can really get to the nitty gritty and solve some of the issues that we've heard about. I know you've been here all day and you've heard them. And so you kind of know where we want to go. If there are systems where people are being denied access or can't or don't know, we want to make sure we get the information to them and hopefully get the services. So that is first and foremost, making sure that people who are aging and their caregivers and their family members know where to go for whatever the various services are. Amelia's gonna make us work more. Okay. Okay. All right. The request for application, can you tell us about that? I think this is the first time that you successfully com- competed each of the application for lead agencies.
Yes.
Tell us why that was necessary and how do you see that process working? I remember initially there was some tribulation in doing this process.
Yeah, so that was actually a decision that was in the works prior to my appointment. I had the opportunity to implement it. Our lead agency grants had not been competed in about 10 years. And I actually, getting into the role, remembered when it was competed the last time because I was in executive leadership for Lamont Riggs Citizens Association Incorporated. And so Dacl decided to recompete because it had been 10 years to give opportunities for new organizations to make and respond to the application. And we were able to actually continue with several of our lead agencies that have been in place and doing great work in partnership with DACL. We had a lot of interest from organizations at the information meeting, but it comes down to when you submit your proposal, and we had a group of community members and DACL staff that review proposals. And as I acknowledged earlier, I lead agencies that were awarded. And so lead agencies are very vital to the success of our program and service delivery model, in addition to the other members of our senior service network.
All right, well, thank you for that. When I looked at page 30, question 58 in your specific question, pre-hearing questions, you indicated that there was some issue with drinking water at the Washington Senior Wellness Center. Can you discuss that? But could you discuss it in the realm of, are there other issues with drinking water? Are there issues with working bathrooms? Maybe even windows? HVAC systems at any of your wellness locations?
There are some work orders that are across the DACO portfolio when it comes to our senior wellness centers. You referenced Washington Wellness Center. They did have a water fountain that was not working. However, the seniors do have access to water. We were able to provide them with a water cooler system at Washington Wellness Center.
All right, can you kind of give us, in a couple of weeks, if we can, in 2 weeks, if we can get, sort of a report or an update on the status of the HVAC systems, whether or
For
not.
all of the senior wellness centers?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, for, whether or not the windows, go up and down, move up and down, can you lift them? Can they shut? Are they sealed or whatever the situation may be? And the bathrooms, whether or not they're working, how many? If you have 13 bathrooms, 10 are working, 2 are in progress for repairs, whatever the statistics are. And of course, regarding drinking water, yes, we would like to have that. And if you can, from, I guess, Department of General Services, indicate the age of the property, 30 years, 50 years, 20 years, 2 years, and whether or not they've had a major repair done, like replacing a roof or renovation in the last 5 years. It's no good in my head for us to have these great centers where people enjoy. This is a social, you are creating the social center for many of our seniors, and let's make sure it's real. And also I'll add, if there have been any concerns about the cleanliness or the cleaning contract of any of these centers, if we could get that, I think that would
Duly
help
noted.
us.
Thank you.
That would help us. Oh, well, all right. Yes, we are, as you know, we are the committee that had the task of looking at sexual harassment in the government. And to that end, I have to ask of the particularly, I figure Adult Protective Services may have some indication as to, and I'm looking at the report that you provided, whether or not there have been questions about sexual harassment or abuse or both in anywhere in the city that has been reported to Adult Protective Services.
Councilmember Bonds, in our conversation, our pre-hearing conversation on Monday, we did review some of that data with you. Our APS unit, of course, investigates calls or allegations for self-neglect, abuse, whether that's physical abuse, sexual abuse, financial exploitation. We have seen a very slight uptick in the calls around sexual abuse, but for all calls that are made into APS, there is a referral made. An APS social worker goes out to do the investigation. Depending on the category of the investigation is when we may need to loop in with law enforcement to accompany us to the visit, or if we need to refer it directly to MPD. When it comes to financial exploitation, we work with the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, well, I note in FY23, the allegation type for self-neglect was about 635. And for financial abuse, 511. And neglect by caregiver, 290. Physical abuse, 131. And then emotional abuse was 98. And sexual abuse was 9. So I would say sexual abuse is not what you're probably seeing in the senior population, but you definitely are seeing instances where people are neglecting themselves to care for themselves, and financial abuse is at very high on. So when you get these kinds of numbers, what do you think should be done about it? What is your protocol for trying to bring these numbers down?
Yeah, so
Or
a
or
lot
do
of
you do
it
that?
around awareness engagement about when to call APS. I had the opportunity to participate on the Daily Drum with Harold Fisher a few months ago on WHUR 96.3 FM, where I talked about our APS unit, because oftentimes when we get calls to the hotline, it's, I'm not sure, I observed this, someone told me this, I'm not sure if everything's okay with my neighbor. And so I would attribute the increase in calls to residents, caregivers, loved ones, community members being more knowledgeable about APS and knowing that there is a city agency that can respond to that senior and get them the help that they need. Whether we talk about on the self-neglect side, if it's hoarding, we loop in with the Department of Behavioral Health, because oftentimes there's a correlation between a possible mental health issue and the collection of so many things. It may also involve us working with the DC Fire EMS, because some hoarding conditions can become fire hazards. When we talk about financial exploitation, the number of frauds and scams that occur on a daily basis, whether that's calls, not even the seniors, to everybody, but particularly our seniors are more vulnerable, because in many cases they may still have landline phones and they may not have a caller ID that may say unknown number, or scam or spam, maybe a spam message. And so that's where we've seen a lot of uptick. So, based on one of your recommendations from when we talked Monday evening, is to have some more workshops, opportunities to engage with seniors on, avoiding how to avoid frauds and scams. We had our meeting with MPD with Chief Smith and team this week, so we talked to her about it as well. We're going to do some community engagement together with the seniors. Also with DISB, you gave us some good recommendations on agencies to collaborate and partner with. Also in June, Dacl hosts, on behalf of the mayor, the senior symposium. And so we're actually thinking about theming it around fraud, how to recognize fraud, how to avoid it, what city services and partners are out there. So it's almost, and I'm sure there's an 800 or 888 number for if you suspect there's fraud. Financial institutions are involved with this as well. And on the positive side, as far as letting APS know if they've seen some fraudulent or irregular activity on senior bank accounts. And so that's a way that we stay informed as well.
Okay,
And
well, thank
Director,
you.
if I just may
Sure.
add, in terms of the breakdown of cases, it is not all seniors 60 and over. We also do service adults with disabilities with adult protective services. So we can provide a breakdown of the ages in those different categories. We can provide that to you.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's important, because not that we are trying to be independent here, but we want to make sure our seniors that we're treating them appropriately. They go to the top of the list, and then she has to worry about all the others that are on her list. But seriously, we want to make sure that, particularly when I hear of self-neglect, financial abuse, they're very front and center now, and people are very concerned. Thank you very much for that. Guess what? Councilmember Louis George is back with us, and Councilwoman, take it away.
Just one round, I promise. I want to say thank you, Director Hines, for discussing these important issues with all of us, and for showing up so greatly in the community since before you even confirmed, you were showing up in a great way and always willing to talk and meet with our seniors. And so I want to appreciate that. I also want to thank Dacl's amazing community outreach team. Especially Mark Borge and Alice Thompson. If you please tell Mark and Alice Ward 4 thanks them. They work closely with our constituent services team to support Ward 4 seniors. They show up everywhere. And I know you have an amazing team, but I want to just say a special thank you to Mark and Alice as well. So
Thank you, council member.
you are more than welcome. I want to just ask you some questions. And first, in my role as facilities chair, and how facilities can help you all Dacl better. Thank you for coming to the facilities tours at Congress Heights in Ward 8 and Washington Seniors in Ward 7. I think during the tour, we heard about sort of the need to get certain things fixed, like gate entrances, et cetera. My issue was that sort of the time period in which work orders are put in, and then how the time in between from work orders being put in into work orders being completed our senior centers. I know you all explain to me sort of your facilities team. I know you all have a small facilities team.
Yes.
What's the size of your facilities team, and how do they help support all of our senior centers?
Yes, so thank you for the compliments to the team, council member, and I want to thank you for spending time with the seniors at Hattie Homes today. Let's make sure we link up so the next time we can go visit together. But I'll definitely make sure that I get by to thank them for their participation. I know they were not able to testify today, but we do have some Ward 4 seniors that have been in the chamber all day today. So the Dacl facilities team, we have 2 staff members on the team. You met Nigel when we toured Ward 8, Congress Heights in Washington, and we have Sam. They are outstanding. The benefit to Sam is that he's old school DCPS, and so he worked at, in schools for a number of years and had different government experience before he came to Dacl. So he has some strong relationships across DGS. And so the process is work orders are submitted by my facilities team to DGS, and then they collaborate with DGS. In many cases, they have weekly meetings to discuss the status of work orders. Hard to believe, and it's a reality for many of us, that even though we're in the endemic, so to speak, of the pandemic, there's still some challenges with access to, building materials, which impacts the service delivery and time of completion of work orders. And so that can be a challenge, of course. But we, when I am involved, I do check-in meetings with them as well. And so when we have those high priority repairs, that's when I pick up the phone and call Director Hunter. So I checked in with him today because I've been here all day listening to public witnesses and testimony. And so I said, these are some, I want to give you some of the feedback that we're hearing right now during the public testimony. And so one thing I want, to be on record is that we do stay in constant collaboration with DGS because we have senior wellness centers that are under their portfolio. But I will circle back with you to check in on the status of the repairs that we saw in December when we toured Congress Heights and Washington Wellness.
Thank you. I think my suggestion moving forward on the DGS side and side is I would like to see, and I'm asking your opinion. Do you think Dacl would benefit from a written agreement between DGS and Dacl as the client agency detailing what each facility's responsibilities are? And because I think we should clarify responsibilities. And then do you think that Dacl would benefit from additional FTEs on the maintenance team?
Well, no, we don't need additional FTEs on the maintenance team because our maintenance is handled through a DGS contract. And so in each of our facilities, we build relationships with our building maintenance, and I kind of classify building maintenance as our cleaning teams. So for example, at Dacl Hayes, we have Miss Teresa. And so she is very familiar with the staff there. We give feedback to her, when, in many cases, when we've noticed additional touches that she's made to her cleaning regimen, that's greatly appreciated. She builds relationships with the seniors at the wellness center as well. So I oftentimes see them engaging, which is great on the relationship side. For us, at Dacl, we have a clear understanding of roles between
Okay.
Dacl's responsibilities and DGS responsibilities. So we're
Okay.
good in that sense. But thank you for that offer.
Of course. We've heard a lot of conversation about transportation. I've heard from seniors, from both seniors and providers who expressed significant concerns with the transportation. I'm sure Councilmember Bonds already asked and answered this probably, so I won't go deeper. I will just say in relation to what some of the seniors at Hattie Homes were going to say today, is that one, some of them don't like taxi cab service in general. It's not enough drivers. They're often late and they don't know how to interact with seniors as well. So that was their testimony. They would like to, a lot of times there are trips that they have at Hattie Homes and maybe our DPR centers. And sometimes there's private transportation provided, but because of the cost of that private transportation, the numbers for people who can go on a trip is low. So as soon as Miss Teresa puts out a sheet of paper for a trip, they run over there and it's gone. And like literally they waiting, and in like 10 minutes, the whole list is full. And that's because of the transportation constraint.
Yeah.
So what my seniors are asking for is a regular provider, outside of sort of, the taxi cab and metro access. They want to see expanded transportation availability for senior centers as it relates to trips that people can go on, but also every day, back and forth access to senior centers and food providing centers. Is that something you are open to amending?
So what I will say, Councilmember, thank you for the way that you phrased that. So I'm gonna boomerang back to you. Our seniors are excellent self-advocators. And
That's
that
right.
was very evident today during our performance oversight hearing. The themes of transportation were heard loud and clear, so much so. I've already had a few meetings with Director Bowling at Department for Hire Vehicles as we started feeling the budget pressures around our overwhelmingly popular Connector Card program. But I talked to her even today. I gave her a call today as I was hearing the theme of transportation, because the Senior Wellness Center directors are starting to see pre-pandemic participation numbers return. Hattie Homes, for example, that's a popular senior wellness center. That's, our shared wards senior wellness center in Ward 4. She's seeing about 100 seniors come, on a daily basis.
That's right.
And we have the Red, White, and You event coming up with DPR. And so I called Director Freeman last night. I said, I know you're going to have transportation at the different recreation centers. I said, is it possible? I said, I'm going to put my request in now to my sister agency. Is it possible that I can get a little more transportation that could possibly meet at like maybe every other senior wellness center or to that effect? So that's a request I did put into Director Freeman. But back with my conversation with Director Bowling, I was talking to her about the Neighborhood Connect program. And those are the smaller, shuttle bus transportation, because I do know there are some seniors who want to return to the Senior Wellness Center, but they do want that transportation service we used to do before we had the Connector Card. It was a very just, of note and to put on the record. That was one of my questions when I was, starting in the role almost a year ago. Just people keep talking, the seniors keep talking to me about this transportation service. We'll pick them up at home. What happened? It was a very expensive program. And then of course the pandemic came. So what my commitment is on the record is working with Department for Hire Vehicles on possible transportation options and partnerships that we can do between Dacl and Department for Hire Vehicles.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I know people wanted the Seabury connector back. I don't know how possible that is, but that's just conversation. My last question, because I promised my colleague one round only. It's hard because I'm trying to see home health aides. I won't go to home health aides because that's in Department of Health. I can ask Councilman Henderson. Senior villages. As you know, Ward 4 has 2 senior villages: East Rock Creek Senior Village and Northwest Neighbors Village. Many of my villages are really concerned that there are going to be cuts to their budget. I don't know if there were rumblings about cuts to senior village budgets or
No, I don't
whatnot.
know where that rumbling came from.
Okay.
I meet with the leaders of the villages monthly.
Okay.
We just met Snow Friday, so MLK
Okay.
week Friday, and had a really good conversation. I've just about 2 weeks ago was at Georgetown Village, although that's Ward 2. But I meet with the villages on a monthly basis to discuss ways we can increase our partnership and collaboration and support of the seniors. What I have told the entire senior service network is that FY24 was a tight budget year, and FY25, as we're formulating, it looks even tighter. But my commitment has been to maintain the level of programs and services that have been in place.
Okay.
So in saying that, it is my hope and commitment that I'm not reducing the amount of funding that you currently receive, because again, we have to maintain our programs and services for our seniors. They're our most vulnerable residents. So that's what I'm committing to. In saying that, villages, as well as the rest of my senior service network, is aware they had to make some pivots. I mean, even on a personal level, every cost has increased. When we talk about food increase, it doesn't matter your zip code. Everybody's food has gone up at the grocery store. The cost of food has gone up. So you have to pivot. You decide, am I going to start shopping at a couple of grocery stores? So it's similar, like in comparison to with the grantees. What do I need to pivot to a little bit? Maybe I'm reducing the amount of paper that I'm printing. Maybe I'm going to start partnering with some other organizations, because I actually don't have the budget that I normally do to put on this event, solely by myself. But that's what I have told all of the grantees, that it's my goal to maintain our programs and services and not reduce or eliminate them. And the villages, they started out several years ago when we started funding them via the council with about $300,000. And now they're funded at $847,000. So when you look at that funding trajectory, they have received increases.
Okay.
But duly noted, and they expressed to me about budget when we talked as well.
Got it. Councilman Barnes, I got to say the last funny thing for you and Director Hines, which is one request the seniors talked to me about was it's not enough men seniors showing up at the senior centers and at the DPR, the wellness centers and senior centers. And they want to know what we doing to get more men seniors.
So tell them
out the house.
We have flyers there, but Valentine's Day, there's an inaugural event, Red, White, and You. There are 2 locations. So, maybe come out of your comfort zone. If you're at Hattie Homes, don't, you can go to Edgewood, but spice it up a little bit. Go over to Deanwood. We have
They
2
said we need some men. They said maybe if we get some men. They said maybe if we get some more men staff, then we will have more men show up at the center. I'm just letting y'all know right now.
Diversifying. I like that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll follow up with questions. And because the seniors didn't get a chance to speak, I know Councilmember Bonds has said we're going to do a town hall. So
we'll make time to Councilmember Bonds said that you two we're going to do a town hall. I will come though.
We would love to have
I would
you.
like to. I know this is a heavy hearing schedule, so I will make time to get. I have a lighter week next week, so I'll make some time to get over to Hattie Homes.
Thank you.
And I talked to Director Moore, Teresa Moore for Hattie Homes Senior Wellness Center, so I'll be in touch with her so I can get some time.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Councilwoman. I just have one question as it relates to language accessibility. Um, in what languages does the agency provide resources? Are they still English only, or do we also have a few other languages that we provide, like our flyers and information?
We do print our flyers in multiple languages of English, Spanish, of Mandarin, Chinese, French, Amharic,
And Vietnamese.
and Vietnamese.
All right.
Is there another one you want us to consider adding?
No, I don't have any particular, no, I think that's fine. I just wanted to put on the record how we handle print matter. Um, how do you handle the hotline if there is someone who doesn't speak English or Spanish, the two
Yes,
common
we have a language access line for any of our seniors who call in and English may not be their first language. We do utilize our language access line.
All right, and you gave us that information in your answers, the actual
Yes.
phone number, I'm assuming.
Yes.
All right. And how do you handle persons who are hard of hearing? They don't realize that they're not, they realize it because they can't hear. But I'm thinking about, seniors that are deaf or blind. How do we handle, do we have any specific thing other than taking some of the territory has been identified in Congress Heights Senior Center? Is that the only program that we are engaged with?
We also have at Model Cities, we have a blind and visually impaired program. So that runs out of Model Cities. And then we also partner with the Mayor's Office of Deaf hard of hearing. And so they oftentimes provide ASL interpretation for us at events. And many of you may have noticed at the Miss Senior DC 2023 pageant, we had our first deaf hard of hearing contestant. And that was something that she made sure we continue. She said, she let us know she wanted to continue being involved. And she said, but I need to be able to communicate. And so we've made sure that we provided access, language access for her in partnership with the mayor's office.
All right, for those who are working in community with, maybe it's a neighborhood-based program where the majority of their population are elderly and they have many disabilities, how do they connect with you? Try and be in touch with you directly to see if there's something, some services that Dacl can connect them to.
So many of the residents, if not all, call us through our information referral and assistance line, the 202-724-5626 number. The other benefit to our agency is that Dacl's Southwest office is co-located in the same building with the Department of Disability Services. And so it is a very seamless process when our residents with physical disabilities are on site there, because they have an advisory committee as well. They have different advisory committees and council. We have representation on there as well. Matter of fact, there is a retreat happening. It should be wrapped by now. I wasn't able to go because of today's hearing, but I also sit on the district's disability council. And so there was an annual retreat today. And so one of my outreach and engagement specialists attended on my behalf, who happened, that's a Stephanie Leggy. She also serves as our language access coordinator, which was quite fitting. So she's already been building her toolkit as a result of going to the retreat today.
All right, well, thank you very much. I don't want us leaving too soon. Well, thank you very much, Director and team members, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. Compliments to certainly to our government witnesses. You not only have staying power, you answered a multitude of questions, and I think you gave us a lot of a better understanding about the programs that our government is pushing very hard to make sure that our aging community takes advantage of. I believe our city is better for the work that you do, and I am hopeful that our future will be much brighter. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please email it to ceal@dccouncil.gov. That is CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be included in the hearing record. The hearing record will close on Thursday, February 15th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And so we thank you again. Our next performance oversight meeting will not be until Wednesday, February the 7th, 2024. And so during that meeting, we will be examining the Board of Elections, Campaign Finance Office, and the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. With that, and the Office of the City Administrator and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. So with that, we are going to conclude, believe it or not, exactly at 8:30 p.m. on the same day in which we started, which is Thursday, February 1, 2024, and the meeting is adjourned. And thank you all, and thank you to our public witnesses. We owe you a debt of gratitude for hanging in with us.
Thank you, Chairperson
All right, and
Vaughn.
thank you so much.